is so early, you don't even have to identify that voice.
Okay, good.
Do you have anybody on deck who's checking the crowd and so forth?
Well, Shar, of course, arranged all the, I don't know, is there anybody out there actually watching the crowd out there in the foyer as far as who's coming in and?
Well, I have two staff members manning the front counter, so.
Good, yeah.
It is 5 o'clock.
Okay, let's go.
No Sebastian.
Anybody, All right, well, welcome. Is this, Paul? We're good? Okay. We're good? Welcome all. It is 5 o'clock, so we are going to get started. Thank you for being here. We expect an overflow crowd. I don't know why. Is there something going on special or what? But anyway, we're going to all be very respectful and say our piece, and that's important. I'm one who you'll find with my year and a half here that I go out of order just a minute. And I have to, before we do, call to order, and the most important part of what I think of every council meeting is, and that's the prayer and then the Pledge of Allegiance. But something happened last Tuesday. Anybody know what happened last Tuesday on Garrity? At 12:59, all of a sudden, boom, water was everywhere and pavement going everywhere and whatever the case. I have been so impressed in my 10 weeks with our employees, with our leadership, but I was just totally blown out of the that's probably not a good analogy. Blown out of the water as far as 24/7. And we had cooperation. We had folks from Caldwell, their truck. We had Idaho Transportation Department, all the collaboration that Crystal over here and John, they're sitting to the side over here, and they'll be bringing some information later. But everything just came together. At 8:37 Saturday, I went out there at 7:30 Saturday morning. And, by the way, CEO Clint Childs is here from St. Al's, and that had to be really a stress time for him. But 24/7, and everyone working together, and 8:37 Saturday morning, everything was done. I drove out there Saturday afternoon, and it was just like no one ever knew anything had happened. The traffic was just flowing like crazy. So I am so proud, and that's just an example of what your city staff, your employees and directors, and even these guys over here in the blue, and back here in the blue, and Elijah, our fire district, I mean, just wonderful doing day in and day out for you, the citizens, with this growing community. Okay, let's move on. Thank you. We have Pastor Johnny Moore here. He's with Eagle Christian Church West Valley, and we are all going to stand, and he is going to give us an invocation and then the Pledge of Allegiance. Thank you, sir, for being here.
Yeah. Thank you, Mayor. Will you pray with me? Lord Jesus, I am grateful that you are an intimate God and that you know, your word says that you know when I stand up and when I go to bed. You know my thoughts even before I say them. So even as I'm about to ask for prayer, Lord, you already know what's on my heart and my mind, and I'm grateful. Thank you for your continued mercies, Lord, that you give each day. Thank you for being ever present in this great city. May we never take for granted the days we have breath and the life to tell of your goodness. Lord, I ask that you would put your hand of protection and continue to keep it there on our military, our EMS, our hospital staffs. They sacrifice so much to keep us safe and to keep us healthy. Lord, as our school year is about to kick off, Lord, I ask that you would lift up all the teachers, the admin, the support staffs, Lord. They have such an incredible position, Lord, educating our next generation. And at the same time, in this crazy world, Lord, I pray that you would keep our campuses safe, that the children would know without a shadow of a doubt that they would know that it's a refuge and that they'd be able to look back and have fond memories of their education time, Lord, knowing that the people poured into them. Lastly, Lord, I come before you and ask for wisdom for this city council as they make so many decisions that impact this community. Each time they gather, there are a number of topics and issues to cover. Tonight is no different. So please give each council member clarity and unity in the process. Lord, this is a heavy role to bear. May you give them moments of joy knowing that they are helping this community thrive. Lastly, I'm asking that your example, Lord, of a servant leadership would be at the forefront of each of these leaders' hearts and mind. Thank you, Lord Jesus. In your Son's holy and precious name, amen. Would you join me in the Pledge of Allegiance? I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you.
Thank you, Pastor.
Yes.
Okay, I believe we are now ready for roll call. So, Madam Clerk?
Gog.
Present.
Jangula.
Here.
Bills.
Here.
Reynolds.
Here.
Rodriguez.
Here.
Griffin.
Here.
All present.
Thank you, council, for being here. And here we go. No proclamations tonight, so we can skip that. We did have a public forum, and there was some question whether we were going to do that, but I felt like we really needed to continue with that aspect of hearing from our folks, just to make sure you're clear that we're going to have five, that's our maximum, and it's 3 minutes. You need to for sure be a citizen of the city of Nampa, and it has to be a non-agenda item. So anything that's on the agenda, we are not speaking to. I will actually, cut you off if you so. It has to be a non-agenda item, and the clerk will call out the first name.
Our first speaker is Raymond Shepard.
And your address, name and address again, though.
My name's actually Gil Ruxet. I'm with the Western States Regional Council of Carpenters. I just privileged to speak. Raymond Shepard wasn't able to attend, and he lives out in Nampa. I just was wondering if I was able to speak on his behalf. I'll keep it very short and brief.
If you keep it real short, okay?
It'll literally be less than a
And
minute.
you're saying what he would want you to say. Is that right?
100%.
Okay, yes, sir.
As we work together as colleagues. As my colleague Ray Shepard, he just wanted to come, and Darrell Bruner, I appreciate you for coming to our grand opening. I just wanted to extend invitation for all the council staff. I left my card on your desk. I know a lot of you weren't able to attend our
Sir,
grand.
before you continue, we need one more time, your name and address.
Gil Ruxet, 319 West House Street, Boise, Idaho.
Okay?
Considering moving to Nampa with all this hospitality I get in the room.
Thank you.
Seriously, though. Yeah, all I'm here for is just to extend an invite, my email and my contacts out there. As you know, in the Carpenters Union, we build, but not only do we build out in communities, we like to build relationships, and we'd like to build a relationship with the staff so that you guys know the investment that we have into building these strong communities, retaining workers by training and giving skilled apprentices opportunities to have advancement in the careers by providing very good skilled training. Hopefully, the mayor has spoke a little bit about our facility, and I would like to extend that invite over to the city council staff. That's it. Thank you. And I open up for questions if I welcome them. If
We're not going to take any questions tonight, but to thank you, and you do have an amazing facility, and you're training a lot of our future workers, which appreciate. Thank
And
you.
also, thanks for the privilege to speak. I appreciate
You
it.
betcha. Next.
Our next speaker
Okay,
is,
I just, and I know there's a lot of things that maybe need applause, but right now, that's not going to be the protocol for tonight, so there's not going to be any yay or cheering. I like those things, but usually that's going to be happening at athletic facilities. So tonight, there'll be no clapping or no cheering. Okay, thank you.
our next speaker is Crystal Flippins.
Crystal not here?
Our next person is Christopher Perez. No,
Okay,
that is it, Mr. Mayor.
that's it? Okay. All right. We will move on then, because it could be just a little lengthy night otherwise. So we're going to go ahead and do a motion in a second. Okay, but are there any, thank you, Madam Clerk. Are there any proposed amendments to the agenda before we have the motion in the second on the agenda? Okay, so
I move that we approve the agenda.
Second.
okay, we have a motion and a second. Any, no further discussion, I'm assuming? Roll call, please. Oh, that's an all an aye. Everyone in favor, let's just say aye.
Aye.
We're going to get this together yet, folks. All right, consent agenda. There again,
I move that we approve the consent agenda.
Second.
okay? All in favor?
Aye.
Okay. Now moving on to some action items.
Staff
Staff
communication.
communication.
First of all, with John. That's action. Okay, when Crystal gets here, there's a lot of action, right? Okay.
Yes, sir. Mayor, City Council, John Spencer, Director of Water Resources. Just a brief update and staff communication on the Garrity water main break that happened this last Tuesday that Mayor already referenced. So on Tuesday the 11th, a 16-inch domestic water line broke in Garrity, south of the interstate, leading to the closure of all southbound lanes on Garrity and affected off-ramps as well. It impacted approximately 30,000 square feet of asphalt. The emergency response was swift and marked by exceptional teamwork. The Nampa Police Department arrived first on scene to divert traffic, closely followed by the Water Division to shut off the water and isolate the break. The Traffic Division provided critical traffic control, while the Water and Streets Divisions collaborated to facilitate asphalt removal. A contractor, L2 Excavation, was called in to assist with the repairs, arriving on site within an hour and a half. By 9 p.m., asphalt stripping was complete, and L2 began working on the water line repair. We couldn't have accomplished this without the invaluable assistance from the city of Caldwell, as we did not have enough 16-inch pipe on hand to complete the entire repair. Caldwell provided essential 16-inch PVC pipe, and both the contractor and Veolia stepped up to offer additional pipe support if needed. In total, crews replaced approximately 550 feet of pipe, about 1,600 tons of asphalt, which is equivalent to about 80 dump trucks, given the average size of a dump truck, and about 2,800 tons of base material, which is about 150 dump trucks. The Water Division also conducted thorough water quality testing of the surrounding area, and then today they flushed the portion of the pipe that was in repair and took additional samples, and they will do that again tomorrow. The Idaho Transportation Department played a critical role in this effort, sending staff to help inspect and verify road closures. They coordinated the work through change orders to their existing projects and adjusted schedules on 2 different projects, interstate projects, to facilitate this repair. Idaho Materials and Construction managed road grading and paving, which required significant coordination with ITD due to the road closures and the repaving within their jurisdiction. Traffic staff worked diligently to optimize signal timing in the area, ensuring smooth traffic flow during the closures and throughout the weekend. IMC graded throughout Friday and paved on Friday night, while the Streets Division handled the striping and sweeping on Saturday morning, demonstrating the seamless collaboration among all involved. So I need to issue a heartfelt thank you to everyone who played a role in this response. The Nampa Police Department, Water and Irrigation Division, Traffic Division, Streets Division, Public Works Project Management, Procurement, Legal, Communications Team, Clerk's Office, Mayor's Office, ITD, City of Caldwell, L2 Excavation, Idaho Materials and Construction, Veolia, and City Council for their rapid and effective teamwork in declaring and managing the emergency. Together, we exemplified the spirit of collaboration that makes our community resilient and capable. And I'm sure the question would be, how much is this going to cost? At this point in time, it's too early. We don't have all the invoices from contractors. They just finished up Saturday morning, so we will bring that forward to you. I'm confident it's within the amount that the emergency declaration was for and would be covered under that. Also, I'm sure the question is, why did this happen? I don't know that I have a specific answer to why, but I have some contributing factors as to why this happened. Ultimately, some construction standards were not met in 2002 when this was constructed. So that is a concern. The pipe was actually laid on top of some rock, big boulders, and typically you want to bed that in sand, and that wasn't done. Vibrations can cause challenges. There was also some potential deflection issues. You can deflect pipe a certain amount. There could have been some exceedances in those deflections of the pipe. So those are some of the contributing factors we believe may have caused this break to occur.
John, do you have any idea what that huge boulder, that weight of approximately that big a boulder would have been? It was just amazing.
Mayor, I'm not sure of the exact weight. It took 2 large loaders to lift it, to put it into
And that was
a
what
truck.
was under some of the pipe, right?
That is correct. The pipe was actually laying on top of one of those boulders.
Okay. Any other questions, council?
Mayor,
Yes.
John, was part of this project done during, when Garrity was widened by ITD?
So I believe it, Mayor, Councilman Reynolds, I believe this was done during the Garrity Interchange project. So this was done in 2002.
So would we have had oversight over that water line installation if ITD was handling the project?
Mayor, Councilman Reynolds, I believe we would have been allowed to be out there for the oversight on the pipe work itself. We don't have a tremendous amount of records about that project currently, but we do know that we did have inspectors out there for periods of time. I can't say they were out there for the duration of that installation.
Thank you.
Let me just addendum that. Crystal, do you have anything else to add? So anyway, Crystal Craig, I still want you to stand because she's the director of transportation and was out there and along with our water and so many other folks that are not here. But anyway, thank you so very much.
Thank you.
Okay. We have one more communication, and Mr. Ashby, are you coming up, Rodney, for us? Director of P&Z. And this is going to be Planning and Zoning Staff Communications, Recent Actions, Summary, Comprehensive Plan Steering, and Committee Objective by Mr. Ashby.
Thank you, Mayor and Council. I'll first give you a quick report on Planning and Zoning Commission meeting this last week. The first one was for there were final plats, 4 final plats. Adara number 2 Spring Hollow Ranch number 6, Trestle Creek number 1, and Reflections Edge number 5, and those were all approved. The next is the public hearings. So the first one we had was an annexation and zoning. This is northwest of Cherry Lane and Canada Road across from kind of near CWI there. And this was for multifamily development that was recommended for approval. And this will come before you on September 21st. The next one is a conditional use permit for a kennel license for up to 8 dogs. And this one was approved. And that one was at, southeast corner of East Washington Avenue and South Canyon Street. And then the final public hearing was for our zoning code text amendments. And this is for the starter home subdivisions and the accessory dwelling units standards that was required by state law. And so we're updating our code to match what state law says now. And with that, I'd like to just quickly step into the comprehensive plan update. This is our final update, and we only have one main theme to cover in this presentation, and then we'll be done with the updates. So we'll move forward. That's Pathways to Opportunities is our last theme that we're going to cover. And again, as we have in the past, we had a few comments, and we're going to from council. And so we're going to try to address those as we go through this quick presentation. So Pathways to Opportunities, what does this mean? These 2 bullet points are what the steering committee came up with for describing what we mean. Support education, workforce training, and economic development that create local jobs and small business opportunities. Invest in schools, trade programs, and attainable housing to ensure future generations can thrive in Nampa. So when we talk about education, the obvious question is, do we have a role there? Is the city involved in investing in schools, trade programs, and affordable housing? That was a question that was asked. And so no, not directly. Career and technical education and post-secondary programs serve as a pipeline to develop jobs in our community. So we have a role of encouraging economic development. The way that the city can invest in education institutions is through our planning entitlement process, kind of holding hands as campuses expand or develop. We hold their hands through that process if there's a conditional use permit needed or an annexation or a rezone. We also provide the transportation network connected to those facilities so that people can reach those destinations. And then the last one there, I just said public education and messaging can be coordinated so that the city and the educational institutions are on the same page. We're saying the same message. We want educated public and educated workers in our community. And so that our businesses, our small businesses can thrive, and our big businesses. So then just a reminder that this is a comprehensive plan, not just a city plan. So we're identifying goals that the city can be a part of, but maybe not even necessarily lead. So education is kind of one of those. Okay, draft objectives is education and workforce pathways, housing, attainability and demographic stability, economic development and small business vitality, and then integrated land use, transportation, and community connectivity. I'll cover the first one real quick. Strengthen integrated education and workforce systems to expand opportunity, retain youth, and align training with local industry needs. That's what the steering committee came up with. Housing, attainability, and demographic stability. So this question was asked, is the city involved in housing affordability and demographic stability? We changed the objective at your direction to not say affordability because of that's a trigger word. We're not talking about necessarily affordable housing only. We're talking about attainability. Can our community attain housing that they need? The city is not in the business of property management of affordable housing. However, the city is obligated to safeguard Nampa citizens' health, safety, and welfare. This includes access to services, public safety, parks and open space, a well-functioning city government, protection from overcrowding, codes and rules that contribute to the quality of life, a range of access opportunities for housing, and other benefits of living in an incorporated city. So that kind of leads us to our next point there, housing attainability. Cultivate diverse, attainable housing options that attract and retain Nampa residents while supporting long-term community vitality. And the picture here is just showing we need a range of housing types in our community. And it's important that we don't just focus on one, but we think about all of the options and the needs of our citizens. The next point there is provide opportunities for entry-level housing and upward mobility. That was a strong point we heard from the public and from our steering committee. So this is an example of a small home on a small lot. We are seeing a significant demand for this type of housing in Nampa. Next is economic development and small business vitality. That's the objective. These are all interconnected, really. Support small businesses and entrepreneurs, leverage large employers, and improve access to jobs. Pretty straightforward. We'll jump to the last one, integrated land use, transportation, and community connectivity. Well, how do we do that? We create a well-connected, efficient urban system that links housing, jobs, education, and amenities. And that is all I have, unless you have questions for me, and then I can just show you our next steps. Essentially, we're working on our future land use map. We're evaluating our surveys right now. They're still out there. My team's going to 2 significant events this week, just asking for people to participate and get online, fill out the survey. It's trying to confirm the direction that we've already shared with you and what the steering committee came up with. So, do you have any questions for me?
Council?
Thank you.
Looking at that, Rodney, thank you for your time in the last several council as far as educating all of us. Thank you,
Mayor,
appreciate it. Yes.
Just one question, not on the comp plan, but previous public hearings. I drive Flamingo to get home, and that Aduro project still has public hearing notices for a March date. I think I've missed it by now, but is there a timeline when those are needing to be taken down throughout the
Yeah.
city? And
We
how
do have those in our code. The challenge is we have the applicant doing
Then we do
those
it.
signs now. And so if you see those, if you'll send me a note,
Sure.
I will contact the developer and make sure that those get taken down.
Thank
You
you.
won't give Councilman Griffin permission just to pull it?
I will not touch that sign.
No, it's legal sitting right
I'm
next to
sure
him,
there's
so-
plenty of people that would like to trespass me, so I won't even dare jump on that field. Thank you.
All right. Okay, we're ready to go. Now we're ready for some action and some new business. And we'll start with 5-1, and we get to have Crystal Craig come up here and for a couple items. So I'll start reading this, Crystal. 5-1, action item. Authorize mayor to sign state-local agreement and resolution between the Idaho Transportation Department and the city of Nampa for North Side Boulevard to Karcher Road, key number 23731, in the amount of $9,424,071.76. And authorize city match estimated at $5,161,084. And that's pending approval in the FY27 budget, which we will be doing here shortly.
Mayor?
Crystal Craig, yes.
I don't know if you have a presentation, I'm about to give you a motion, but I just wanted to confirm those dollars are coming from impact fees, or how much of those dollars, that 5 million, will be coming from impact fees?
Mayor, Councilman Griffin, this is an impact fee funded project. The rest will be grant funded through the freight program.
Thank you. Mayor, I move that-
I'm hearing it, she can't hear. Paul, are we? Yeah, there you go. Okay, go ahead and repeat it one more time, Chris, because I know your voice projects, so I know we'll be able to.
Also, for the record, Crystal Craig, Director of Transportation, Mayor, Councilman Griffin, this is an impact fee funded project. The remaining money is coming out of a federal freight grant that we received through the Idaho Transportation Department.
Thank you. Mayor, I move to approve this
Okay.
action item.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Discussion? No discussion that I'm seeing, so we'll go ahead, and on this one, we will do roll call.
Pingula.
Yes.
Bills.
Yes.
Reynolds.
Yes.
Rodriguez.
Yes.
Skog.
Yes.
Griffin.
Yes.
All in favor, motion carries.
Okay, 5-2, and Crystal will also be presenting. Action item, authorize mayor to sign the state-local agreement and resolution between the Idaho Transportation Department and the city of Nampa for the construction of the Orr Pathway. Key number, key number, you're making a motion?
She made it, I seconded.
All right,
Discussion, sir.
no discussion?
Discussion.
Discussion, sir.
Crystal, the $5 million that's going to take to fix this or to revamp this Orr pathway, where is the $5 million coming from? And the second question would be, why now, when we are in definite need of funds?
Councilman Rodriguez, are you on 5-2?
Yes, sir? Well,
Where are you getting the 5 million, sir?
On 5-1.
oh, that's, I disregard, never mind, I'm good.
Okay.
1.6, I got it. Thank you. My glasses.
Okay, so are any other questions for Crystal? Okay, roll call, please.
Gog.
Yes.
Bills.
Yes.
Reynolds.
Yes.
Rodriguez.
Yes.
Griffin.
Yes.
Jingula.
Yes.
All in favor, motion carries.
Okay, 5-3, and then we have all our, so you're going to come up, chief? Okay. Action item, authorize mayor to sign a resolution to call a levy election for $5 million, permanent levy override to recruit and retain police officers and public safety personnel and improve public safety facilities.
So moved.
Second.
Okay, any further discussion?
Discussion, sir.
Yes, sir.
Chief, there's been a lot of controversy about the levy, and I think the community needs to hear why and how important it is for our community to understand this levy.
Okay, Mayor, Councilman Rodriguez, with your permission, I'd just like to read an opening statement there. It'll be quick, maybe 2 minutes.
We're good.
I think that'll cover your answers
Madam
there.
Clerk is timing, go ahead.
Okay, we'll get going. So thank you for allowing me to speak to you this evening. The Nampa Police Department is asking the City Council's approval for a permanent $5 million annual property tax levy that would be exclusively dedicated to the Nampa Police Department funds and would be used for the hiring of additional police officers, constructing a training facility, and retaining our current staff. As you're aware, Nampa Police Department has previously been a leader in the state of Idaho and is considered a destination department by many seeking careers in law enforcement. That being said, we find ourselves at a crossroads where our staffing levels are suffering, recruitment is dropping, and retention of staff is a real concern. We have already started to see our current staff applying for or leaving for neighboring agencies. Our internal culture is no longer getting us through. Officers are seeking better pay, better benefits, and different career opportunities. My goal tonight is not to panic anyone, but to let everyone know that the situation that we are in is real, and we are starting to run short on time to have it fixed. We have already started to transfer officers out of our specialized units by bringing them back to the patrol division so that we are able to respond to in-progress calls. We no longer have the luxury to appropriately staff our specialized units like our traffic team, our detective divisions, or our narcotics unit due to low staffing levels in patrol. To this point, Nampa has been a safe city where our department consistently feels the support of our community has for its police department, and we want it to stay that way. It would be irresponsible for me as chief not to let you know of the concerns that I'm starting to see without bringing you a solution. That's why we're asking for your approval for a public safety levy to be on the November ballot so that it can be brought in front of the citizens for a vote. That pretty much covers it. Was there any other questions that I could answer for you, Councilman?
No, you're at a dangerous level of calling officers back to work.
Absolutely.
Because you have to, it's also state law. But now you have one list, now you have two lists that you're making up making up the officers needed to fulfill our request, right?
Are you talking overtime lists?
Yes, overtime list.
Yes, we do have a mandatory overtime list, and I think it's important that you understand, I'm only talking about the patrol division right now. We're understaffed in the patrol division. That's where I have to have the police officers to respond to the 911 calls. That's where we're pulling officers out of our detective units, our narcotics units, our traffic team, because I have to bolster patrol. That's the backbone, obviously, of the police department. So those specialty units are, I would say, roughly 50% of where they should be or where they have been in the past, because I'm having to pull those numbers back into our patrol division.
And this is after each officer works a 12-hour shift as it is,
10-hour shift.
10-hour shift, and they're called back.
I believe last I heard it was, I think a mandatory overtime roster. It would be every 14 days. You would be at the top or the bottom, and you'd be at the top within 14 days. So roughly every 2 weeks, you're mandated an overtime shift.
Thank you.
Mayor?
Yes, sir.
Just a question on the wording for the actual form on the ballot. You had mentioned that last line, and to improve public safety facilities. Do you think that'll be difficult to sell, having potentially that phrasing in there rather than solely dedicating it to police officers and public safety personnel? Because facilities could take up a significant portion of that 5 million annually. I think it's necessary. I'm not doubting that. I'm just trying to think how we fine tune this for a sure vote in November.
Sure, and yes, I hope it's a sure vote, but I want to be very transparent with the community. I mean, if we get this levy through, I'm going to need some sort of facility to train these new hires. We're in a spot right now at our police department where we're bringing between 10 and probably 13 officers through every 4 or 5 months through an academy. Currently, we share Meridian and Nampa, and occasionally Garden City officers go through the academy together. We're capped usually around 10 is what they would like Nampa to do, and Meridian about 10. Just with what I've got coming up with retirements, with officers leaving for other agencies, and for growth, we're going to be way over 10 every academy. Right now, what's limited me is my training staff. I only have so many field training officers to do that. And quite frankly, with Meridian, they're getting big enough as well. They have a dedicated facility, and we piggyback off of them. I would say 80% of our academy is over at Meridian right now, at Meridian Police Department. And Nampa, for growth for the future, I mean, at some point, if I don't ask for it now, I'm going to be coming back in a couple of years saying I need to get this. So I just want to be very transparent with people, not to panic people, but just to let them know we're running low on staffing. You know, it's up to you guys. You know, up to the citizens. You as a council have done everything you can. You've asked for you've taken your 3%. You've taken your foregone. I mean, everything statutorily you guys can do, and it's still just not enough for us. So it really comes down to what type of police department and what kind of public safety, do you want? I can keep cutting these specialty units to keep patrol, but then there's going to be less follow-up for detectives. I'm sure you get a lot of complaints, as I do, for the traffic right now. I have 7 people assigned to the traffic division in Nampa, working 7 days a week, 24 hours a day. The simple math is 50% of the time there's not somebody out there stopping people for the red lights. And 1 officer per shift to do a city our footprint, that's just not enough. It's only 2 more than we had when we started our traffic unit in 1977.
Do you have any anticipation of how much of those dollars will be allocated to each portion, actual staff and then the public safety facilities?
We have broken it down, and I would probably defer to the finance director because I don't have the exact, but each year there's a certain percent. I believe it was broke down, the first year would be 8 police officers. It would be a certain percent for pay increases. And again, I'm not trying to get rich. I'm trying to keep up with our staffing with some of the levies that have happened with agencies east of us and some of the growth and the tax base. I fully understand they have a different tax base than we do, but when you're going over there starting at $10 or $15 an hour more than you're making at the city of Nampa, quite frankly, I'm going to be getting the people that are going to be applying for Nampa that didn't, make the cut over there, and we're not a department that takes second fiddle. Right now, we aren't.
Yeah, Doug, do you have an answer? I know Clay, otherwise our chief of staff would have do you have the answer for Councilman?
So the year 1 levy of $5 million, the impact for 8 officers is about a little less than $1.6 million to hire 8 new officers. There's wage increases of about $1.1 million, and then about $2.3 million is left over for capital investment in police infrastructure needs, training centers, and so forth. Whenever you're going to hire 24 officers over 4 years, you are going to have some capital needs. And the intent is to, in the first years, use some of this capital, some of the levy override to pay for capital, and then in years 2 through 4, divert that back to additional, 8 additional staff in year 2, 4 more in year 3, and 4 more in year 4, and that will use up most of the rest of the cash over the 5 years.
And that's patrol and corporals, that's my understanding?
It'd be 16 patrolmen and 8 corporals. We'd have, and again, this is just the patrol division. I want the, the council to understand that we're still going to be coming to you saying, I'm going to need some officers for these other units. But it bridges the gap from where we're at right now, because we're treading water, and it seems like every year we're getting a cinder block thrown on us, and we're sinking a little bit further. I just don't want in a year from now, you're going to be holding me responsible, saying, why is crime up? Why are people not coming here? So this is the solution that I could come up with for you.
Thank you.
To clarify then, and this will likely be for legal, could we not still accomplish the public safety facilities goal without adding that language in there? Could we be able to add training facilities under the recruit and retain additional officers and public safety personnel? The reason I ask that question is, the more that we add into this ballot language, the more ambiguity that is added leaves room for confusion or clarification that I'm even asking right now. I get nervous that somebody says, oh, they're going to buy another building, another nice headquarters, and that could potentially have its own baggage come along with it. Could we not strike those 6 words and still be able to accomplish the goal?
Mayor,
Sure.
the question really is up for council and with the police staff. What you want to put on there is really up for you for the public's view. Legally, you do need to have language in there that you can defend, right? And as Chief Huff mentioned, transparency is crucial in these ballot measures. They have to indicate if they're for operations or facilities. Could you make an argument that lifting it out could apply? Possibly. But then there's going to be an education piece for the next month or 2 that's going to happen, that the city can educate and inform the public, and there'll be many opportunities to clarify what that would be used for. So really, it's up to you and the whole council how you want to put it in there. As drafted right here, I think the police chief indicated there would be a need to have facilities to support the added recruited officers.
So,
Could I add a,
my-
Mayor, Council?
Yes.
Little clarity.
Doug.
So, I understand very clearly Councilor Sebastian's question. In a very blunt fashion, if we were to take just year 1 and just do enough just for that year 1 to give the $2.6 million in raises and hire 8 additional staff, that would be a nice little Band-Aid for that year. It doesn't provide any funding for years 2 through 4 when we want to hire the additional 8 and the additional 3 and 4 and 4 in years 3 and 4. So you could cut that out and say, well, we don't need that. I don't think they're planning on, to my knowledge, planning on building a brand-new building, but no. But I think it's up to the city and council to really determine what level of service we want to retain. But the $5 million at the end of the day by year 4 is 100% used for labor and benefits of the police staff. And in the early years, there's a little bit extra because as we want to hire and bring the staff on, you have to stage this so you don't have too much going on at once. And so you do have a little bit left over for the capital. That could be used in whatever way the city council chose, as whether police or not.
Okay, let me do this clarification here, because I think we're getting into the weeds a little bit. Correct me if I'm wrong. But this is just to authorize a levy election. As far as the wording, the text or whatever, that still could be discussed, correct?
Mayor, this is an important point to clarify.
Thank you.
What you're approving tonight is what will be handed to the county clerk.
Okay, so it has to have the exact
That's
text
right.
at this point in time.
Yeah, and we have done the preliminary work to coordinate with them in advance of what we anticipate being passed tonight. We've presented that to the county clerk and the county assessor, along with the finance team. Now, if you want to change some of the messaging here, this is the time and place to figure out that language.
So Councilman Griffin, you were further discussion.
I don't disagree with the dollar amount. I don't disagree with the use of the dollars for facilities or additional precinct in the north or anything along those lines. I don't disagree. The concern that I potentially have is actually only one word: facilities. Because I would read this as, I like the recruitment, I like the retaining, additional officers is great, public safety, personnel is awesome. Facilities, are we going to be using all this money just to be bolstering our facilities? And I just, in a November election, when a significant portion of the people that are going to be voting will have never read or known about this at all. So it is, what is going to pass from a regular Joe voter leaving his shift at 5 o'clock in the afternoon to go do his civic duty and vote, reading this for the first time saying, I can get on board with that or I can't. I think facilities could potentially knock somebody out of the camp.
So Chief of Staff Clay Long is coming up. He's been totally involved with this from the beginning, so thank you, sir.
Thank you, Mayor, Councilman. Twofold. I think number one was to be transparent on what the dollars would be spent for. So the intent is a training facility. Hopefully, it's the least expensive one we can come up with that meets the needs. But it's also intended that those would be one-time funds. So it wouldn't be the ongoing operations of that facility. It would be the residual from not being able to hire all 24 staff at once. So that's how we would come up with that amount to go towards the facility. The education is going to be the onus of the city and the police department as one of those departments to educate the citizens of what is coming forward to them as an ask, what it includes. That would include the amount per rooftop from a average amount of a home value, all those pieces. But our goal is on the front end to tell people this is exactly what we're spending it on, and then to do reports on how it's been spent to understand the concern that could be one. But I think the onus will be on us to educate and make sure folks understand that the facility would be one-time dollars, not ongoing expenses.
And we're splitting hairs. I agree. I think at just this point, my ask would be we remove the single word facilities and to improve public safety. Because even if it is one-time funding for a facility, I would read this as $5 million a year is going to a facility, not just one time, because we didn't want to add and jumble this up. That one word would give me pause at a ballot box, so I'm trying to think about average Joe voter. It might not matter to council. I'm just throwing that out there as the potential. If we can accomplish it without the word facility and still build a facility, we still should tell people we're going to build a facility.
We have a motion and a second. If there needs to be an amended motion, I'll let Dale, did you make that motion? So that's up to you whether you want to amend it. Otherwise, if there's no further discussion, we'll have roll call.
Mr. Mayor, I don't want to amend that. Where it says in the resolution, it says and to improve public safety facilities. And I believe that transparency is key here and the education that we put out with this levy. People need to know what and why and where our training dollars are going currently to Meridian, and that we have to do our own academy here.
Okay.
So I think it's paramount.
Roll
I'll leave
call,
it
please.
As it is.
Gog,
Yes.
Bills,
Yes.
Rodriguez,
Yes.
Griffin,
Yes.
Jingula,
Yes.
Reynolds.
Yes.
All in favor, motion carries.
And maybe it was stated, but just so you're understanding as citizens, when you are talking about this, maybe to your neighbors and fellow, it will take a 60% yes vote. It's not a 50+1, so this is very crucial. And we're not allowed to lobby for it, but you are the folks that can educate and do the lobbying if you think this needs to happen. All right, we're going to go to 5-4. Go ahead, sir.
Mayor and legal counsel stating why we're asking for a levy, is that lobbying?
A lot of it is somewhat subjective, but what you do is educate, you inform. You say, this is for $5 million. There is X number of cops deficiency, as Chief has noted. That's informational. When you start crossing the line is, we should do it, or it'd be in your best interest. And it's a tough line for any elected official. Believe me, you're not the only ones that are in this camp. But just be as purely neutral and informative and educational in any discussions that you might have, especially in official public settings like this, using city property. That's the actually statutory guidance on it.
So follow-up question.
Please.
So stating the change in funding formula by the legislature is that lobbying?
That would seem to me, if you're asking, more of an opinion of another law. It's not so much advocating for this, but rather an opinion of why we got here. The line crosses when you start saying, no, you're wrong, this is right. When it comes to an opinion, facts are what you want to present. Facts about deficiencies, budgets, lack of personnel, response times, things of that nature. That's where you want to be sticking at as an elected official underneath the election ballot laws that exist.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Mayor.
Clarify
I believe so.
what you need?
Yep.
And Mayor,
Yes.
and what is the punishment if a certain council member
Depends on what council person it is.
yeah, were to lobby on social media for the passage of a certain levy override, not anything specific, but what would happen to said council member?
Said council member can retain their own attorney.
There's,
No.
He is an attorney.
Council Griffin, there's lots of handcuffs in this room.
No, that is one that, to my knowledge, hasn't been tested yet as much with any case law precedents, but that is the legal guidance that's given to us, and would always advise to stick to that with good faith. Yeah.
Thank you.
Yep.
Okay, so we have the result. I was starting to say 5-4, so let's move on. Authorize mayor to sign resolution requiring the revenue from the permanent levy measure, if approved, to be allocated for specific purposes.
So moved. Second.
Okay, let's just do roll call, okay?
Skog.
Yes.
Chingula.
Yes.
Bills.
Yes.
Rodriguez.
Yes.
Griffin.
Yes.
Reynolds.
Yes.
All in favor, motion carries.
Thank you. Okay, we're moving well here. We will not be starting public hearings until 6, so we're going to get through the rest of our business, and that's unfinished business. So this is 7-1, council. And then our Madam Clerk will be reading it, but action item, first reading of ordinance for annexation and zoning to BC Community Business, RMH, multifamily residential, RS4, single-family residential, IP, industrial park zoning districts, and development agreement for District 16, addressed as 4188 Cherry Lane, 0 Eustic Road, 5059 Eustic Road, 5033 Eustic Road, 17873 Star Road, 0 Eustic Road, 0 Cherry Lane, 0 Cherry Lane, 5465 Eustic Road, 0 Eustic Road, 0 Eustic Road, 0 Cherry Lane for Idaho Holdings LLC representing multiple owners. Madam Clerk. And this is under the suspension of rules. Thank you.
An ordinance of the City of Nampa, Idaho, determining that certain lands commonly known as 4188 Cherry Lane, 0 Eustic Road, 5059 Eustic Road, 5033 Eustic Road, 17873 Star Road, 0 Eustic Road, 0 Cherry Lane, 0 Cherry Lane, 5465 Eustic Road, 0 Eustic Road, 0 Eustic Road, 0 Cherry Lane. Parcels number R30357, R3037201, R30369, R30337, R3036901, R30355012000, R3035901, R303571010A0, R30372, R30354, R3035401, R3035701, located in the southwest 1/4, Section 5, Township 3 North, Range 1 West, Boise Meridian, totaling 442.795 acres more or less, lay contiguous to the limits of the City of Nampa, Canyon County, State of Idaho, and that said lands should be annexed into the City of Nampa and be zoned RS4 single-family residential on 172.074 acres more or less, an IP industrial park on 136.66 acres more or less, an RMH multiple family residential on 90.891 acres more or less, and BC community business on 43.167 acres more or less, declaring said lands by proper legal description as described below to be a part of the City of Nampa, determining that said annexation and zoning has the consent of landowners, it is contiguous to the city limits, and it is consistent with the comprehensive plan, directing the city engineer and the planning and zoning director to add said properties to the official zoning maps of the city of Napa and to designate said properties as RS4 Single Family Residential and IP Industrial Park and RMH Multiple Family Residential and BC Community Business as set forth herein in the official zoning map and other area maps of the city, providing for conditions of approval, providing for recordation, subject to the terms that certain development agreement between the applicant and the city, providing for severability, providing an effective date, repealing all ordinances, resolutions, orders, or parts thereof in conflict herewith, and directing the city clerk to file a certified copy of the ordinance and the map of the area to be annexed with Canyon County, State of Idaho, and the Idaho State Tax Commission pursuant to Idaho Code Section 63-215.
Mayor, move to approve under suspension of rules.
Second.
Roll call.
Skog.
Yes.
Jingula.
Yes.
Bills.
Yes.
Rodriguez.
Yes.
Reynolds.
Yes.
Griffin.
Yes.
All in favor, motion carries.
Okay, we have two more of these. How many are still awake? Okay. All right. Here we go. This is also a request to pass under suspension of rules. 7.2, action item, first reading of ordinance and for vacation of a 20-foot by 21.97 foot by 29.71 foot, 219.7 square feet, portion of a public utility easement addressed as 15715 or 0 Idaho Center Boulevard for Kendo Hyundai of Napa, representing Graycon LLC, under suspension of rules.
An ordinance of the City of Napa, Canyon County, Idaho, vacating a portion of a water main easement located on the property generally described as 15715 and 0 Idaho Center Boulevard, parcel R3107910-100, located in the northeast one-fourth of the northeast one-fourth of Section 13, Township 3 North, Range 2 West, Boise Meridian. Said vacation of a water main easement, a total of 219.7 square feet, more or less, more particularly described below in Napa, Canyon County, Idaho, and directing the city engineer to alter the use and area map and other applicable maps accordingly, providing for an effective date, providing for severability, and repealing all ordinances, resolutions, orders, and parts thereof in conflict herewith.
Mayor, I make a motion to pass under suspension of rules.
Second.
Okay, roll call, please.
Fogg.
Yes.
Bills.
Yes.
Rodriguez.
Yes.
Griffin.
Yes.
Reynolds.
Yes.
Jingula.
Yes.
All in favor, motion carries.
This is the final one. This is 7.3, action item, first reading of ordinance for annexation and zoning to RS 22, single-family residential zoning district for Isa Ridge Estates subdivision addressed as 8230 and 8054 Ustick Road for Robert Lightfeld. Under suspension of rules. Thank you. I knew that would look. Okay.
An ordinance of the City of Napa, Idaho, determining that certain lands commonly known as 8230 and 8054 Ustick Road, parcels number R3436601000 and R343600 6601100, located in the southeast one-fourth of Section 34, Township 4 North, Range 2 West, Boise Meridian, totaling 8.939 acres more or less, lay contiguous to the limits of the City of Napa, Canyon County, State of Idaho, and that said land should be annexed into the City of Napa and be zoned RS 22 Single Family Residential on 8.939 acres more or less, declaring said lands by proper legal description as described below to be a part of the City of Napa, determining that said annexation and zoning has the consent of landowners, it is contiguous to the city limits, and it is consistent with the comprehensive plan, directing the city engineer and the planning and zoning director to add said properties to the official zoning maps of the City of Napa and to designate said properties as RS 22 Single Family Residential as set forth herein on the official zoning map and other area maps of the city, providing for conditions of approval, providing for recordation, providing a severability, providing an effective date, repealing all ordinances, resolutions, orders, or parts thereof in conflict herewith, and directing the city clerk to file a certified copy of the ordinance and the map of the area to be annexed with Canyon County, State of Idaho, and the Idaho State Tax Commission pursuant to Idaho Code Section 63-215.
Mr. Mayor, I move this pass under suspension of rules.
Second.
Roll call, please.
Fogg.
Yes.
Bills.
Yes.
Rodriguez.
Yes.
Griffin.
Yes.
Jingula.
Yes.
Reynolds.
Yes.
All in favor, motion carries.
Okay, legally, we are not going to be able to start our public hearings for another 3 minutes, correct? Is there something else we need to do first?
Announcement.
You bet.
regarding the signing.
Want to do this one here? Okay, so while I'll do a short announcement while we're waiting. Go ahead. Yeah, you're good. Go. I don't need a vote on this one. Anyone else? Okay, anyone, I'm just going to read this. Anyone wishing to speak on a public hearing item is strongly encouraged to sign up in advance at the city clerk's front office, that's by the front doors, to assist in the management of the meeting. Speakers will be heard in the order they are signed up. So just so you're aware, we will have, also, I'm going to go ahead and if I need to read this again, I will, but protocol for speaking. We will, when the budget hearing takes place, when that public hearing, which is our final one, Madam Clerk will have you, the speaker, and will also ask for 3 other individuals to be standing behind them. The other thing that I'm going to ask is that if someone before you speaks on the same issues that you are concerned about, I'm mainly concerned talking about the budget public hearing, which will, like I said, will be number 4. I would like for you to not repeat that, but I do want you to be able to stand. You're going to be able to give your name, you're going to be, and so on, but you also that you agree with the previous speaker or speakers. I am really asking you from a respect standpoint and from a time standpoint that we don't repeat over and over. And there's several of you that I appreciate this so much because there's such a passion in the city of Nampa. You've already sent letters to us. Council and myself have seen all those letters. So if you've already sent a letter, then I think most of you will feel that that was enough. I guarantee you that those have, and the numbers are amazing on some of these issues. So I thank you for that also. And so anyway, I just want to make sure that you're kind of aware. I'll probably repeat a few of these things. It's going to be 3 minutes is going to be a max. Also, if you're going to be stating your name and your address when you do come up. And if there's anyone that's not in the city limits of Nampa, you totally have the right to speak. But from a respect standpoint, I would hope that you would allow folks who live in the city of Nampa to speak. Now, Madam Clerk's going to have the order, so you would have to let us know if you would allow someone else to go before you if you do not live in the city limits. But that's the other thing that I would ask for courtesy's sake. And we have, as soon as we get council back, we'll get going again. Yes, short break. We'll reconvene by 6:05. Oh, you got it. Yeah, as soon as Mark leaves here. But Mark, you're going to explain this when you're up front. Okay, so let's go ahead and get moving. Okay, thanks, Mark.
Clarity.
Yeah, ask him when he's up there. Yeah. Linda, sit down. What's that? Yeah, I know, you guys can do it. Okay, all right, go do it. All right, we're gonna settle in here again. I know it's tough. Don't you just love it how you get to the relationships we have in Nampa and discussion? But as you can tell by my gray hair, I don't stay up late at night. So we're gonna keep moving here. So here we go. We're gonna start with the first public hearing, and I'm gonna read that. It's an action item, variance of NCC 10-10-5.a for a reduced front yard setback. NCC 10-22.3b to allow vehicle maneuvering in a front yard setback, and NCC 10-33-4.c.3.c to allow a reduction in landscape buffer requirements to allow the landscaping to be installed in the area between the property and the edge of pavement to provide space for the required parking for an existing in-home daycare in an RD two-family duplex residential zoning district addressed as 3424 East Greenhurst Road for Migdy Sanchez, representing Dionisia Navarro. I should have Victor do this for me. Magic Stars Childcare. Do we have the applicant here? Okay, come on up, sir, and if you would just give your name and also your address.
Hi, my name is Sean Lorenz. My business address is 2661 West Janelle Street, Meridian, Idaho, 83646. And I'm the architect of record and representing the owners of Magic Star Childcare. We are requesting your approval of this variance due to the unique site constraints of this existing property. The intent of our request is not to eliminate the city's landscape requirement, but rather to provide the minimum relief necessary to create a safe and functional site while maintaining the intent of those requirements. The existing building, limited site area, new parking requirements, and vehicle circulation significantly restrict the amount of usable space available along the Greenhurst frontage. We've explored several design options to focus access from Lexus Way to relieve those constraints. However, Lexus Way is privately owned and access from that roadway was denied. As a result, the site must function from and to Greenhurst Road. Although the required landscape buffer cannot be located entirely within the private property as prescribed by code, landscaping will still be provided along the Greenhurst frontage, including within the right-of-way. From the public street, the project will continue to provide visual landscape separation that the buffer requirement is intended to achieve. Ultimately, we believe this request represents the minimum relief necessary to address the physical limitations of the existing site while improving parking, circulation, pedestrian safety, and the appearance of the Greenhurst frontage. Thank you for your consideration, and I'll be happy to answer any questions.
Council questions?
Yes, sir.
Oh, yes, sir. Sir. Councilman Bills.
So based on the information that's in our packet, it appears we have similar slide that construction has taken place.
That
Already?
is, sorry, cut you off. Go ahead.
Construction's already in progress or already completed?
Councilman Bills, can I address that in my staff report?
Okay?
Are there any other
You're
questions?
going to tell us why we're in this situation?
Well, I'll explain where they're at in the process, yes.
So are there any other questions for the applicant before Christie comes up and answers that question for us? Okay, thank you, sir. You will also bring you back up later if there's any further questions, okay?
Thank you very much, council members.
Christie Watkins is going to answer Councilman Bill's question and educate us even further, okay?
Thank you, Mayor and Council. My name is Christy Watkins. I'm the principal planner for the city of Nampa. The request before you is for a variance for setbacks in the landscape buffer. So just to be clear,
Hey, let's hang on a minute. Paul, are we going to be okay? Okay. Okay. All right, let us know when you're ready to go. Okay.
in March of 2026, they were issued a residential building permit for an addition onto the home that is currently there. They have a conditional use permit for an in-home daycare in an RD zone for up to 12 children currently. That still maintains residential status. Everything they have right now, permit-wise, is residential. This is the first step in getting a conversion to a commercial daycare, which they will, if they're approved tonight, need to move on to get a CUP for a commercial daycare, and then they will need a commercial building permit to be able to implement all of these improvements. But they're starting with the variance so they know if they can continue to move forward through those steps.
Okay. The building, is it built to commercial standards, or is it a residential building? Got
Councilman-
Romex wiring versus conduit?
Councilman Bills, the building permit that is issued right now is a residential grade building permit, but they will need to get a commercial building permit to convert it.
Okay, so what's our building department say? What's going to happen? What's the end game? That's what I'm seeing is I'm seeing a wreck coming forward. We're already being asked tonight for the variance because things have changed since the program began. And I feel like we're going to see this again, asking for exceptions to the code.
Councilman Bills, I'm not sure you can give exceptions to the building code. They're still going to have to meet the international building code for any building improvements that they make commercially.
Okay,
This is all we're going to be asking you for site improvements.
okay, so the site improvements are going to allow it to operate as a commercial daycare.
For planning and zoning purposes, yes.
But the building is not built for commercial usage.
Not today, but they
So
will
why
have
would
to
we be
upgrade it.
going? I guess I'm confused. I guess I need some direction why we would be going down this pathway of approving a building that's been remodeled and had an addition put to it that then is a residential constructed building, and we're now going to make the parking lot, with the exceptions, the variance granted, to now say this can operate as a commercial center, a commercial building. It
Councilman
seems like
Bills?
there's a conflict coming. I don't know if John's still available. Some way I need,
There are steps that they have to go through. Getting the variance to these requirements lets them do the site layout for the building permit that they will need to get to
Christie,
do
are
the
you okay
commercial
with
venture.
John coming up?
Absolutely, yes.
Okay.
Good afternoon again.
No, this John.
I'm
Okay.
sorry.
We're done with the break, Johns, but we're here. Okay.
Thank you, Mayor, council members. John Nielsen, Director of Building Safety. So when we received the plans, right now, it's a single-family dwelling. They applied for an addition. We look at it that way. You know, look at the plans, get it approved, give them a building permit for the addition. Now, if they're planning to go this route, as Christie said, they're working on the variance, and then when they go into it, then we'll go to the IBC.
okay,
The building code, the commercial building code.
okay. So is that code going to allow commercial use of a residential structure? A
So-
residential built structure?
So if everything gets approved, Mayor, Councilmember Bills, they will be required to bring it up to the standards in the building code as a commercial property. But right now, as it sits, it's residential. So we had no reason to deny a building permit.
I understand, because you thought they were remodeling a residential building.
As far as our
as the
department, yes,
addition.
and right now, that's all they're doing, from what we know.
Okay, we'll ask the applicant another question then.
And John, you're up. Okay.
Sean. So again, I'm the architect of record.
Just a minute. Madam Clerk, is legal, need to wait?
Yeah, you'll have time for rebuttal. Right now, we've done your presentation, staff has given theirs, and we'll turn the time over for public.
Okay, so you have another question probably from Council President Bills once you come back up again.
Okay,
That's my
understood.
lack of protocol, okay? Okay, any other, so Christie, you have a presentation to make.
I do. Thank you. Okay, so this property is zoned RD. It is zoned RD to the north, where there is a fourplex development on Lexi's Way, which is a private drive. To the east, it is enclaved and in Canyon County with a large lot residential lot. To the south, it is enclaved in Canyon County with large residential lots and RS6 single-family residential buildings. To the west is also enclaved Canyon County large lot residential. It is on a .26 acre lot, which is 11,325 square feet. These are your typical applicable regulations for the variance with the 5 criteria that you must find to be met. So we are asking tonight for vehicle maneuvering in the front and side setbacks. The front setback is 20 feet and the side setback along Lexi's Way is 5 feet, and that is where the parking has been designed. They're also asking for the 20-foot landscape buffer to be outside of the property line rather than inside the property line to give enough room for the parking spaces that they're required to have and maneuvering room. So this is the site plan. In the front, building and parking setbacks shall be 20 feet with no maneuvering within that setback area per city code. The landscape buffer shall also be 20 feet inside the property line per city code. So the variance request for that portion is the area within the right-of-way provides a 6-foot 3-inch and an 8-foot landscaped area with a 10-foot sidewalk running through it. The area inside the property line provides 6 90-degree parking spaces and maneuvering area instead of the required 20-foot landscape buffer. The parking has to be designed this way because the applicant has tried multiple times to work with the management company for Lexi's Way on the west side of their property, and the HOA board will not grant access onto this private drive due to the increased use and maintenance costs. The other variance that they're requesting is for the side setback, maneuvering within the side setback. Right now, they have a 0-foot setback from the property line, and within that area contains asphalt to provide a 3-foot ADA path of travel to the public way. For correspondence from the building department, they have required a building permit for the conversion to a commercial daycare, should this be approved. The engineering department, we went through, as he stated, multiple iterations of this site plan. So the engineering department continued to address their comments until we came up with the latest rendition. They will not allow 2 direct access points onto East Greenhurst Road. So what we have now is 1 in and 1 out location off of Greenhurst, and this layout is currently acceptable as of the 812 depiction, which is what you're seeing up here. So the subject property is currently a residence with building permits to construct a 500 square foot addition onto the existing structure. The owners have obtained a conditional use permit for an in-home daycare for up to 12 children, but would like to expand it to a commercial facility to accommodate more children and are seeking to meet the requirements for parking and landscaping. Applicable code requirements are intended to bring each property into compliance during projects that involve significant change or improvements to a property. However, in this case, strict adherence to the existing setback and landscape buffer requirements would limit the ability to provide adequate parking per Nampa City Code for off-street parking and limits their ability to provide the appropriate landscape buffer on this 0.26 acres of land. The requested variance represents the minimum relief necessary to accommodate on-site parking. So there are 5 criteria for a variance that you shall find to be met. All the facts for those criteria are outlined in your staff report and on the screen, as you'll see here. After weighing all of the variance facts, it's clear that the need for a variance stems from the project's scope to create a commercial daycare facility from an existing residential home. The literal interpretation of the city regulations for this type of conversion would result in the inability to meet City of Nampa parking and landscaping requirements. The site is 0.26 acres and does not provide enough area to accommodate on-site parking required for a daycare facility. Landscaping already exists within the right-of-way behind the curb, gutter, and sidewalk, so has the intended appearance on the Greenhurst frontage until such time that Greenhurst is widened. Conversions like this are common in the RD zoning district and provide for services that the community needs within residential neighborhoods. Parking off-site at this location would create a dangerous situation and cause congestion on Greenhurst Road. Therefore, it is important to provide adequate parking and code-compliant parking spaces and maneuvering space on-site. These are the recommended conditions of approval that are outlined in your staff report, and these are the potential motions. I'll stand for any questions.
Council? Questions? Okay, thank you, Christie. This is time
Thank
for
you.
public testimony then. Madam Clerk,
Mr. Mayor, there is no one that did an advance sign up for this item.
is there anyone who did not sign up that would like to speak to this issue? Okay, if not, now we'll have you come back up and answer Councilman Bill's question and any other comments you would like to make, sir.
Do I address now? To Councilman Bill's concerns, in terms of the International Building Code, we will not come back. There are no variances that you can do for International Building Code. It is strict within itself, and there's no adjustments to it. It's strict within itself, and you have to comply or the project will not be approved. In terms of this variance, planning and zoning codes are, I say it very loosely, subjective, and hence why we're here with the variance, to ask for a subjective opinion on the zoning code. But in terms of if we'll be back here, once this is or approved or denied, in terms of development and turning this residential project to commercial, we will not be back. The structure itself, there's really no difference between commercial and residential. It really comes down to terms of fire life safety, and those are going to be the largest differences between residential and commercial. And if approved, and we are allowed to move forward with changing this building into commercial, everything will be brought up to standards in terms of commercial code, in terms of ADA compliance, and in terms of fire life safety, which are the most important factors. Thank you.
Questions, sir?
Mayor? Okay, so will the facility require a fire sprinkler system?
It may not. Fire sprinkler systems, I don't know the code off the top of my head, but they can be avoided based on fire ratings and egress path of travel. But it could be something that we could instate. That will be discussion with the owners and I, and once I dig into the code. Because we are not at that phase in the project, and we've been trying to deal with this variance, I haven't done too much code research into if a fire sprinkler will be required. But that mainly has to do with corridors and path of travel. So as long as that corridor and that path of travel for egress is within, I believe, a 2-hour fire rating, sprinklers aren't required. But again, I will do my due diligence if we proceed into that.
I'm going to interrupt just a minute. Do we need Fire Marshal Effinger to discuss this? Or do you not need that?
Well, I'm trying to.
He's here if you want him to.
Well, you're the architect. you're changing from a residential to a commercial building. I'm making an assumption that this residential building and the addition thereof has Romex wiring in it. I'm also making the assumption there's half-inch sheetrock.
Correct.
Is there going to be changes to that? Because I'm not sure that meets code, but we have a building official and we got a fire official. I'm
So the
neither.
sorry to cut you off. So the half-inch sheetrock, that can be updated. Half-inch sheetrock in general provides about 20-minute fire rating. We can take that off and very easily apply 5/8 inch, 1-hour Type-X drywall where required. There is a party wall between the existing residence and the converted in-home daycare to the commercial. That will require 2-hour fire rating, so that will be upgraded. But again, all of these upgrades and updates need to be done without question, so we won't be back asking for variance. It will be a part of the building permit, and the permit will not be approved without bringing the building up to code. So your questions about Romex and drywall, yeah, it will all be brought up to code. As the building code is, you can't argument the building code. It has to be done.
Oh, okay. Any further questions for our applicant? Not seeing any, so I think we will have you can go ahead and sit down, sir. Thank you.
Thank you
very much. And so we'll have a motion to close public hearing, please.
Second.
All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Okay, now it's council discussion and eventually a motion. I'm waiting.
Mayor, I make a motion to deny the variance request.
Is there a second? Okay, that motion is not carried. Is there another motion?
Mayor, I move to approve the project as shown on the screen.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Discussion?
Mayor, I think it just, Councilman Bill's comments are well heard. I hope the building department heard. There's at least a concerned citizen, let alone a concerned council member about the quality of a potential commercial site. So please just have a close look at codes being met throughout the process.
Okay, we have a motion and a second, and we had discussion. Roll call, please.
Skog.
Yes.
Chingula.
Yes.
Bills.
No.
Reynolds.
Yes.
Rodriguez.
Yes.
Griffin.
Yes.
5 in favor, 1 opposed, motion carries.
Okay, we're moving on to our second public hearing, and I'll read this. Zoning map amendment from BC Community Business to BN Neighborhood Business and RD two-family duplex residential zoning districts, development agreement modification, and subdivision preliminary plat approval for Spring Shores Commons, addressed as 0 Cherry Lane, for Trilogy Development representing Endurance Holdings LLC. Original concept, 5 single-family detached units, 63 single-family attached units, 1 commercial lot, and 7 common area lots. If you folks from the daycare, if you want to stay, you totally can, but you also can, if you want to leave, you certainly may. That's not impolite, okay? And our lady applicant is here. Good to see you again.
Hello, good
All right.
evening, everyone.
Okay.
For the record, my name is Sabrina Durkee, and I'm here on behalf of the applicant. My business address is 5179 South Bovin Avenue, Boise, Idaho 83716. And I am honored and privileged to be here before you this evening. I'm super happy that these people are not here for my application. And I'm excited to share our Spring Shore application to you all. So, Spring Shore Commons was designed around a simple but important idea, creating a neighborhood that feels casual, natural, attainable, and connected. The overall vision is just not to provide homes, but to create a community where open space is meaningful, walkable, and usable in everyday life. Our design theme draws from a natural, relaxed landscape character with soft pathways, gathering areas, shade seating, play opportunities, housing options, and a more attainable price point. We're striving to create a community that is casual and fun, but also relaxing, inviting, and engaging for residents. Now, I'd like to welcome you to our proposed entry monument at the corner of 11th and Cherry Lane. With the future roundabout in mind, we wanted this corner to really make a strong first impression and serve as a beautiful visual gateway into our development. The sign is designed to catch your eye while still maintaining a soft but welcoming appearance. The surrounding landscape reinforces the overall project theme with layered plantings, natural materials, boulders, ornamental grasses, and flowering trees. Now, taking a look at the overall development, the site has been intentionally designed to provide an appropriate transition within the surrounding area. It transitions toward the existing residential neighborhood to the west and continues the established Spring Shore development pattern to the north, while really introducing an attainable housing option that is largely dominated by traditional single-family homes in the area. The neighborhood commercial component will also provide convenient services close to where residents live. Overall, the project balances compatibility, housing choices, open space, and neighborhood-serving commercial uses. Within Spring Shores, we're requesting a rezone, a development agreement modification, and a preliminary plat. We have 1 commercial lot, 68 single-family lots, and 7 common lots. Our gross density will be 5.42 units per acre, with our diverse residential lot sizes ranging from 2,600 square feet up to 10,000 square feet. The subject site was annexed and zoned under an original Spring Shores subdivision back in 2006, where the site has an existing development agreement that we're requesting to modify. You can see in the red circle our portion that is before you this evening. So let's take a look at the comp plan. Spring Shores is designated as residential mixed use in the City of Nampa's comprehensive plan. This designation envisions well-designed, connected communities that provide long-term value to residents in the broader area. The vision is delivered through a thoughtful mix of housing, walkable connectivity, access to jobs and services, and well-designed gathering spaces supported by quality architecture and landscaping. Spring Shore Commons embodies all of these long-term planning goals. The site is strategically located just minutes from Interstate 84, providing convenient access to the broader region. It is also positioned near the growing commercial industrial corridors along Franklin, Highway 16, and Star Road, areas that continue to emerge as important employment and economic hubs within the City of Nampa. With the comprehensive plan in mind, we're requesting an RD and BN zoning to support a thoughtful mix of residential and neighborhood-serving uses. The RD district provides greater housing variety and more attainable options while remaining compatible with the surrounding residential area. The BN district complements the residential component by allowing small-scale commercial services that provide convenience for both new and existing residents. Now let's take a little closer look at the BN zone within the Spring Shore Commons located along Cherry Lane. This district supports small-scale, neighborhood-serving commercial uses that are compatible with the surrounding residential community. Together, the proposed zoning creates a balanced mix of housing, services, connectivity, and open space consistent with your residential mixed-use designation. And to better understand how our application fits in within the area, it's really helpful to take a look at the context in detail. To the north is the existing Spring Shore subdivision, a 225-lot, single-family residential subdivision. 3 phases have already been completed, and which really established residential development immediately adjacent to the site. To the east, the property is bordered by additional unincorporated county parcels with Coyote Springs subdivision located further east. To the south and southeast, the area includes established neighborhood-serving uses and residential development. This includes Optimus Park, Birch Elementary School, Brookdale Estates 1 through 6, developed back in 2009, and Sherwood Forest Phases 1 through 4, developed in 1999. To the southwest and west, there are additional unincorporated county parcels, along with Franklin Village subdivision, which was developed over 9 phases, and most recent phase was recorded back in 2022. Taken together, the surrounding context demonstrates that Spring Shore Commons is thoughtfully positioned within an area already characterized by residential neighborhoods, a school, a park, and supporting infrastructure. We understand and are sensitive to the City of Nampa's concerns that development must pay for itself. So based on the analysis of the current building permit impact fees, and just considering our 68 residential homes, the estimated total impact fees generated for the project will be over $900,000. We're also sensitive that transition is needed to the county lots to the west. Therefore, we are buffering single-family residential lots that provide a thoughtful transition and compatibility to our neighbors. These spacious residences will be on larger lots, up to 10,000 square feet, allowing for generous front and rear yards and providing great opportunities for 3-car garages. So we strive to provide housing diversity within every community we design, including options for more attainable price points. The homes here on this slide represent our townhome product, which offer residents a low-maintenance, worry-free lifestyle. As Christy noted during her planning and zoning hearing, this type of housing represents the missing middle that is needed for the City of Nampa. In addition to adding housing diversity to this area, these townhomes are expected to provide a more attainable home ownership with 3-bedroom homes, approximately 1,500 square feet, anticipated to start at $280,000. Additional overflow parking has been incorporated within the development to accommodate special events and peak parking demand, as shown on this slide. 2 strategically located parking lots are distributed across our community. Usable open space is a top priority, providing the foundation for our community's amenities, pathways, and interconnectivity. Spring Shores provides 2.32, bless you, acres of qualified open space at 18.5%.
I'll give you another 30 seconds.
Okay, thank you. Pathway connectivity and walkability is also a priority within Spring Shore Commons, as seen in our pathway exhibit. Purple depicts our detached community sidewalks. Orange depicts our 5-foot micro pathways, and green depicts our arterial sidewalks along 11th and Cherry Lane. So as mentioned on the previous slide, pathways and walkability are a priority within Spring Shores. The intent is not only to provide sidewalk and pedestrian routes, but really to create a connected internal pathway system that encourages residents to move throughout the site and enjoy the open space as part of their daily lives. This slide highlights the central gathering area, which is the primary open space feature within Spring Shore Commons. In this area, we intentionally designed the homes without rear yard fencing along the central green. The goal was to allow the open space to feel like a natural extension of the residents' back patios, rather than a separate or isolated common area. This creates opportunities for residents to engage with their neighbors, enjoy the landscape open space, and the use of the casual gatherings, outdoor seating, and small hosted events. The combination of pathways, benches, lawn areas, shade trees, and landscaping create an inviting community space that encourages connection with everyday use. This play and gathering area offers artificial turf, seating, landscaping, lighting, which I requested, to create an inviting space for residents to gather, play, and connect. And the goal really is to provide an amenity that feels both functional and fun, a space residents will enjoy using as part of everyday neighborhood experience. And then finally, along our northern boundary, a fenced dog park complements the central gathering area space by providing residents with a convenient and secure place for their pets to roam, play, and socialize. This pet-friendly amenity supports an active and connected community while also providing an attractive buffer for the existing neighbors to the north. And quickly, in summary, Spring Shore Common provides a thoughtful transition between the surrounding neighborhoods and thoughtful our future commercial uses and much-needed attainable housing. I'd like to thank staff for their help with assistance. We're in full agreement with the staff report, and I have to let you know I received unanimous approval from your Planning and Zoning Commission. So on that great note, I'd like to thank you all for your time, your thoughtful consideration, and respectfully request approval. And I'll stand for any questions. Thank you.
Council, any questions, please?
Mayor.
Well, I let the lady go first.
Sabrina, I bet you can guess what I'm going to comment on, but you nailed the green space, so thank you.
Oh, you're so welcome.
Well, that was just a comment, not a question. Okay. All right, Councilman Griffin.
none of these homes are going to be rentals, correct? The intent is the townhouses will be all sold to owners to own the townhouses and own the single-family residences.
Mayor, Commissioner Griffin, Councilmember Griffin, excuse me, that is correct. I did confirm that they will be sold, and I did verify the price point last month, just to make sure it was current, so yes.
Thank you.
The 280 I heard, that was for what?
Yes,
What type of?
for the attached townhome that's the starting point. They'll probably, so they're all 4 units, they'll probably be the middle units, starting at that point, and then probably the end are.
Do you know the approximate square footage on those?
They told me around 1,500 square feet.
Okay.
So, and they're 3-bedroom.
I'm just glad to hear something's under 300,000.
I know, it's super exciting.
With consideration to the central gathering area, are there going to be any restrictions or requirements to have animals within those spaces? Dogs, my concern is they open up the back door and the dog runs, uses the bathroom in a central gathering area, and maybe
Right.
some tenants don't pick them up. I'm just trying to figure, is this more of a HOA CCNR issue, or are we going to have officers frequently the neighborhoods because there's off-leash animals?
Well, Mayor, council member, I would hope that we wouldn't have to use the police for dog incidents. I would think that their time would be much more valuable. But it would probably be an HOA managed by the HOA. And that is also written the reasons why we have the dog park there. So I'm hoping that the other townhomes on the perimeter will have backyards. So I'm hoping that people will understand the dynamics, and that if they have dogs that they need to have run, use the dog park, or maybe buy a townhome that has its own private backyard.
Have you had any other neighborhoods with a similar layout? So this would be the first of its kind?
This is. And we've been kind of pushing the ideas, because I want everything to be innovative and fresh and new. And so we're kind of pushing the realm a little bit on this. And the HOA might hate it, and they might tell me, Sabrina, don't ever do that again. But until we try, we won't be able to get the feedback, so.
Well, it reminds me of cottage clusters where
Yeah.
they're facing inward towards the central area. So maybe it works, maybe it doesn't. This is the first for me, and it sounds like the first for CBH as well. So
Yes.
thank you. That's all my questions for now.
Great
Any other questions
Mayor,
for our
I have a
guest?
comment.
Yes.
You would be surprised at how many people talk to us about dog parks. So it really can be an issue, small dogs, large dogs, whatever. But I just want to make the comment, Sabrina, that you could sell property in the Sahara Desert to a penguin. You are amazing at your job.
Thank
And I
you so
appreciate your
much.
presentations.
I put a lot of heart and soul in all my projects, so I really appreciate that comment. Thank you, Councilwoman.
And thank you, because I know you requested a little more time, and I didn't
did.
give it to you all, but you hit it
I
right on the
scaled
button.
back.
So,
Thank you.
all right.
I understand you have a full night tonight,
Yeah, we
so
have
thank you
a
so
full night.
much.
Okay, Christie, you get a second time up here. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor and Council. Christy Watkins, Principal Planner for the City of Nampa. As stated, the request before you this evening is a development agreement modification, a rezone, and a preliminary plat. In May of 2006, this property was annexed and zoned to BC with Ordinance 3568 that contains a development agreement. In August of 2019, a development agreement modification to allow for a public storage facility was denied. The reasons for denial were listed as compatibility with adjacent uses, proximity to the intersection, and compliance with the Nampa Comprehensive Plan future land use designations. In July of 2026, the Planning and Zoning Commission recommended approval of this request. So she described the surrounding areas, so I won't go into that. The future land use map is residential mixed use with 2.5 to 8 dwelling units per acre, which requires at least 5% commercial, which they have provided in the BN zone. A full traffic impact study is not triggered for this development. A turn lane warrant analysis was completed and shows the need for a westbound right turn lane on Cherry and Lindsay Creek. They will be required to install a 10-foot side path along Cherry Lane, and 11th Avenue North will require full improvements, which is a side path, curb, and gutter. There are utilities available to this property, and there is capacity to do so. The project will be required to construct those utilities to and through the property at the time of development. So the development agreement modification, according to code, we require a modification process when it exceeds the number of buildable lots that were originally requested, or the items determined to be substantial changes according to the planning and zoning director. So he told us we had to. The proposed changes are provide new conditions of approval for this specific development and layout, and change the concept plan from 16 commercial lots to 5 single-family detached five single detached units, 63 single-family attached units, and 1 commercial lot and 7 common lots. This is the new concept versus the previous concept. This would be considered infill development because it reduces the consumption of land and resources. It fully utilizes existing facilities and services rather than extending costly services to outlying areas. It increases the housing supply. It renews the investment in the city. It provides energy and environmental savings, and infill development can limit sprawl. So the lot sizes within the RD zone. For single-family lots, it's 6,000 to 10,000 square feet. They have proposed 9,181 to 10,000 square feet. For a 3-unit townhouse, it's 9,000 to 15,000 square feet. They have proposed 9,479. This for the base lot that would be divided into 3 units. For a 4-unit townhouse, it's 12,000 to 18,000 square feet. They have proposed 12,000 to 14,540 square feet as a base lot that would be divided into 4 units. Lot compatibility is not required in an RD zoning district, but they have provided single-family lots on the west side that are larger, which are the 9,181 square feet to 10,000 square foot lots to buffer those county lots. The proposed density is 5.42 dwelling units per acre, and the commercial area is proposed at 6%. They're only required to have 5, so they've gone a little bit bigger. They are required to have 15% open space. This project provides 2.32 acres, which is 18.5% qualified open space. There are 3 criteria needed to be met when determining the appropriateness of a zoning request. The proposed map amendment is or would be in harmony with the city's currently adopted comprehensive plan. The proposed map amendment is or would provide a proposed set of uses that would be reasonably compatible with the existing adjoining property uses. And the proposed zoning map amendment is in the interest of the public and reasonably necessary because it will make use of existing public services and provide frontage improvements. So the correspondence that was received, we did get a letter from Mark Bottles Real Estate. They have an interest in commercial property, and they said they are supportive of the proposal because it is appropriately placed in a neighborhood business area, with a neighborhood business area at the corner, while designating the larger balance of the property for residential development. Due to the location of the roundabout and the resulting access configuration, the property does not have an adequate access to support commercial development. The proposed zoning also better reflects the size of the property and the neighboring properties. Code compliance stated that they have an open case for weeds. The engineering department offered general comments regarding right-of-way, frontage improvements, utility locations, side path installation, and their conditions of approval. And the fire district stated that this is located 1.4 miles from fire station number 3 with an approximate response time of 3 minutes. These are your conditions of approval as listed in your staff report. And these are your potential motions. I'll stand for any questions.
Questions, council?
Mayor?
Yes.
Christy, thank you. What is the timeline on that roundabout that's going in on that corner?
That's probably a Daniel question, huh?
Mayor, Councilman Jangila, that is not one that is within the current 5-year plan. So we would be outside of that before we have a time for that specific intersection improvement.
Thanks, Daniel. So their road improvements, would that go in at the same time?
So they will do the road improvements that are logical, and if there are road improvements that they would be required to do that would potentially conflict with that future roundabout, we would work with them on a payment in lieu of construction for those road improvements once we get down to final design if they receive approval.
Thank you. Follow-up for Christy. Christy, has staff been made aware of what they would like to put in for their commercial in that area?
Councilwoman Jangula, in the BN zone, I don't know if you remember the conversation that we had with the uses that are allowed in the BN zone versus the BC zone. They chose the BN zone for that particular reason. So neighborhood-style businesses, a little coffee shop, a dentist, a chiropractor, a real estate office, something like that, but a very neighborhood-oriented.
Thank you.
Any further questions for Christy? All right, very good. Then we're going to have public testimony. I understand we do have a few people signed up, so I'll let Madam Clerk call out their names. Remember, you need to give your name and address, and you'll have 3 minutes.
Mr. Mayor, our first speaker is Marty Hooper.
You get an extra 30 seconds? I'll sneeze for you. Yeah, good to go.
Thank you. Mayor, Councilman, my name is Marty Hooper. I reside at 1500 South McDermott Road, Nampa, Idaho, 83687. And the presenter did such a great job. I really do not need to say anything other than please approve this. I'm old, I'm white-haired, and I could really use attainable housing. I live in an RV. I have 5 great-grandchildren that are very feral. They cannot come see me in a 34-foot RV. So I would love to have a place that I could have my family gather. And with that, great job presenting. Thank you.
She's one of the best. I agree with you. Okay, next, please.
Our next speaker is Margie Potter.
I think Margie's at every council meeting. I tell you, what a passionate citizen for you folks. Okay, go ahead.
Thank you, Mayor. So I'll be a little longer than Marty.
Did you already give
Not
your-
much, though.
You
3
still have to
minutes.
give your name and
3 minutes,
address.
Yeah. Good evening, Mayor and council members. Margie Potter, 1811 North Cobble Way, and I've lived in Nampa for 36 years. And I'm here tonight to support Spring Shores Commons because Nampa desperately needs the kind of housing this project offers. Not another large apartment complex and not only expensive homes on 1-acre lots, but the missing middle in between. This issue became very personal for me recently because of a changing life circumstance. I came very close to having to sell my home, and I've spent years paying for it. Even with the equity I would have received from the sale, I could not find another home in Nampa that I could realistically afford on one income. Fortunately, I was able to work out an agreement that allowed me to keep my home, but many people are not that fortunate. Divorce happens, spouses die, families lose an income, young adults work hard and save, but continue living with their parents into their 20s and 30s. Because the cost of a starter home keeps rising faster than they can save for a down payment. These are not people asking for luxury. They are the people who work at our grocery stores and mechanic shops. They are receptionists in our doctor's offices, first responders, nonprofit employees, and small business workers. They contribute to Nampa every day, but increasingly they cannot afford to live here. We often say Nampa should be a community where people can live, work, play, and worship. That becomes impossible when the people who work here must move farther away to find housing and eventually find jobs closer to where they can afford to live. There is a place in our community for apartments, and there is a place for large lot homes, but those cannot be our only choices. I do not personally know many local working families who can afford a new home on a 1-acre lot. We need smaller single-family homes and townhomes that give people a realistic path to ownership. Housing works like a ladder. When some can move from an apartment into a townhome or modest starter home, that apartment becomes available for someone else. But when the middle rungs are missing, everyone gets stuck. Spring Shores Commons helps restore those missing rungs. It provides 68 single-family and townhomes lots in a range of sizes near existing schools and infrastructure, along with a small neighborhood commercial area. It offers variety ownership opportunities and a chance for ordinary working people to put down roots in Nampa. Please do not let fear of change prevent us from meeting a very real need. I respectfully ask you to approve the Spring Shores Commons. Thank you for your time and for your service to our community. One last thing, I think you have Nancy Tuttle on there, and she couldn't be here, so I have her testimony, and I am about ready to hit send to email it to everybody, Shar, Tim, and Rodney Ashby, if that's okay. I just wanted to make sure it was okay first, or should I wait?
Mr. Mayor, can you read it into the record?
I can read it,
that would be-
but
you could-
I have to grab my phone, but I just didn't know if I should double dip. That's why I was
Anyway,
asking.
If we can, Margie, you can go ahead and get your phone. If we can move on to the
Okay,
next,
that would be great.
next public
Thank you
testimony,
very
and then we'll
much.
have it come back with Ms. Tuttle.
That would be Jenny Stice.
Hello, I'm Jenny Stice. I live at 7478 Alpine Drive, Nampa, Idaho, 83687. I live right on that road, right before this proposed zoning change. It's Latigo is the one that you would turn off on Cherry right before you hit 11th. So I live down there at the end of that lane, and I really appreciate this rezoning from a commercial business to more residential, as it fits the space much better, since we have multiple family homes. There's not a ton of commercial space there. And the only concerns really is just that Cherry Road. And I heard that there's going to be a roundabout there with 11th, it sounds like, because the traffic already is quite busy on that road, and the road is very bumpy too, especially if you ever drive trailer down there, boom, boom, boom. But I think I love their idea of having those bigger unit lots on the backside that's up against my neighborhood, the Latigo Drive. I think that fits very well with what's already there, and having the bigger units there flows really well into what is there before, and then the rest going that way will fit with the new developments that are back there. So just as someone who lives right next to it, I think that sounds really good. It's just the traffic concerns of making sure that the road can handle that, especially with the developments across the street as well happening. So I would ask that you guys take this all into consideration, and I appreciate this time. Thank you.
Thanks. Thanks, Jenny. Margie, you're back on, is she? Okay.
I'm changing hats now.
And you have her address there too?
Yes, I do. I have everything here. Also, she says, good evening, Mayor Bruner and council members. Nancy Tuttle, 4945 West Cuna Road, Cuna, Idaho. My name is Nancy Tuttle. I live on the very outskirts of Nampa, but technically I'm neither a Canyon County nor an Ada County resident, and I am not currently a Nampa or a Cuna resident. However, the community I serve is Nampa, and it has been my community for many years. Nampa is my home. I used to live in town, and I used to have the privilege of voting for council members such as yourselves. I have worked in Nampa for more than 10 years with a nonprofit serving this community, and honestly, I would love to be called a Nampa resident again. I didn't move away because I stopped wanting to be here. I got priced out. Over the years, I have also had the opportunity to advocate before this council several times. I have asked for CDBG funding for a nonprofit. I have advocated for people of Nampa, and most of all, I have fought for attainable housing for the Nampa workforce. So this issue is not only personal to me, but it is also something I have advocated professionally for many years. I hope someday I will be able to own a home in Nampa, but even being able to rent a small single-family home at a reasonable price would make a significant difference. When most of your income goes towards housing every month, it becomes very difficult to save enough to eventually buy a home. That is why I believe we need to look at housing differently. Not everybody needs the same kind of home, and not everybody who needs affordable housing wants to live in an apartment. Some people want a townhome, some want a smaller single-family home, and some may need to rent for several years before they are ready to buy. We need enough choices so people can find housing that works for where they are in life. I'm also helping care for my elderly mother, so where I live and how easily I can get around are very important to me. I've personally relied on public transportation, and I understand how important it is for housing to be connected to the places people need to go. Reliable access to transportation, well, I'm not going to even go with it because that sounds like testifying for something else. But when I look at Spring Shores, that is one of the things I appreciate about the project. It provides different housing choices along with walking paths, open space, and opportunity for services nearby. We talk about wanting people to work in Nampa, support our nonprofits, serve our community, and be part of this city, but those people also need a realistic opportunity to afford to live here. I have spent more than 10 years working here and served its residents, and I call Nampa home. I would like the opportunity to call it home again and someday be able to buy a home here. I hope you will approve Spring Shores and continue looking for thoughtful ways to make room in Nampa for the people who work here, serve here, and want to call this community home. Thank you, Nancy Tuttle.
Thank you for reading that for Nancy. Margie, I believe that's all that's signed up. Is there anyone else that wishes to speak on this hearing? I'm looking around real quickly. I'm not seeing anyone, so we will go ahead and, do you have anything more to say, Sabrina? Okay, you don't. I like that. Okay.
I'd make a motion to close public.
Yeah, I just had a motion to close public
Second.
hearing. Do we have a second?
Second.
Okay. All right, all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Okay, ready for discussion, or I'm really ready for a motion?
Mayor?
Yes.
I move to approve the project as stated on the screen.
Second.
Mayor,
Yes.
I'd like to make a statement. I happen to live in one of these subdivisions that was mentioned on the screen. And as much as I like Sabrina, I will tell you that from 11th Avenue to Idaho Ford, or the Idaho Center Boulevard, 2 or 3 times a day is solid parking lot on Cherry Lane. And we are only able to get in and out of our subdivision by the grace of whoever is in line into this, into our area, because the traffic is so bad on Cherry Lane. And Cherry Lane is a horrible road. So I am very concerned about, and that's not, I know Crystal has it on her radar, it's gonna get fixed, I know. And I'm very grateful for that. But for 5 years before the roundabout goes in, I'm stuck in my subdivision waiting for somebody to be kind and let me out. So I'm not a vote for this one.
Mayor?
Yes.
I'm sitting conflicted once again with this project. Sabrina, you are exceptional, by the way. I think we all can say that. It's difficult to throw criticism because it's not at you, it's at the situation that the city of Nampa is facing currently. In previous council meetings, I've discussed mitigation fees needing to be a discussion, a full fiscal impact analysis needing to be done before we're able to move forward with more projects. And this project is no different for me in that opinion. The project is good. The price point's amazing, and it shocks me, frankly. So that's why I'm conflicted. Because, and after reaching out to other council members in every other city in the valley, there's only one that really does it, and it's Eagle. Eagle does a fiscal impact analysis on their projects to know what it's costing the city of Nampa to build these projects, how much it's costing them infrastructure across the board, whether it be streets, water, wastewater, et cetera. The impacts it'll actually have on traffic, so it's not only a traffic study, but it's the full impact of an area. Even at 63 units, I think it's warranted and it's necessary for us to know that. The impact fees are generous, and I'm grateful for the nearly $1 million that'll be generated from this. So a portion of that has been completed and done. But until we are able to receive the full picture of what it takes to build in Nampa and the costs it is to build in Nampa on the current taxpayer, I have a difficult time approving any project moving forward.
Okay, any further discussion, please?
Mayor Brunner?
Yes.
Yes, thank you. I think the real issue here is are we above growth? Are we financing our growth? And the answer is yes, we are financing. And I think it's a density issue with me in this, in this subdivision, but not only this subdivision, but the north side of Nampa. That is an issue with me. Services, water, irrigation, and police. That is the real issue. You just heard that we need a levy to employ more personnel for police. We can't even do that now. Traffic is an issue. And I want to see a traffic impact study on almost every one of these proposals, these projects, because it really does affect our neighbors to the north and throughout the city. So I'm not in favor of this at this time. Thank you.
Hey, legal, am I allowed to bring any other person up to discuss this that's in the audience?
We've closed public hearing at this point.
That's what I thought.
Would it be a staff member or somebody from the public?
It'd be a staff person.
That'd be okay, if there's a
I can
question
do
to
a
clarify.
staff person?
Yes.
Crystal, would you mind? I'm going to put you on the spot. Would you mind coming up to the mic, please? Daniel, I may need you also. Have comments? Okay. Okay, when I hear from, it could be from any citizen, but I'm hearing from a councilwoman that she can't get out on her road. And I realize the growth, and this is a wonderful project. And so I personally, I think the other folks and most of them out here too, I need some answers. How are we going to get as far as, if we're going to keep putting in more subdivisions and so on? And this is one I would really like to see. How are we going to be able to, as far as accommodate our current residents that are having those challenges? So I'm putting you on the spot.
Absolutely. For the record, Crystal Craig, Director of Transportation. Mayor, thank you for those comments and that opportunity to do some humble bragging about what the city is actually doing for this. Right now, we are seeing artificially inflated traffic on Cherry because of the construction that's happening on Ustick.
Okay.
With State Highway 16 coming in as quickly as it did, it is changing the face of transportation for the entire Treasure Valley as well as for what Nampa is experiencing. It is projected to increase traffic on Ustick Road by 632%, which is an insurmountable number. So thankfully, council has dedicated funding to start the widening of that project already. We received a $10 million strategic initiatives grant to start the widening on that. When that is completed, or even as it's widening, as State Highway 16 opens up in 27, traffic on Cherry will decrease. There's not going to be an off-ramp onto Cherry. People are going to be getting off at Franklin, and they're going to be getting off at Ustick. So we've already widened Franklin Road, the east-west one, not the north-south. And we're in the process of widening Ustick as well from the east, moving towards the west, so closest to State Highway 16. So Councilwoman Skog, it's coming. Traffic will get better. Pavement condition is a current problem on Cherry, and we recognize that. There is a planned improvement that it's a grant funded project for maintenance, which it's the first and only one that I think we've received since I've been here for about 4 years. We're planning to redo Cherry in between Franklin and 11th, so in front of this section in FY '27. And then we're going to be doing some minor improvements at Cherry and 11th and do that 11th to Canada section in FY '29 also through a grant. So there'll be some new pavement so the residents there can get in and out, at least without jarring your teeth around a little bit as Ustick Road opens up, and we'll get the traffic up there.
Councilwoman Skog, freedom may be coming.
I want it now. now.
We all want that. I think I count,
We all
Council,
do.
Council President, did you have a question, any questions for Crystal or?
Well, not for Crystal.
Okay,
Comment to legal and.
thank you very much.
So I've heard the comments from council members that they will no longer be supporting future projects before city council because of not having a fiscal impact study. What I need to know is, does that mean those are predetermined decisions and not weighed out based on the application and the public hearing? And are we treading into an area of law or confusion on the subject matter?
Mayor, do you want me to address that?
Please, if you would, please.
Understand the question very clearly. As to intent, that's for each council member to weigh in on what that opinion is. I'll tell you what the legal framework is in Idaho. Land use law and policy is, land use law is that you don't come in with a preconceived bias. That's an argument that somebody could make as an applicant that you didn't even hear me out. Like there was no chance, no opportunity. They can make that argument. Doesn't mean it's valid at all. They can make an argument for that. The nature of the application is really important here. This is, for this particular one, there is a rezone, there's a preliminary plat, there's a DA. They all kind of are subject to different standards. A rezone under land use law is kind of a hybrid. It has some legislative elements where you can bring in your policies, your land use vision, what you think is right for the city you represent. The preliminary plat is cut and dry. That is, you have certain standards, you must meet it. And the DA, as you know, is for negotiation. So, yes, some policy can weigh in on a rezone like this, but there is evidence here in the record before you. A decision here can be challenged under LUPA, what's called a judicial review. It's an eligible type of application. And so the nature of the application is crucial. If this were a CUP, that would be one instance where it's cut and dry. That's quasi-judicial. There's no preconceived notion. You're locked into the record. Here it is a hybrid. That's how Idaho law is. It's a little squishy. But I would always advise, tread carefully and come in and hear the application as is, because ultimately the applicant controls how they want to challenge a decision, right? If you put conditions on it that they don't agree with or too onerous, they could challenge it. Or if there's a denial, just be prepared. Can you defend that legally? But I understand the question here, and to get direction, we do have a discussion this Thursday further about this with some of the growth impact and options that are available. That will be a continued discussion. But for here and now tonight, you are in a rezone world where there can be some policy that comes into your decision, as well as what's been here presented on the record. And again, always would reiterate, take the application as it comes and give it a fair, honest shake in your role here.
Thank you, Mayor.
Mr. Mayor,
Yes, Councilman.
I have a comment. Last time we discussed mitigation fees when Mayor Kling was still here. We had several robust discussions on that issue. And it was legal advised us at that time that they were not legal for us to do mitigation fees. So we're going to have another discussion about that on Thursday morning. If you guys are bored and want something interesting, I have you show up.
7 a.m., by the way. Okay.
But anyway, we also discussed at length about growth paying for growth. And to my knowledge and recollection, at that time, our chief financial officer determined that with sales tax, growth was paying for growth. I haven't heard anything to the contrary, so I'm curious about the numbers that other council members may have, that growth isn't paying for growth. I haven't seen those. I would love to see those numbers, and our CFO can weigh in on that as we go along. But
Do you want to hear from the CFO?
I would love to hear that.
Okay.
Thank you.
Doug Racine, I wasn't expecting all these extras. I will make a comment, and I'm not gonna, but I did have a meeting with the fellow mayors about 3 weeks ago, Boise, CUNA, Caldwell, Meridian, and at least from a mayor's standpoint, they're looking at every growth is going to happen, but not one of them said growth was paying for growth from a mayor's standpoint. So I'm too new. I'm just mainly listening and learning. That's what I'm going to continue to do. So here we're going to learn from Doug.
Mayor, Councilor Reynolds, we've, finance in partnership with planning and zoning and engineering have been spending the last month and a half, 2 months building a tool to help us analyze direct city impacts in terms of revenues and costs for each subdivision. We'll be presenting that template Thursday morning. It's set up to present a range, meaning it's very, if you know anything about financial forecasts, the further out you go, the more murky, cloudy they become. So we're limiting this to a 10-year cycle, which even that, after 5 years is a bit of a stretch. But we will present the cost to the city. We're not going to pick up things like school districts and other things, but the city direct costs. And what we're seeing preliminarily is it's a close thing when you factor in the impact fees, assuming you spend them in 10 years and you spend them back out. A lot of what we're seeing is there is a slight favorability in positive income coming into the city. But what we're going to present is a range, meaning if the worst case scenario happens and the property valuations are on the low end and our costs on the high end, what does that look like? And then we'll compare that to the best case scenario. If the property valuations are high and our city costs are lower, what does that look like? So you'll get a range of here's the low of where it could be and here's the high of where it could be, and the truth will be somewhere in the middle. And we can apply that to whatever we need to force the city to evaluate, but I believe it was primarily intended to be aimed at new annexations coming into the city of, say, more than 100 units. But if needed, if requested, we could consider looking at additional presentations. And on top of that, we're doing a second analysis. It's not quite ready yet, but this is, the first analysis is more of a cash flow. How much cash is coming in and how much cash is going out? It takes today's value of money. It doesn't take into consideration the time value of money or the inflation impact. So we're preparing another one that's a net present value, an NPV type of a calculation that looks at the entirety of the city. What does a subdivision do? And that one we don't have quite ready yet, but that's coming. So we're going to have two sets of analyses for you. One that looks at just the cash flow and one that looks at the net present value of the impact of the city today discounted for the value of time. So stage one will happen Thursday and the next one will be a month or so down the road, but it will help you, give you an idea of what the cash flow impact is to the city.
And Doug, I can't thank you enough. There may be for just a further discussion, but citizens out here, this man and his analysis is saving us hundreds of thousands of dollars, because you can't believe what a consultant would cost to try to figure the figures that he's doing. So I applaud him. Any other questions? Yes.
Just
Gail
to follow
first,
up.
and then, yeah.
So as part of your metrics, are we going to have some economic impact data along with that as far as what it does for?
What it will
our
do,
economic
it will forecast revenues in terms of sales taxes, property taxes. It will forecast costs. It will, with coordination of engineering, determine where we have intersection impacts, i.e. additional street costs. It will factor in increased costs for police staffing and general gov staffing. It will factor in the street costs of the chip seal that goes around. And then we'll have a column for a blank cost if we have something unique about a particular subdivision that would add additional funds into the system. And it will also be something we can kind of do live with you. If there are assumptions you want to be, let's say the growth assumption is 6%, you want it to be 4%. What does that look like in terms of the dollar values? It's something we have that capacity, and we're building it so we can kind of do it live on the spot with you and adjust some of the parameters. And that's the economic data we'll have.
Councilman Griffin?
Thank you very much. I'll address one thing, and it's not directed at you, Doug, so you're fine for now. My comment would be, my statement seemed as if it was a blanket statement. I will continue to keep open-minded with applications and see what is within the record. Within this application, I did not see any fiscal impact analysis, so that's what gives me pause. I would recommend that the city staff or the council would consider, similar to the city of Eagle, that we require applicants, part of their application process, to conduct a fiscal impact analysis. The city could do a full holistic one for the city of Nampa, but it's not refined down to project by project. But applicants do have that ability, and it's been shown in the city of Eagle that they can pay and do that. So we have that data and numbers as well.
So this template is actually being designed that developers could use it.
Thank you. And I think that will be great, and it will be helpful for me.
Yeah.
For this application specifically, now focusing on the law, I'm concerned that 10-2-3.C.3 would not be met here in terms of interests of the public and reasonably necessary. Is this reasonably necessary at this time, considering the factors of traffic and infrastructure and needs of the city? I would say no. So for the record, that would be part of my region. And 10-2-3.D.1, I feel has not also been met in terms of harmony with the goals and policies for this area specifically. So those would be my conclusions, not a bias and not any preconceived notions after hearing the proposed presentation.
Thank you, sir. Okay, a long time ago, we had a motion and a second. Are we ready to, are we ready to do a roll call? Okay, let's do it.
Skog.
No.
Pingula.
I'm dedicating my vote to Marty Cooper and her grandkids, yes.
Rodriguez.
No.
Griffin.
No.
Bills.
Yes.
Reynolds.
Yes.
Mr. Mayor, it's a tie.
I get to break the tie. Thank you, folks. I'm gonna, from what Crystal Craig came up here and gave me hope here, I realize it's not instant hope, but I think it's gonna happen. And for this attainable housing, which I think Councilman Griffin also mentioned, he was in shock. And so I will be a yes.
Motion carries.
Okay, we ready for a next one, huh? Here we go. Sure. Sure. You bet. That'll be good. All right, we're doing, this is sixth. Am I hearing myself?
Yeah.
No one wants to hear me twice.
Now we know what sounds like inside your head.
My wife especially doesn't want to hear me twice.
We don't want to know what's going on in your head.
Okay, are we handing? Okay, council, are we ready to move on to 6-3?
Yes.
Okay, I'm just, Councilman Griffin, attention, please. Okay, thank you. That's all, I have no control over you, and I know, so. Okay, action item, fiscal year 27 foregone property tax public hearing, and I believe this is going to be Mr. Racine again, and also Mrs. Howard. Okay, thank you.
Mayor, councilors, this hearing is for the recovery of foregone property taxes. It is included in the budget, which we'll discuss in the next action item, next public hearing. The 1% use of foregone for the fiscal year 2027 amounts to $501,225,000, of which 100% is dedicated directly to public safety and the use of, and their use of meeting their needs to the public and the city. And with that, I put it to you for the open for questions or other issues.
Mayor, I don't have a question, but just a comment. I'm very much in favor of this just because we just got done talking about putting a levy on. And from a fiscally conservative standpoint, in my opinion, I feel like as council, we need to utilize all of the the taxing capabilities that we have before we ask the public to create another taxing mechanism. So for me, I'm definitely in favor of this, knowing what we have coming forward in the levy. So, thank you.
I think it's worthy of note, I should have added that the rationale for this is not that we haven't looked other ways to fund this. We have in multiple ways, but some of the actions of our sister cities have put us in a position where we either take action or we risk losing the very well-developed police department process that we have now. And this is one step that will help that.
Okay, any other questions for Doug or?
Comments? Mayor?
Yes, yes, sir.
The legislature changed the tax code for cities on 2 different occasions, and consequently, that has limited the collection of property tax to help fund the city. And so each city across the state of Idaho is experiencing challenges, and Nampa is definitely as well. So consequently, we began discussions with our finance director several months ago, asking for, we had a workshop on the foregone issue. We had a workshop on where we're headed financially, how we're going to handle the expenses in light of the cutbacks that are afforded to cities to operate. So consequently, from my side, Doug and his team, Leslie and others in the finance department, have been working diligently the last several months to educate us and to provide information for us to understand what lies ahead. And I think this is one tool that the legislature has left in, and therefore, I believe we need to make use of this tool. And it's difficult because we feel like we're going back in time and grabbing something, but yet this is a mechanism that's been in Idaho code for some time. The legislature's left it alone. It seems the comments, the scuttlebutt comments are the legislature soon see us use up foregone than other means that they've taken away from us. So I'm in favor of this, of taking the foregone, and I see the need greatly for us, as I've expressed in other times, but I wanted to clarify on this issue.
I would add that when they were originally crafting these 2 bills, a couple of instances, myself and Mayor Kling, then Mayor Kling, went to testify at the state legislature about our feelings on it. And the direct
Doug, I need you to talk louder.
the direct response to us about the passage of the 2 bills in question was then you are directed to use foregone and look at an override if you need those additional funds. That was a direct response. They didn't want to not pass the bill. They wanted to force us down the path of using the foregone. That was their direct response to me.
Mr. Mayor,
Yes, sir.
just comment. Much like Councilwoman Jangula, I feel like this is a tool that we've been given that we need to take advantage of. And I feel like strongly that we should do everything we can do as a council before we go ask the public for any more dollars. And so I had said publicly before that I would not vote for the levy, for the police levy, if we did not get the foregone for the police. And so at our budget hearing, we did vote for that to go toward public safety. And that's why I could vote for the levy override as well. Unfortunately, we need both of them to make this work. And it's a position that the legislature has put us in. So when you guys go to the polls, please remember that, who you're voting for.
Mayor Bruner.
Yes.
Yes, so I just want a clarification here, Doug. It says, the purpose for the levy of the foregone taxes is for 1%, 501,522 for general maintenance and operations. On the second one, or on the next line, it says, whereas the purpose for the levy of foregone taxes is to fund public safety. So, okay, what do you got here?
This is all, that's kind of like legal would say boilerplate language we put in. That's the typical language of this. The intent is 100%, and the actual application in the budget is 100% public safety.
Okay.
It hasn't gone anywhere else and won't go anywhere else.
Okay, that's what I clarify. Thank you. Thank you, Mayor.
Any other questions for Doug or comments, please?
I have a comment, please, Mayor.
Yes.
I want to challenge us as a council that instead of complaining about what we don't have in our budget from the legislature, that we be stewards of what we do have and not just take taxes, because a tax is a tax is a tax. It is not a given. And to say that this is given to us is wrong. We are taking a tax, which is different than a levy, because a levy is your choice as citizens that you want to give money for a specific thing, rather than me coming to you and saying, look, it's not very much, but I want your credit card because I think we need to put this money here. And at the same time, we want to spend money that we should be pulling back. Our job as legislators is safety and making sure you have good police, that you have good infrastructure, and that we are being good stewards of the money that we have, not the money that we can take. And so I would rather you, as a council, look at areas like we have been trying to pull back money that we are not responsible for, and use that money for safety, for our police, for budgeting properly. Thank you.
Okay.
Mr. Mayor,
Yes.
so I just want to respond a little bit, not, I take it however Chicago wants, I guess, but we're not complaining, we're just stating facts, and the facts are the facts, that we're in a bind, and the legislature put us there. And then we're $6.5 million back on new income from construction that we don't have. That's makes up the $5 million levy for the police. And then Foregone was also given to us by a vote of the people. They voted the legislature in there, the legislature voted for us to have it, so it is a tool that was given to us by a vote of the people.
Okay, I think we could have this debate all night, so I think we'll probably hold on that. So we're going to go ahead and, do you have any other remarks?
Nope.
Otherwise, we have public testimony. Is there anyone signed up, Madam Clerk?
No, Mr. Mayor.
Is there anyone interested in, I do see a hand in the back. Okay, come on up with your name and address, please.
I wasn't prepared to speak during this public comment. My name is Tyler Kane. I live in, I'm a Caney County resident. I live in 210 6th Street, Wilder. You guys are asking for $500 and whatever thousand for public safety, but since 2022, the city has spent $6 million on a real-time crime center, which is a room where police are just watching people drive around town.
Okay, are you speaking?
You've installed,
Mr. Kane,
yeah.
Are you speaking to this issue?
Yeah, I'm speaking to this issue, exactly.
Okay,
Because you're asking for another 600 or almost $600,000. Sorry, $501,000 is what you're asking for. But you've spent, like I said, almost $6 million since 2022 on a real-time crime center to watch people drive around town. Of that, you're asking for $627,335 this year just to spend on a real-time crime center.
Okay, Mr.
And,
Kane,
and this is comment pertains
Mr.
exactly
Kane,
to this. It
Mr.
pertains
Kane,
to the budget.
I
It's
need
public
you to stop
safety.
right now.
This is public
I'm cutting
safety.
you off, okay, because you're not
I am.
addressing
This
the
is
issue.
public safety. This is a public safety issue. I'm explaining where you guys could get the money from.
You're not. That's
Thank you.
it. But when you're later, you may be able to address. Thank you. Okay, here we go. Yeah, Jill, you want to speak? Okay. Okay. Name and address, please.
Jill Hallows, 603 West Crimson Loop, Nampa. I just wondered if we do this foregone, if Doug could tell us what it would cost per housetop, per rooftop, per taxpayer for that. And in addition, with the levy, if he has any figures that would help us as citizens kind of know what we're looking at. Thank you.
You're getting called on a few times tonight, and it's not going to stop, Doug.
That's absolutely fine. I don't have the exact number in front of me, but I can calculate very quickly. The foregone will probably cost an average taxable value home of $450,000, maybe $9 a year, give or take. It's in that plus or minus $1. On the levy that was brought up earlier, the $5 million levy would cost $130.39, I believe, for the average home of a $450,000 taxable value. So you have a $575,000 home, you take off the $125,000 exemption, you get a $450,000 taxable value. That would be about $130 annually per home of that value.
Mayor,
Yes.
I have it written down from budget hearing. So for the foregone increase, it'll be $2.83 per 100,000.
Right, yeah. Which is, yeah, very close to the $9 I was estimating, so. All right,
All right. You want to just have I guess there's no front chairs. I was just going to have you sit up front somewhere. Okay, there is one. I couldn't see it. All right. So now, is there anyone else that wishes to speak on this issue, on the issue? No one else? Okay, we just need a motion to close public hearing, please.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Any discussion and motion, please?
Mayor, I make a motion to approve use of foregone taxes.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion and we have a second. Are we done with discussion? Roll call, please.
Gog,
No.
Chingula,
Yes.
Bills,
Yes.
Griffin,
No.
Reynolds,
Yes.
Rodriguez.
Yes.
4 in favor, 2 opposed, motion carries.
Okay, we will have we'll have a 10-minute break. Oh, well, I'm sorry, approve for the use of what do we need to do?
You have to approve the use.
Oh, okay, I didn't see the print down here, and it's large print, so there's no excuse. Authorize mayor to sign resolution declaring intent to recover the city's foregone property tax balance in the amount of $501,225 for fiscal year 2027.
So moved.
Second.
Okay, roll call, please.
Gog,
No.
Chingula,
Yes.
Bills,
Yes.
Griffin,
No.
Rodriguez.
Yes.
Reynolds.
Yes.
4 in favor, 2 opposed,
Let's
motion carries.
make this a 7-minute, so we'll reconvene in quarter till 8. Okay? 15 minutes till 8. We just. Okay, I'm calling out council people. Councilman Rodriguez. Let's go. We'll see. Time will tell. Thanks. Okay. All right. You want to round? Okay, let's go. Well, we will. I have a quorum here, so I'm just going to start. Hopefully they'll come. All right, we're reconvening and actually gave you 13 minutes, so attention, please. Okay, yeah, that's all right. There it is. Yeah. All right, everyone, stop having so much fun, right? It's 10 to 8. Okay, I will do that. Thank you. Yeah, and Councilman Jangla is just running up here. She normally just leaps the counter, so this is good. Guess what? This is our last item on the agenda. I'm sure it'll be a quick one. And I'll send out a little reminder right before we start taking public testimony. I'll probably repeat some of what I already said, but let's go ahead and get started here. And we're going to start with a staff presentation. This is on fiscal year 2027 budget hearing, and we'll have Doug Racine. And Leslie, we're going to hear from you at all, or just have your name on the packet here?
Leslie has been
okay.
critical. Leslie has done all this. I'm just the face. She does all the work.
I'm kind of getting a little tired of hearing from you, so let's go.
I did, so the council knows, I did tell her next year, this is hers.
By the way, I've had a request that council members, please talk into your mics a little closer. I probably need that reminder too, so everyone can hear. Okay. Yes, sir.
Mayor and council, I have been the chief financial officer here since 2019, early 2019. Every year, I would beg for community involvement. Next year, I'm going to ask a little more softly for community involvement. So let's go ahead. This is the process we're going to go through because we're expecting a lot of commentary. I'm going to give a very brief recap of the budget up front. We know there are 2 or 3 issues we want to address in more depth. That's the library, the VRT, and the cost for our pet care services, the West Valley Healthcare. So after I very briefly introduce the budget and kind of tell you what's in there, we'll go right to having Jared Tolman, the director of the library, to come up and explain how he would accomplish the savings that the council has asked him to. And then after that, we will go to have Mark Stoyer come up and along with VRT, talk about VRT. And after that, we'll move on to the Valley Pet Care Services for the city. And after they're all done, I will come back and recap the budget if any changes are made, and then we can go from there.
Doug, may I interrupt? I think there's maybe one other issue. There may be more, but one other issue that's going to be brought up, because I believe there'll be public testimony, and that'll be regarding our cameras, and I would like Lieutenant Shepard to also be included in a presentation.
So on that issue.
You tell me, maybe you already have that arranged.
No, but if it's public testimony, it kind of takes place after my first round of budgetary, because it's not a dollar value. Then the public testimony, then you can bring me back up for questions.
Then I can bring Lieutenant Shepard back up?
Yep,
Okay,
yeah.
thank you.
Okay, so the budget for FY '27, the total budget as it stands right now is $449,759. On July 15th, we held a workshop. In that workshop, council directed the following changes to that original budget. We pulled out VRT for a total of $874,000, of which $471,000 was in general government and $402,000 was in streets. We took those monies, we put them into a contingency account. The budget dollars stayed the same, but the contingency account is one that finance controls to the will of the council. We also made other changes. We pulled out the budget for AIC of $50,000, the Idaho Association of Cities. We pulled out an economic incentive of $150,000. Travel and training from the city council budget was removed of $7,500. And parking lot from the library budget was removed of $12,000. All of these totals have been placed into one or other contingency across the city. So should we change budgets tonight, we cannot go up from the July 15th workshop. We can go back up to that original budget because we didn't really reduce it. We just moved the buckets. And at the end of the process, we will determine what our final budget is based on council's approvals in tonight's hearings. So with that being said, I think we should probably turn it over to Jared Tolman and have him come up and talk about his, is he here?
Yes, he's coming.
And I believe the savings projected were about, what, $183,000? That was the request?
Pass him down.
185. So I will let you go from there.
Mayor and council, thank you so much. So at the beginning of the budget cycle, it was kind of communicated to the library that as part of the request that we were bringing to council that we need to keep our budget, not exceed that budget. And so we did do that. We worked diligently within our budget to identify savings to be able to move them to where we saw costs going up so that we could present to the council a zero increase budget. We sent that in, and as the COLAs were then adjusted to that, we did see a $175,000 increase. Those are funds that I cannot control, or nor do I have. And so the budget you have here does highlight those areas that we saw an increase. We saw it in our staff COLAs between the staff and Percy and the insurance. We saw it in the IT. We saw it in our insurance, which is ICRIMP. We saw it in facilities. The IT and facilities alone is over 100,000 of that increase. The other 50,000 is more of that COLA cost that library staff increased. So as you can see from the budget, we have gone through and cut significantly a lot of things to get to the requested amount that council did ask of us. And so if you bring your attention down to the bottom in the salaries, we looked at cutting a little over $93,000. We did that in reducing some full-time positions to a part-time position and changing some other vacant positions that we had to bring up those savings. What that does mean then is those responsibilities have to be allocated other places, which then has a cascading effect. It means that staff aren't able to be on the desk as much. And so we looked at having to reduce hours. So on a Friday, we looked at that is our lowest impact area. So if we were to cut hours, that's the day to do it. So we looked at cutting by 2 hours on Friday. As well as the programs, obviously, we don't have as many reoccurring programs beyond story time, and so different programs would have to be cut throughout the year, and we would probably base that solely on the attendance. So the lowest attended programs, those would be the items that we'd cut. We looked at the collection, cutting that's cut by $20,000. So depending on what you're purchasing, whether that's an adult book or a children's book, really changes that dollar amount. So that change could be anywhere from 600 less items to over 1,500 less items, depending on what you're purchasing. And then in our operations, we looked at cutting it by over 71,000. That does leave us without the ability that if this past year our sound system broke, and that is a safety procedure, right? If there's an Amber Alert in the library, we need to be able to communicate to our staff and to the individuals that there's an Amber Alert to maintain that we're keeping that child safe and they're not walking out the door with some stranger, right? And so options like that break down, we would not have the funding to kind of find within our budget to resolve and take care of. So the cuts to the operation does leave us in a very minimal state that if anything goes wrong, we don't have that. We do know, for example, that the FCC is looking into the grant funding that we bring in for the internet. If they choose to cut that, that means that we will not be able to provide internet. There's no savings within the operations that we could then move and put towards that. All of this brings us to that total of 185,000. I will point out that the 12,000 still is in this because we had to calculate that out of it. So that's why it's a little higher than the 175,000. This all comes in a time where for the last 2 years, we've seen 11% increase in people utilizing the library. They're looking at trying to save, see where they can save in this economic hardship, utilize their taxpayer dollars and utilize the resources of the library. And so that is how we got down to that number, if there's any questions on it.
Mayor?
Yes, Councilman.
Jared, Director Jared, can you explain to me why the FCC is investigating the library and potentially pulling funds for Wi-Fi?
They're not looking at the library specifically, they're looking at the grant that funds libraries across the country and public schools for internet. The grant that they're specifically looking in provides about 90% of the overall cost to cities and public schools so that they can provide internet to those communities.
That's not dependent on anything that council does tonight. It's not contingent on maintaining a certain
No, but if it
program.
were to happen, we have no funding to then move around to try and cover that.
Thank you.
Any other questions?
Mayor?
Yes.
Jared, thank you for this breakdown. It's helpful. Can you summarize it for me and just tell me what the impacts of the community are, what will be taken out that will impact citizens?
So it would be cutting programs that citizens have come to expect. It's cutting the amount of books that then come into the library. It's cutting access to the library, so hours of operation.
So I got the 2 hours off on Friday. Which program specifically will be cut?
It really depends
That up
on
to the board?
the attendance to those programs. We'd go back and look at the attendance, and the lowest attended programs would be the ones that were cut. And they change throughout the year. So instead of giving you a long list of them, just understand that we look at attendance to them.
And can you explain the cutting of the books?
Yeah, so when you cut 20,000 out of collection, that just means you're not purchasing as many books. And so the cut could be anywhere from 600 to 1,500
Okay.
books coming into the library.
That
Mayor?
makes sense. Thank you.
Yes, Councilwoman.
Could you let me know, when you say cutting books, are you also including video games?
Yes, that would be part of it.
And
Yep.
how many video games do you have in the library?
I don't know that right off the top of my head.
Okay.
It is one of our smaller collections, though. Very small, like just a drop in the bucket comparatively.
Okay, and then as far as the internet service, do you provide laptops or different computers for people to go in and use the internet and play games, whatever they want to do online?
So we do have computers in the library as well as Wi-Fi. That's all through that internet. People will come in, they connect. The largest thing that we see from people coming in and utilizing the computers at the library are checking their email, paying bills, printing off things that they need
Sure.
for different things. That is the majority. There's a small percentage of maybe you have a kid periodically come in and jump on and play a game. Normally their parent is there watching with them and says, okay, it's time to get off, and
Yeah.
takes them home. And some of the value of that is that's a good incentive to then say, if we're going to do this, we're also going to check out a few books. So now that you're influencing them with that literacy aspect.
Yeah, and I'm all for the books. I don't like being represented that I want to get rid of the library or hurt the library in any way, because I'm an avid reader. In fact, my name is on the sidewalk. We were providers for the building of it. But I am concerned about, I just wanted to know how the number of video games weighed out with comparison to being checked out from books. And so just to be very careful with that, because as far as I'm concerned, that's not education. Playing.
And I would say that 99% of all of our youth and adults that come in are obviously with an adult, and so that adult is making that decision, and we would encourage that. Those kind of decisions do stay with the caregiver or the parent on what am I okay with for my children.
Thank you for making that clear.
Mayor?
Yes, sir.
Just to confirm that part of this cutback, if it were to get approved, does not affect or impact our Lynx agreement or our Lynx contract. We're still going to maintain that. We're still able to request circulation from other libraries if there's not an item. If we scale back our collection purchases, we still have the ability to potentially utilize the Lynx system.
Yep, so the Lynx's consortium still stays in. Just last year, we had over 95,000 items requested through that. If we were to cut that, we would probably see an increase to our operations by up to 70 to 80,000 off of what we currently pay. So if we pay around, I think, 58, 59,000, that cost would jump to 78 to 80 if we had to spend to cover the catalog and things that we then share with the rest of the consortium. So it is a cost savings.
Thank you. Mayor, another follow-up. Do you have, or does Leslie have any idea what the least utilized, I know it changes seasonally, the least utilized programs are that you are looking at cutting, just for the sake of the public? I've received plenty of correspondence talking about story time, of which my wife attends on Wednesdays. So is story time on the chopping block? Should I go back to my district and say, yes, it is, or is there basket weaving that might have lower attendance than children's story time?
I'm going to call on Laura Abbott to come up and speak, who oversees all of our programs and would have a better idea of specifically which ones are most likely.
Thank you.
I know I have no power, but I did make the request, no kids or youth programs cut, okay?
Hello, Laura Abbott, Public Services Manager at the Nampa Library.
Thanks, Laura. Speak real close to that mic.
Okay. Is that better? Okay, I'm a little short. Yes, our children's programs are very well attended. I would say story time is not in jeopardy. We often have 80-plus people attending a single story time. We would look at other programs, not teen, but probably more of the adult programs that are less attended. Yeah, less attended. We have some programs that maybe take 2 staff members. We have some programs that maybe are higher in cost. So we would look at all that and make a determination. And it depends on the time of year that the program is. So it's hard to say which program, but.
Just off the top of your head, not that it is getting cut or isn't getting cut, what's a program that has 2 staffers? Or what's a high-cost program?
A high-cost program is typically maybe an adult art program where we're buying art supplies. We often limit it to a certain number of patrons. We can't have unlimited come. So I think our art programs are more of the higher cost. And let's see, an example of a 2-person program is our a book club and trivia program. It takes 2 staff to run, one to kind of run a book, more discussion, and one to run kind of like the trivia based on the monthly theme.
Would that program specifically potentially be able to have a volunteer group come together and still maintain that program? It just won't be staff-focused or staff time dedicated?
Yeah, potentially, and we are looking into using more volunteers. We have a Fit and Fall Proof program that staff have traditionally run, and we have amazing people in this community, and we have people who are being certified by Southwest District Health in order to teach this exercise program more for the senior population. I met with our Easter Seals volunteer, and he will be presenting a really good quality writer's workshop So we are looking into using more volunteers for our programs.
Thank you so much.
You're welcome.
Councilman, have you ever attended story time?
I have not, but my wife does. I work during the day, but that
Okay.
12 o'clock story time's a real hoot for her and my
I
kids.
suggest you
Wonderful.
attend it sometime.
Okay, yeah, we would love to have you.
I can't wait for retirement years, and I will attend. I've got a mortgage to pay for.
Maybe we can put on a Saturday one. Yeah.
Yes.
So I have a few questions and start with a comment. This is the first time I've seen this document, so I'm a little wondering why we just now see this. Council hasn't had a chance to look at this thing. This makes no sense to me, why we wouldn't have time to study this out. But just looking at it from 5 minutes ago, I'll go through this, Jared, real quick. So on the original proposed and the new proposed budget, library collection, 20,000 or 15,000 it says, but 20,000 it shows on the line item. Clothing allowance, $2,000, that just got struck, is that correct?
Sorry,
The
repeat that?
clothing allowance?
Yeah, so this was something that I inherited as I came in. There was a clothing allowance that we do for our staff to put for uniforms.
Right. And then repair and maintenance buildings, 3,000, repair and maintenance equipment, $1,000. I'm confused by that because this year, all we've heard about is deferred maintenance and funding deferred maintenance, and then we cut it out of our budget. Makes no sense. So I'm not saying that you cut this, I'm just making comments here. Travel, lodging, conferences, travel meals, travel transportation, it's been zeroed out. Dues and membership zeroed out. Parade America zeroed out. Program materials and supplies zeroed out. Bookmobile, library collection zeroed out. Bookmobile program supplies zeroed out on the proposed. So this might be a question for Doug or for Clay. Travel and training, to me, is important for all of our employees, including the library employees. What's in the mayor's office budget for travel and training? Where I'm going with this is our council budget also got cut of $7,500. We use that for travel and training. We have in the past, if there was money left over, it was sitting in general fund. But if we're gonna go through there and we're gonna cut these travel and training and the things that go with that and the conferences about being a library, I don't go to the library a lot, my wife does, but I think it's a very important thing for us to have this. And like every other department in the city, they all have these line items. So if we're gonna go through here and we're gonna cut the library budget, why are we not going to cut their budgets as well for travel and training? That's my question for the chief of staff and for, and Doug.
And Clay is coming up, and probably to that, maybe to that question, you may need to repeat and a previous question. Thank you.
Mayor and council, for the record, Clay Long, Chief of Staff. To answer your first question on the mayor's office for training, we have 3,000 allocated or budgeted for the FY27, 5,000 for conferences, and 2,500 for travel lodging. For the other items that you brought up, or I'll take the blame for why you didn't get this ahead of time. I met with Jared and the team. The library board approved this. It was my understanding we were bringing it back tonight to go over it with you guys, so that's why it wasn't in your packet ahead of time. For the items that were cut, one of the things that we talked about when we met with staff was trying to identify non-ongoing costs, so non-salaries, that could be looked at from other revenue sources that the library has, whether that be the foundations or Friends of the Library, including collections. So this was the response back from the council direction on working to maintain the FY26 budget. On the items you mentioned for the facility side of things on maintenance, that would be budgeted in the facility side if it's capital or deferred maintenance for the library, not within the budget itself for this one.
Other questions,
Mayor-
Councilman?
Mayor,
Oh, let's see if Dale has any more before.
So the, do other departments have a clothing allowance?
Many departments do, some do not. So what we've tried to do, and this was a discussion we had earlier, for a uniform specific, if there's a uniform they do, But some other departments that may not be fully funded from Gen Gov as well may have those, as opposed to those that would be supporting by tax dollars.
Okay. Just a last comment, Mayor. I'm not in favor of cutting the budget that was presented to us on the budget hearing day. It was a good budget that was given to us. I was assured that by our staff member, Leslie. It was a good budget. I don't understand if we're gonna go in there and pick a budget apart on our public hearing day, why we're picking apart one budget in particular over other budgets. So, I don't really like this, getting this the last minute. That's the first time it's ever happened. This is my 5th year on council. I'm a little shocked by this. And, so I will not be in support of cutting their budget.
Okay, Councilwoman Jangla, and then we'll go to Councilman Rodriguez.
Clay, did you say that the library board's already approved this?
The library board approved this last Friday? Last Friday.
Okay, so then I'm confused. What conversations or what meetings have happened since we were here during budget workshop and now? What conversations were had to get to this number?
So we put together 3 different budgets for the board. One, cutting more staff, not touching the collection, or cutting more of the collection and almost no staff. As we worked through that with city representatives like Leslie and Clay, it came down to this one to present to the board. So we brought that to the board for them to review, to talk about, and they understood what council's request was. You know, they understand that you do set the budget. There's not much they can do in that regard. So they took the budget that was presented to them and approved that to then come here tonight.
So, because you're the only, and that's fine, thank you for that, but you're the only budget section that it's doing this. So I'm just curious, did it come forward because it was council's request at the budget workshop? Is that the reason why?
That's correct. So at
Okay.
the council workshop, there was a motion made to cut the 185 to start with. Before the mayor cast his deciding vote, my recommendation was that we allow staff to go back and look at that instead of changing it to 2006 without discussion. So that's the work that's taken place. And then the commitment was that we would come back for this meeting with an updated amount that was reflective of that 2006 budget.
Okay, thank you for the
So,
clarification.
and any clarification, I did break that tie vote, yes to the budget, but there was going to be discussion on how we could further cut. So
Yep.
you're aware of that?
Yep, thank you.
Mayor, after
Yes,
Councilman
after
Rodriguez.
Councilman Rodriguez, please.
For Doug and Clay at the same time, if you would. I also do not agree with cutting of the funds for the library. However, knowing that our budget is fixed and it's a tough one this year, I want to, I proposed this some time ago, is if we need to cut $185,000, then we need to cut it. But if we can't, if we don't have to, then let's do an alternative, which is in the upcoming 2027 amended budget, could we use from their fund balance? I don't want to do that policy, but could we submit some kind of funds back to the library so they won't lose any benefit of progress? So, Clay, you want to handle that first? Or?
So technically, Mayor, Councilor Rodriguez, the library has a little over $2 million in fund balance. We typically hang on to that fund balance for for the library, because if they needed a substantial repair to the building, that's probably where we would look to first to pay for that. Technically, you could take that fund balance to use it to fill this gap. That's within the council's authority to do so. But I think that the question is really, is it that critical of a cut that you need to, A, refund it from something else, or B, will it degrade the city services so much that you want to fund it from the fund balance? That's council's decision to make. I know personally, my belief is that the library has had a consistently tight budget. They don't have a lot of the excess, or a lot, not excess is the wrong, they don't have growth opportunities in their budget. And when I allocate property, new property taxes to the library, it's based on covering essentially just the increase in wages and benefits and little else. So if they have other cost increases, they have to find ways to deal with that foundation or whatnot. So it's an option, but that's you, the council, that could make that decision on how we fund it and what we do with it. I would not recommend pulling it from fund balance. We've had a replacement air conditioning system at the New Nichols Public Safety Building that was nearly $1 million. That was one repair. So I would hesitate to use fund balance unless it was an emergent situation.
Yes, sir.
So, I guess one of the questions is, in this sense, 2 employees were cut, the ones that resigned and retired, whatever. And so now that only leaves about, what, 70,000 or so in the budget from 185, right?
Well, the cut in labor was about 93,000, if I recall. It's 93,000, yeah.
So, would $92,000 coming from the fund balance, any interest from the fund balance that's in there?
Yes, they get interest every year.
Sorry to
on
interrupt,
their fund
Councilman, can you turn on your microphone? I got word that they can't hear you, and they want to.
Oh, sorry.
The councilman did not start over, though.
Oh, gosh. I even forgot what I said a minute ago.
Yes,
Talking about salaries
Yes.
retired.
take 4% on 2 million, and that will give you the average interest they're receiving.
Okay, and then, wow, that sounds a lot better, doesn't it?
Yeah.
But doesn't that make sense to continue the direction of the library, that we wouldn't have to do that? We could use the interest and not even touch?
I don't know if you're asking the best person. I too am a bookaholic. I love everything books, and, I have a hard time personally, not finance director, just personally wanting to make those cuts. If you talk about it financially, there are some times when you need to make those cuts, but they don't have anything you cut out of the library will probably impact something.
Exactly. That's my point. Thank you.
Want anything to add or not? Okay, so
Mayor?
we're going to move to Councilman, please.
I've got 2 comments and then a very quick observation, or 2 questions and then an observation. On the salary cutbacks, this year or in previous years, how many FTEs, full-time employees, have we had vacant for a long period of time?
We normally don't have vacancies very long. We either fill within and then it trickles down through, or it just takes a month or however long it takes HR to process it. But we normally fill those pretty quickly.
So are the salary cutbacks from a current position that is filled or unfilled at this point?
They are from 2 positions that are currently unfilled. They just happened to happen as all of this was happening, so we utilized looking at them.
So no one's getting fired over this at this point. It's a position that does not have somebody filling it, okay? Can the board, the chairwoman Leslie, increase the out-of-city resident card fees to help recoup some of these dollars more than they may have already done in the last month or potentially next year to recoup a difference of the funds?
So because of the conversations that we've had, that council has asked on this, we've talked with the other city or the other municipality libraries and their directors, as per council's request, kind of see, could they increase theirs? From that discussion, we learned some things that we definitely want to adjust in our own. And so we are waiting for the budget to get set, recalculate what those are, and then come back to council with, here are the new proposed amounts.
Do you have a ballpark or preliminary number?
So the proposed right now, before we go back and change it, depending on what the new budget is, I think it bumps it up to 78. Yeah, $78 to get a non-resident fee.
So if we have our 2,556 county residents renew, how much will we make from that increase to
We're
offset the
calculated
difference?
to increase by 14,000.
Thank you. And the comment that I wanted to make, after all that hard work that we had in July, and most of you, if not all of you, weren't there for it in July, we allocated $1,093,874 to be able to move to deferred maintenance. In that time, the Garrity pipeline exploded, and it cost the city $2 million. So for all the work that we did as council members to try and chip away at the problems that we're having in the city, that all goes away like that. Now, we have a contingency fund. I'm not saying that we're not able to pay our bills, but all that work, and we can't even cover half the cost of one pipe going out in the city. That's one pipe, and in the last few months, and this isn't, sorry, Jared, it just happens to be on the topic. This is the budget entirely. This isn't for specifically this. We've had 3 separate instances of pipes exploding and the city having to cover the cost because we have deferred maintenance issues. Now, whether Garrity's deferred maintenance strictly or not, you heard today, a lot of factors went into that. But we aren't even covering the cost of that by 50%, even with the scale backs from every department, and that's why these conversations are happening. I would love to not cut any budget at all. It's uncomfortable for all of us as council members to cut our own budget or to cut anybody else's budget. I actually agree with Councilman Reynolds that I think we should have, across the board, scale backs on uniforms. And scale backs, I don't think it should just be library. We have to be able to focus on the priorities of the city, and right now, that's our infrastructure, because it's failing left, right, and center, and all of you are aware of it now. And that's the difficulty that I think we're gonna face tonight, and next week, and the week thereafter, and KTVB7 is gonna have a job for the rest of forever in the city of Nampa, because we have deferred maintenance going out left, right, and center, so.
Thank you for promoting Channel 7.
And Channel 2's here, and we got Channel 6, Keith's in the back, no.
All right, I think only Channel 6 is actually located in Nampa, so anyway, here we go. Doug, you're back on. Leslie, you're still in this, just holding the bench, huh? Okay, okay,
So,
okay.
just briefly to address some of the concerns that council is having on cutting costs. A former life of mine, I spent 20 years at a company where we specialized in cost cutting, and we focused on cost cutting. We lived for cost cutting, and in the end, it didn't necessarily save the particular company. It's important, it's critical. You have to watch your costs. We watched the budget very closely this year. We reduced the degree of increase substantially. And there are some budgets, probably that if the city deems their service is not of highest enough value, you may have to follow the path of choosing what is the most and highest need to serve the city. If we go through all the uniforms and all the other pieces, you will save a degree of money which would help. Every degree helps. You might have an opportunity to what I call focus on cost avoidance. You avoid cost increases by controlling the costs. And to a large extent, we've been doing that for years. Councilor Sebastian is right. There is a significant amount of deferred maintenance. But I would encourage the council to be thoughtful and meditative and planning on it and address it in a prioritized fashion. This may or may not be the best venue for doing that at the council table, but it still needs to be paid attention to and addressed, that being, how do we control the growth of costs? I've done analysis. Our costs are growing faster than our revenues. And that's an issue we're going to have to address, and we address it every year. But for the moment now, let's move on with the rest of the budget.
Mayor, if I could, just one question. Just one simple.
You promise?
Promise.
Okay.
You said we have to be thoughtful in where we cut and the budgets that we propose. Is the budget that Jared's proposing tonight a thoughtful budget, in your opinion, because you've worked with them in preparing it?
In my opinion, the $185,000 proposed to cut probably does not deliver sustained savings to the library. They will cut an FTE, and will come back, and next year they'll need something more. If you want to make substantial cuts, you've got to find cuts that are sustainable, long-term, and efficient. Those cuts are one-off cuts that anybody could go through a budget for 1 year and cut out nearly everything in the budget, that's operational, and just go bare bones. It's not fun, it's not pleasant, but when you get tight, as sometimes we all are in our personal budgets, sometimes you have to do that. But the cuts we need to make, not the cuts, the focus we need to make going forward needs to be thoughtful and sustained on how we take the limited resources we have and apply them to the best effect. We are beginning to do that with this discussion now. I've been trying to bring it to you. The 5-year capital plan that we brought forward last year that you have now, you can see what our 5-year capital needs are. You didn't see that before. You need to know where we're going and what our needs are, and then compare that to the resources we have and determine what is our priority. We know that infrastructure is a key priority. Cutting $185,000 is a drop in the hat compared to the recent Garrity break. So while it can help one thing, it's not going to fix the infrastructure problem. We need to be whole-scale creative. You can't, as the expression was in the former life, you can't cut your way to prosperity. You can save critical money, and Councilman Reynolds has talked about travel and training. Normally, I would, when I look at travel training, that's my first go-to, for cuts, because almost anything can be survived 1 year if you don't do it. But if you look at, let's take finance department. I have maybe $12,000, $13,000 of training, maybe a little more, I don't recall exactly. But a lot of that training goes to my payroll department. There are payroll regulations that change yearly. There are requirements, new tax tables, new requirements. Look at the change. Every time we have a new president, we get new tax tables, new changes. If I don't keep up on those laws, we're going to have a problem with the city, and the IRS will happily come and try and tax us and penalize us. So certain training elements are critical, certain are not. And that's the same with every expense. 1 year, you could cut almost anything you wanted to. You might pay a short-term price, and you'd have to come back and figure out how to add it back in the future. But we're not in that mode right now where the financial world ends tomorrow. We have a horizon where we can begin to make critical long-term planning. So that's the problem we have as a council, is because the state legislature and the government focuses on 1-year budget, we tend not to allow ourselves that long-term view. And we need to stretch our view to a long-term perspective to compare what we have with what's coming in and figure out how we best meet the needs. And that's more work.
Doug, that's great advice, and I think it's probably maybe even worth a workshop later on. Are we ready to move on to the next subject?
So next, thank you for pulling back on track, Mayor. We are now going to have Mark Stoyer come up and talk about VRT, along with possibly some VRT support.
Mayor Bruder, I wonder if we should pause at the moment, and since we're talking about the library, would it be appropriate just to make a vote on it right now?
We haven't had the public,
Oh, that's right.
So here's the,
I'm sorry, yeah.
I was actually, I know we're not supposed to text any in the council, but I texted our city attorney about that issue, about how we address these from a technical standpoint. And I think the best solution is to go through these processes. And then what was your first solution, to recommend the budget broken down by segments?
Yeah, there's two options that really are here. It's whatever one you want to do. First one would be you'd move to approve the budget as presented, subject to certain amendments, and that will play out as you see tonight. The other one would be you do sub-motions, kind of like we do in July, where you approve kind of the uncontested matters, just a blanket, and then you hold off those last ones till the end, and then at the end, you package it all up.
Okay.
So one of those two is the best option. It might be the sub-motions, because I need direction from council, but you have to work in the public testimony.
Council,
into the
very
process.
quickly, do you have a preference on that, whether it's sub
Sub-motion.
As a whole, sub-motion?
Probably
I'm
sub-motions.
seeing a lot of nods. Okay, next topic, please.
Good evening, Mayor, members of the City Council. Mark Stoyer, Senior Director of Development Services. I want to get this up on the screen here. I have a slide to share.
You take it out of the, away from the light there. Okay,
There we go.
Got it. Thanks,
Okay.
Paul.
Thank you, Paul. What I wanted to do is present the council with a summary, if you will, of the VRT budget requests that have been presented to the city by Valley Regional Transit over the last 3 months or so. I'm going to start with the original budget request from VRT, which included maintaining fixed routes 40 and 42, as well as the on-demand service. And that came in at $863,000 approximately, basically in line with what we paid this current fiscal year in 2026. Elaine Clegg, CEO, who's with us tonight, presented that option to the City Council at a special workshop about 2 or 3 months ago. And after presenting that, she was directed by the City Council to come back to the council at a future date and present a more cost-effective solution. She did just that at the budget workshop in July. She came back with one fixed route, 42, that's the local fixed route going up through downtown, up 16th to 84, and also maintaining the on-demand service, which was an enhanced on-demand service, and that came in just over $498,000. And as you know, the City Council at that time decided to eliminate all funding to Valley Regional Transit for services here in the city of Nampa. Since then, staff has worked with VRT and Elaine and her staff to come up with further reduced cost options on the lower part of the screen in front of you. The first is just maintaining on demand, so no fixed route 40 or 42, and this would be just over $302,000. I do want to make a note that beyond access and access would be eliminated. And those two services are transit services for our seniors and our disabled community. So basically, the demand would stay the same for those services, but the services available to them would be reduced by 50%. So putting 50 pounds of potatoes in a 25-pound bag. And then we have fixed route 42, no on-demand, one fixed route at $283,000. This would maintain access and beyond access, so the senior and disabled transit services would be maintained. Also, with this fixed route option, the federal grant for that pedestrian project that we've talked about previously would also be retained. With just the on-demand service, that would not be retained. So those are the options for your consideration tonight. Elaine's here to answer any questions, and I would be happy to answer questions for you as well.
Council?
Mark? Mayor? Mark, can you explain that last new option to us again? You said it still entails senior services?
So the fixed route 42 would keep the beyond access and access as they are now today. Now, those options would be strained because there's no on-demand, because some of those folks also use on-demand and so forth. But yes, the full beyond access and access would be retained.
Thank you.
Mayor?
Yes.
Mark, so which one would allow us to maintain the $30,000 we already spent and get the grant of $500,000?
So the only one that would not retain the grant would be the on-demand option in your lower left-hand corner. The other three options would retain the grant funding.
Thank you.
Mayor, Council, thanks for allowing me to clarify a couple of things. So remember that the $862,000 that we originally proposed was also the enhanced on-demand service, the new structure, new model at that level.
I need you to get a little closer.
Sorry. At that level, we were confident that we could increase ridership substantially in the city, which is something we've heard you all wanted. And so that's why we came to you with that proposal to begin with. It was a 72% increase in ridership. and service. You let us know that what you really needed was a budget cut, and so we responded. I think if you look at all of the various services that you ask, is there any way you can save money? We came to the table with the biggest savings. We said, okay, let's go work and see what we can do. And we came to the table with $360,000 in savings over what we had originally proposed with the same ridership. Now, this wouldn't grow ridership like we had thought we could with the first proposal, but it would keep ridership the same. Remembering that your comprehensive plan has a clause that calls for increasing service and increasing ridership for transit by 10%. We've listened to you on that and tried to live up to it and would continue to try to live up to it. I had conversations with a number of you. I think there were some misunderstandings. VRT will provide whatever service we can with whatever money you provide us. If it's less than $498,000, we'll provide service. What I did try to say to folks was, if it's less than that, it won't be a complete system, and it will be wobbly, and it will be less. And it will force you to try and make choices about who deserves service and who doesn't. That's not a great place for a transportation system to be in. Transportation is access, and the more access you can provide, the more you can allow people to make those choices themselves instead of you trying to make that choice for them. And so what I was trying to convey was, I think your best day is to stick with the $360,000 savings that we offered you and provide as much access to your community as you can, recognizing that you may not. That's your choice. I can't make that choice. I won't make that choice, frankly. Be asking me which leg I want to cut off, and I'm not going to tell you. So if you want to do that, you'll get to make the choice how wobbly to make the system and how to do it. And I respect that, and we will do whatever we can with whatever you do provide based on that. One last thing I'd like to say is that even if you cut all of the service to VRT, and actually I believe this year's request was $3,000 less than last year. So we, even with the big request, we held to your request to not increase costs, and we didn't. Even if you reduce us to zero and all of that goes away, 700 years of that to make up the repair and maintenance backlog that you have. That needs done, no doubt about it, but you're not going to do it on the back of VRT because that's not a plan. I worked on a plan like that when I was on city council in the city of Boise. I'd be happy to work with you and work with Doug on a plan. But 700 years is a long time to make that plan work. And so I would respectfully ask that you very seriously consider funding the $498,000, taking the $360,000 savings that we offered, recognizing that you'll make whatever choice you want, and we'll do the best we can with that choice.
Elaine, I'm sure the council has questions. I want just confirmation, because I was not under the understanding that the fixed Route 42, that's the bottom right one, that the grant would still be in place even with that one.
Yes, it would.
And that's the reason, because the access is still available? Is that the reason?
No, because it's the fixed route, and that's
The fixed route is the difference with the grant.
that are served by that project.
Thank you.
By the way, just a note, I talked to our capital delivery folks. I haven't even talked to Crystal about this. They'd be willing to manage that project if it does
I'm sorry,
go
who
forward.
would be willing to manage it?
Our capital delivery folks, our construction management folks, if that would help your folks, taking that off them.
Yeah, I know, as we've discussed, I know there's been some frustrations there, so that may
Yeah.
be something that further discussion.
One last thing I forgot to clarify. If on-demand is funded but not the fixed route, the access is eliminated. That's the paratransit, that's the guaranteed ride. Beyond access would still be available.
Right.
But it would likely be overburdened.
Beyond access, and then the demand is what, but there would be no grant monies there. Okay.
Yeah.
Mayor, if I could clarify as well. On the fixed Route 42, $283,000 amount, both access and beyond access will still be maintained if we select that option. Both access, beyond access, and the grant funding.
Yes, they would, recognizing that our estimate is that 80% of the rides on Beyond Access would receive delay under that because of the increased demand.
Thank you.
Okay, further questions, council?
Mr. Mayor, I have comments, but not necessarily questions. Actually, I do have a question for Mark. On the grant, and I think you can probably answer this as well as Elaine. That included ped ramps, sidewalks, a bus stop. Can you explain that? Because it was 500,000, is that correct?
Well, Ms. Crystal can correct me if I'm wrong, but the grant was for over 500,000, and we were putting up, I think, a little less than 200,000 for that. Included sidewalk improvements, ADA, and also a rapid flashing beacon crossing right there at 16th Avenue as well. So yeah, mainly pedestrian and sidewalk improvements in the crossing.
For clarification, 16th and
16th Avenue, just, I think is it 6th Street, 7th Street, just south of the park there.
okay.
Comments, sir?
Comments are, obviously, I would like to see the whole thing funded at 862, 948. I don't think that's gonna happen. But, this is just some of my thoughts, and I shared some of these with Councilman Bills. Things that I don't use, but I still pay for. Dog parks. I don't go to dog parks, but I still pay for them because I know people like them. Parks in general. It's very rare to find me in a park. I go to the mountains and run around out there. So, schools. I don't have any kids in school. I'm a product of a public school. I still pay for them. I advocate for them. The library. I don't go to the library. I still advocate for funding it. Police, I hope I don't have to use police, but it's like an insurance policy to pay for them in case I need them, they're there. Same with fire. So after listening to so many comments at the public hearing over at the Happy Day Center and emails sent to us and everything else, it's not just the less fortunate or the disabled or the elderly that are looking for rides. There are a lot of people out there that are starting to use public transit for their day-to-day go-to-work transportation. I've told a few people about this. Going home one day on 12th Avenue, a lady in front of St. Al's, a nurse sitting there on the bench waiting for a bus. She has no idea that this probably was talked about being cut. People that rely on that, we can't build a public transportation system without having service available. So those are my comments. I would really like to see the 498, 521 approved after Elaine and her staff worked so hard to bring that budget back to us. And it would still give us a fixed route that would take care of, like the gentleman that came to last council meeting, the blind gentleman that works downtown Boise. It would still allow people like that to have that ride, and then also it would get the on-demand, and we'd get our grant with it. Thank you.
Mayor?
Yes.
Question for Elaine. I know CWI pays $250,000 to VRT every year. How do these decisions here impact what they're trying to do? How does it fit in?
Thank you. Great question. St. Luke's and St. Al's fund what's called Rides to Wellness. Rides to Wellness are specific rides to specific clinics for medical appointments. Frankly, the fact that we spend $1 million on Rides to Wellness overall, including their funding and some federal funding, is, I think, indicative of the fact that we don't have enough regular transit service to actually allow people to regularly get to those appointments without having a specific ride. And so St. Al's and St. Luke's stepped up. It saves them money in the end to be able to get people to those appointments. It would be great to be able to spend that $250,000 on regular service, but we can't because right now people can't get to those appointments on our regular service. So Rides to Wellness would still remain, but those, again, are very specific rides to specific clinics. They can't be Medicare or Medicaid paid for. They don't qualify if they are. They can only be if there's no other transportation benefit for those folks.
Any further comments or questions, council? Okay, thank you very much, Doug. Thank you, Elaine. Thank you, Mark.
So just a point of order, I think when we get to the sub-approvals, we'll probably need to bring this slide back up for the council to choose from, because I don't think any of us can remember this data.
You ready for the next topic?
Yes, the next one is going to be from our Chief of Staff, Clay, related to the pet care costs.
There'll be public comment.
Mayor, council, thank you. As you know, we've been working with the West Valley Animal Shelter over the last year and a half. We went through a RFP process with Canyon County and Caldwell to look at a different provider. That one backed out after we'd gone through that process, and West Valley stepped back in and has continued operations. What you saw in the budget request this year was for $350,000. That was looking at the $1,040,000 and dividing that amongst the three entities based on usage, not just by population. We had a meeting last week with our partners at the other two entities and identified an additional $100,000 that was being committed for maintenance of that facility, which took our total to $1,140,000. Dividing that three ways, it's $380,000. And so the ask would be that utilizing some of the funds that were cut from other items within, we had the AIC of $50,000, that we would add an additional $30,000 to make that $380,000, which the other two entities would contribute.
Any questions for Clay? Comments? Okay. Thank you. I think that's very, in my personal opinion, I think that's very fair. Okay, Doug, what's next?
So I think we're at a point now where we can't yet ask for, we have to, I think council, Shar and legal have to confirm here. The budget right now still stands at $293,449,759, as we have not yet approved any changes. I believe you have to have public testimony before we can do votes. So I think it's probably appropriate to go to public testimony and then come back for the votes on the sub-items.
Thank you, Doug. Okay, we will go to public testimony. This is going to be a repeat for several of you. And just if you don't like what this says, I'm sorry, you just blame it totally on me. But speak, you're going to be heard in order. I also said that our Madam Clerk will call out your name, and then she'll call out three other names, that you will please stand if you're able to, and stand behind the person that is speaking. I also reminded you, and please, it's 10 minutes till 9. If somebody before you has already said what you want to say, just inform the clerk that you're in favor or not in favor, and you agree with the speaker or speakers prior to you. You're going to state your name and your address. You're going to have a maximum of 3 minutes, which will be shown on the timer at the podium. Also, we're not going to allow you to defer your time to someone else. Okay, so if you do for sure want to speak, then you will be the individual that will be speaking. I also mentioned, and I can't force you on this, but I was asking that folks who live in the city limits to have priority, but those who do not live in the city limits, if they don't want to give you priority, that's going to be their prerogative. I'm not happy with that, but that will be their prerogative. And I think after that, I believe we have, 30-some signed up, Madam Clerk?
Mr. Mayor, we do have 35, but I believe some people have left.
Okay. So as you can see, 3 minutes times 35, we'd be here for a while. So anyway, I think we're ready to go ahead and start our public hearing, though. And Madam Speaker, I'll have you bring up the first presenter.
Mr. Mayor, our first speaker is Patty Evans, and on deck is Sarah Pinnock, Fern Brand, and Marlene McCallum.
Remember name and address, please.
Good evening. My name is Patty Evans. I live at 3616 East Rolling Green Place in District 2. I'm asking the City of Nampa City Council not to keep the VRT funding in the 27 budget. For months, whenever I've passed a VRT bus in Nampa, I looked through the windows and wondered, where is everybody? Usually I saw one person, the driver. Friends told me they were seeing the same thing, and I didn't want to base my opinion on drive-by observation, so I conducted my own highly scientific taxpayer experience. I bought a bus pass. I chose Route 42 because Route 42 serves Caldwell, Nampa, Meridian, Boise with 4 cities, dozens of stops, shopping, CWI, major destinations, and I figured if any route could find passengers, this one should. I boarded at Franklin and Teague's Walmart gas station and paid $2.50 for an all-day pass. I was the only passenger all the way to Boise Town Square. So for my $2.50, I had apparently chartered a very large bus. I rode to Boise Town Square and all the way back to Happy Day Transit Center and then back to where I started. During the entire trip, I encountered only 4 other passengers. At one point, a teenager boarded, and I said, finally, public transportation that is actually public. Then he got off, and it was back to me and the driver. I also boarded and reboarded 3 times. I swiped my card each time. So one woman taking one observational trip may have generated 3 rides in the statistics on that day. Now, I know what you're going to hear from everyone who is behind me, but what about the seniors? What about the people with disabilities? What about the people who need transportation? And I have empathy for those people, but empathy and common sense can occupy the same room. Any regional transportation connections do not suddenly disappear because Nampa taxpayers stop subsidizing an underused fixed route system. I understand VRT's argument that some federally funded services are tied to maintaining fixed route transit, but that does not mean that the only way to transport people who genuinely need help is to continue operating a mostly empty bus. We do not need a 40-foot solution to a 5-passenger problem. If the real need is transportation for seniors, disabled, residents, and people who cannot drive, then let's address that need directly. Target money people who actually need transportation instead of driving large buses around and hoping that somebody actually gets on, because I was lonely that day. Good thing I had my phone. The people who use these services in this room are not the villains here. And I don't blame them for wanting to keep a benefit that they've been able to use. But taxpayers aren't an unlimited funding source. Compassion does not mean writing checks without limits, and common sense is not cruelty. I rode 42 because I wanted to see it for myself. 3 hours, 52 miles, 4 other passengers.
Patty, I'm sorry, time is up.
No problem.
Okay.
Mayor?
Yeah, yes.
I just have a couple of questions I wanted to ask Patty really quick. Patty, did the bus you ride stop at CWI?
Yes, it did. It did stop at CWI Student Center. I think we waited there about 5 minutes, but nobody got on or got off.
And then why did you have to get off at the Boise Town Square? And then did you say
Happy Day Transit.
Yeah.
I had to get off at Town Square because the driver had to use the restroom, and I understand that. They had to lock the bus up. But when it was time to reboard the bus, and I had been the only passenger on the bus all the way from Nampa to Boise Town Square, I still had to swipe my pass. And then when I got to Happy Day, it was a shift change and getting a new driver who I asked the new driver, I said, do I have time to use the restroom? And he said, this really blew my mind. He says, no, we're running late. And as soon as I'm in the seat, we're leaving. And I'm like going, how? We didn't stop for anybody.
Okay. Any other?
Thank you.
I think we'll move on.
One more.
One more question?
Yes,
Okay,
one
one
more.
more question.
Regarding seniors and development delayed and physically handicapped, You conducted a study. What is that?
Victor, speak.
Okay. Regarding the seniors and those who need doctor's appointments, medical, you conducted a study. What is the result of that study?
I did several different things. I looked at the distance that someone who actually rode the bus to a medical appointment at St. Luke's or St. Owl's, what they would have to walk. But I understand there are other services that can get them up to the door. So are you wanting to know like distance from the actual bus stop?
What alternatives is there for those that, if they don't use VRT, or do you have another solution that is better, more efficient
Yes.
for on-demand?
Yes, I do, because see, it's my belief that where government fails, that private businesses can succeed. And so I started thinking about, well, how can we solve this problem without taxpayer money? And I started doing some investigations, and I found out that an individual could get a federal grant to pay 80% of a vehicle, say an accessible van, and 50% of their operating costs, like a scheduling software. So if somebody wanted to, as one-person business, get out there and do 6 rides a day, then they would be able to pay themselves, say, around $50,000 a year, plus, have a substantial amount of money covered for starting their own business. But the real model that caught my attention was if I got a federal grant for 3 vans and hired 3 drivers at like $17 to $18 a driver, and then I sat at home and did scheduling, I could pay myself $95,000, plus that would include my benefits, and I would make $60,000 in a year if I ran, 7,500 runs in a year. So there's a real opportunity for economic development by privatizing a lot of these stores. You could do a white glove service where you had them come to the door, pick mama up, take her to the doctor, wait for her there, take her back home, get her in the house. Don't leave her on the curb. Get her in the house, and then say a text message to the daughter who arranged for the ride and says, your mother's back home from her doctor's appointment safely. A white glove service, which a lot of people, I think, would appreciate that. And Linda Steele was doing that with her mom all the way down in Colorado.
Okay. It's time.
All right.
All right.
Thank you.
Thank you. And just a little reminder, this is going to be a little bit hodgepodge, because you may hear VRT comments, you may hear library comments, you may hear some other comments. So just so you know that it's not going to be maybe the same subject matter in a row. Okay. Name and phone.
Hello, I'm Sarah. My name is.
Hang on.
Way too loud? Oh,
I just want to put people that are in the queue. So-
oh, sure.
That's okay.
You're good.
So, you're fine. So our next speaker is Sarah Pinnock, and on deck is Vern Brandt, Marlene McCallum, and Linda Clark.
Yes, hello, I'm Sarah Pincock. I reside at 203 22nd Avenue South in District 3. I am speaking to you today as the current president of the Nampa Library Foundation. I'll keep it short and sweet. When considering the budgetary needs of the NPL today, I would plead with our city council members to remember that a core tenet of the library mission is to promote lifelong learning. These cuts will certainly impact the library collection in regards to materials for adult readers, alongside open library hours of operation. It is a simplistic approach to the situation to simply state to do not cut to our children and youth, when it is the adults who are the parents and grandparents and family members of those children who are simply trying to take an active role in enjoying our community resources, who are the ones who will be adversely affected, are the ones who are our taxpayers, and in the end deserve to have as much of a chance to utilize and enjoy the public services of our little city as any one group. Are we wanting to set a precedent that as soon as a Nampa resident turns 18, enters the workforce, and becomes a taxpayer, they are no longer treated as someone worth serving by our city council? Are they here to create a city culture that lacks support for the parents of our families, ignores individuals seeking education and community, one that pushes our senior citizens to the sidelines and diminishes the quality of life for our neighbors, one that eliminates resources for our most vulnerable? This budget reduction to the Nampa Public Library, coming at a time of great economic uncertainty for our working class neighbors, should be cause for reproach. Support for our Nampa citizens as people who live here, use our facilities, walk our streets, and as such should be able to take high pride in the quality of life growing here should be top priority for our council members. We realize times are tough. The end.
Thank you. Okay. That was the end. Oh, it
Yeah.
went 3 minutes? Because I'm still showing a minute and 18.
Yeah, it's,
Oh, I'm sorry. I looked up at.
You want to come back up? No, I tell you, you've said more words in that 2 minutes than
And I
I.
said, that's
Okay.
perfect.
Okay.
All I want to say is times are tough. The libraries are not luxuries. They are essential public services provided for the public, by the public, and you do have a wonderful opportunity to show your support in your position of city council members to represent the needs and opinions of the people who live, work, play, worship, vote, and have a library card in your district. Thank you.
Good job.
Is that not showing? Is that?
Oh, it's not showing at all?
oh, that's not
Yes.
good. Because we have a lot of
We're,
people
we're
talking.
gonna
We
wait
need that
just a
fixed.
minute. This is who I know I met her before. but it's not. Fern, it's gonna be just a minute.
It's fine.
Okay.
I can't see the clock anyway.
I know.
Right. Just tell me when to go.
Okay. Okay,
You'd be just a minute.
hold on, give me a sec.
Second. Okay, Fern, you're on.
Okay,
Fern, and then your
Mayor,
address,
city
please.
council members. I live at, my name's Fern Brandt. I'm at 1920 Ventura Drive in Nampa. I am a licensed social worker who has worked with some of the most vulnerable populations in our community, including those in recovery, the homeless, and recently, people with disabilities. And I can tell you the common theme is always the need for more affordable housing and better public transportation. Yet, instead of solutions, our government continues to make cuts to our social safety network, including Medicaid and food assistance programs, and now we're talking about cutting public transportation, which is a lifeline to our community. It gets us to our medical appointments, to the senior center, to community events, and to our place of employment. I know firsthand what it's like to experience the hardship of having transportation cuts. You see, for over 15 years, I was able to take the Access bus. But then after the last round of cuts and route changes, I was informed Access was no longer available to me, and I would need to start taking Beyond Access. I did this for nearly 2 years, and then in June, I had to make the difficult decision to resign from my job because I was only getting 25 to 32% of the rides I needed. Imagine if your vehicle only worked 25% of the time. I feel our state leaders are continuing to marginalize our already vulnerable population by developing and implementing oppressive and absurd laws like making being homeless a crime, forcing the mayor of Boise to take the pride flag down, and requiring a teacher to remove her sign that says everyone is welcome here, which really goes to showcase their true beliefs that we're not all welcome here. However, I feel Nampa is better than that. I hope that you all feel we are worthy of dignity and respect. So I stand before you today and ask you to dig deep and find a solution to fund public transportation so that we can all feel included and welcomed in our community. Thank you for
Fern.
your time.
Well done. No, not gonna clap. I agree, she did very, very well, but we're not going to be clapping, okay?
Mr. Mayor, our next speaker is Marlene McCallum, and on deck is Linda Clark, Alina Colby Souza, and Curtis James.
Okay.
Hi, I'm Marlene McCallum. I live at 1809 Chicago Street, Nampa, and I've taken Route 42 and other routes since 2021 when I moved here. And I have to agree with the first speaker that yes, there are times when the bus is pretty empty and it's just me and the driver. That used to be more so in the past, but now I do see a lot of young workers who are the same ones over and over again. I take the bus a lot, so I have a lot more data. And we used to have an express bus that went down the freeway, the Interstate 84. Sorry, I'm from Southern California, so I talk like that differently. But I did not have a car in Southern California. I did not need one. We had Orange County Transit Association, and one thing they did very well was do promotions and get ridership and get young ridership. We don't have that here. We need a lot more promotions to younger riders so they can take the bus to school, to the community colleges. And I took the bus into Boise State in 2021. We had an express bus that took just 20 minutes going between Boise and Nampa. And it went down the freeway. And it just rattled and rolled, and it was just a big clanking noise, but it made it. And I got a special sticker. I went to Osher Lifelong Learning at Boise State. And I asked them when Elaine Clegg became head of VRT, I said, they were asking what speakers we wanted, and I said, please bring Elaine Clegg on and have her start teaching people about how to use our public transit. I think that's the missing key.
Thank you. Marlene, is that it? Thank you very much.
That's it.
Okay, very good.
Mr. Mayor, our next speaker is Linda Clark.
And welcome Linda Clark, Councilwoman Emeritus.
And on deck is
Thank
Curtis.
you. Thank you. My name is Linda Clark. I'll try to be short because I happen to live in Boise right now. Forgive me. But my life has been centered on Nampa. I think you have do you need me to say my address? Do you have it? 2780 South Gatewood Lane in Boise. Okay. But a little history. I'm here to speak about two things. I want to go on record in being in full support of full funding for the library. I also want to go on record on being in full support for Valley Regional Transit. I was on the library board in the 1970s and the 1980s, and during that time period, I was one of the people as a trustee that had the opportunity to vote on starting the consortium in order to save money for the library and provide additional access to books, and I believe it still does that today. I was on city council for over 13 years, from 1994 to 2005. And during that time period, I had the opportunity to make the first vote for support. At that time, it was Treasure Valley Transit to start mass transit in Nampa. I am encouraged tonight to hear that there's a recognition that the library has a bare bones budget and that anything cut from the library budget will have impact. I'm also encouraged to hear from you folks that why are we targeting the library for cuts? Why not also look in some more systematic manner at all city budgets? With regard to Treasure Valley Transit, I will say I have in past, when I was on city council, and in more recent years, when I was sharing a car with my grandson, I have ridden the public bus between Nampa and Boise, and to services. And the problem is not that we spend too much on bus services in Nampa. The problem is that we spend too little. If we have a car-focused culture, and we're talking here tonight about congestion on the roads that makes the roads look like parking lots. Well, it seems inconsistent to me then to not recognize that mass transit may in turn, if more efficiently funded, be able to address that issue more efficiently. So thank you.
Mayor, can I ask a question?
Yes,
Just real quick.
Linda.
Ma'am? Linda? I wanted to ask you, oh, man, I'm really loud. I wanted to ask you a question about, you said that you helped start the VRT. What year was that, when you were on council and VRT began? Treasure Valley, yeah.
The first funding we gave was to Treasure Valley Transit, but that was the beginning.
What year?
Of mass transit in Nampa. And it later became Valley Regional Transit, and I think they were consolidated.
And what year was that? Do you remember?
It was sometime, it would have been in the 1990s. It was
Okay.
after 1994.
Thank you.
But I hate to see us go backwards. I just think there's such potential that we haven't reached
By the way,
yet.
Linda is a wonderful historian for the city of Nampa. She's done so much as far as the history of that. If you want to take just a one-way trip from Boise to Nampa and just stay here, that's okay.
Yes.
Okay.
This is still where I cover services and
Okay.
everything else, so, thank you.
Mr. Mayor, our next speaker is Alina Colby Souza.
Is Alina here? Okay, we need a few other people up. Is this
And-
gentleman next?
And our next is Curtis James.
And that's you. And let's go ahead and get one or two more people up,
It would
please.
be Cindy Hartley.
Cindy Hartley here.
Hartley?
Okay, and who else?
Eliza Willerup,
Eliza, are you here?
or Elias.
Okay, we may get out of here a decent time. Okay, one.
Bernadette Whitting,
Bernadette? Okay,
Catherine McNary,
okay. We'll just go with Catherine behind you for now. Thanks.
Cool.
Okay, as soon as she says go, you can go. Okay, you can go. Just name and address, please.
My name is Curtis James, and I live at 2011 West Garden Avenue, Napa, Idaho. Thank you for your time, Mayor and council people. I'm so glad we are here today. I am Curtis James, and I am the Democratic Precinct Committeeman of 3212, which is in District 6. And with that, there is a lot we are proposing, but I think the most important is, as we have been talking about, Valley Ride Transit. And the reason why, here are some kind of statistics. I'm a very big statistic person. While I appreciate the council's effort to manage and operate operational expenses and be very aware of that, because we have to be aware of that to create a future where we can all thrive. The biggest thing, we need to realize that public transit isn't an isolated luxury. It is something that each and every one of us have one degree. If we have a car, we know someone who doesn't, because 1 in 4 Napa residents has access to only no car or one car. And here is how we get there. So according to the US Census Bureau, over 1,400 households in Napa have zero access to a motor vehicle. And representing, and that is over 4,000 residents. And then here, 5,000 households rely on a single car. That is about 26,000 residents. And so with that, that is 23% of our population, nearly 1 in 4. And with that, each and one of those 1 in 4 will rely on the kind of transit that Valley Ride provides. And it is so important that we are aware of that. My proposed solution to part of this is we have spent over $2.6 million from direct general funds purchasing and working on our golf courses. And so that is a proposed revenue of $1.3 million in net annual revenue that we receive with that. And I propose that we fund the $4,980,000 in for Valley Ride, because Valley Ride is something that impacts someone that is close to us, like Marlene, and many other people, like my friend Jenny. And we need to deny this budget and make changes to it. Thank you.
Thanks, Curtis. All right. Cindy, are you ready? We'll get it down, girl.
Okay. I can. I'll try not to drop it.
Cindy,
I know I
wait,
have a
wait.
history of dropping them.
Just, you can go and rate. Just remember your name again and the address.
I'm Cindy Hartley. I live at 747 West Kinghorn Drive in Nampa at 83651. I am here today to speak on behalf of the library as well as the transit system. I have been in front of this council before, reminding you of the importance of looking out for the vulnerable. This is the different side to the same coin, as taking away the transit system and hurting the financial stability of the public library is equal to directly taking from your most vulnerable citizens, individuals, families, human beings who are counting on you and trusting you to look out for them. Streets and public safety are important. I get that. But what you need to understand is that the library and the transit system are not adversaries to those causes. They are partners. Well-funded bus systems help take loads off the streets by lessening the amount of cars and traffic, resulting in lower congestion issues and less strain on the overall system of streets. They get good people who are working hard to much-needed jobs and to school, as well as help keep the more vulnerable connected to key things in the city like grocery stores, food banks, shelters, and more. Well-funded libraries help prevent well-funded libraries help connect the community together, raise the education level of the community it serves, helps deter and prevent gang activity before it starts by giving teens healthy and engaging ways to spend their time and energy, and helps fight off desperation when someone loses their job through various resources that include resume help, job fairs, and free access to educational materials needed to increase hiring potential. Hurting the transit and the library to fund streets and public safety will only serve to hurt all four. One can't hurt one side of a partnership and not expect the other side to suffer as well. I am just scratching the surface here on all the ways a city's transit system and public library are crucial to the citizens you serve. Citizens who have spoken in droves through a combination of letters, phone calls, emails, and signatures to show their support and need of these vital city systems. In your packets, you are looking at hundreds of pages and over 2,000 individuals who are actively asking you to not take away their lifelines, their independence, and their support. These signatures and letters are still coming in as your citizens are desperate to be heard and are fighting for a better outcome than what is currently on the table. The city has spoken and is continuing to speak. And for those who struggle to have a voice, there are organizations and individuals who are standing up to speak in their place, urging you as the council and the mayor to not forget about them. Please reconsider. Please take a second look at the budget and find other ways. Please look out for the vulnerable and the voiceless, the people who need you most. Today, you will be making a crucial decision with far-reaching impacts. With that decision, you will also be sending a clear message to the people of this city, your citizens who are watching with bated breath. What message do you want to send? By cutting the city's public transit system and forcing the library into a position of cutting themselves, whether you mean to or not, the message being heard is that the vulnerable are not being remembered, that some citizens in the city are dispensable in favor of bigger things. Wouldn't it be better to send a message of support for all? A message that says everyone matters in this city, regardless of demographic, financial level, status, or various disabilities. In the end, this is your decision, and I acknowledge that it'll be a difficult one.
Cindy, I'm sorry, our time is up. Do you have 20 more seconds, or?
Can I? Is there
Well,
something
if you can get it done in 20 seconds.
Just
Okay.
please remember all of your citizens tonight, and thank you for your time and attention.
Oh, beautiful. Thank you. That was 2 seconds. Okay.
So, Mr. Mayor, our next speaker is Catherine McNary, but I'd like to see if the others are available. Mac Finn, Mark Finn,
Okay. And
and
who's-
Linda Steele.
Okay. Mark, you will be next after Catherine.
Okay, you ready?
We're ready, Catherine.
My name is Catherine McNary. I live at 869 West Corporate Lane, Nampa. I am here to assist with the other people that had talked about the bus system and the need for it. I rode the bus for 2 years, back and forth to work, back to doctor's appointments, all over the place. If I was to lose, it took me 2 years to build enough money to buy a car. And I still am paying on that car. But if I was to lose that car, if it was to break down, I'd be back on the bus system again, which is not right. I live here in Nampa, I work in Caldwell. If I was to lose my car, lose the bus system, I would lose my job. And then I wouldn't be a productive person in the community anymore. I would be out on the street with no place to go. So I'm begging you to please see it fit to address the VRT and keep it in place. Thank you.
Thank you, Catherine.
Our next speaker is Mark Finn, and on deck is Linda Steele. Is Connie Taylor here? Thank you.
Mark, I think you know the routine.
Sure, Your Honor. Thank you, Mayor and City Council members. My name is Mark Finn. I live at 1209 West Hudson.
Mark, I'm just going to say, do you need a chair and then we move the mic down, or are you okay?
No, if
You
I
okay?
start to fall, I'm pretty good at falling.
Well, Doug's not a good catcher, so that's why I was concerned. Okay, go
So,
ahead.
my name is Mark Finn, not Mac, as it says on the thing there, Mark with a C.
Okay.
I live at 1209 West Hudson Avenue here in Napa, Idaho. And I have to say, first off, I've lived in 4 different suburbs, in Reno, in Hawaii, in Spokane, and in Portland, Oregon. And I have to say that in a suburb, this has some of the poorest bus service I've ever seen. And it's getting worse, and I don't know why you guys are thinking that this is a good idea to cut it anymore. In good faith, when I wore a suit and tie like you did, I expected that I would be taken care of in my old age. I'm just one more surgery away from being in a wheelchair. I spend 20 hours a week as an ELK member volunteering. I try to help. My phone number is out there all over that I will give rides to anybody that needs a ride. I work for a company that they work seniors, helping seniors, that it would cost a senior about $70 to get a ride from here to Boise and back with my company. It's just not fair. I'm willing to bet that none of you have ever taken the bus to the Goodwill to buy used underwear. We have a senior population that depends upon that call demand system. They can't walk down to the bus station, but down to the bus stop. They call and they get delivered where they need to go and where they need to get back. A lot of seniors in this city eat 5 meals a week because they go to the Napa Senior Center and they get a meal there and they get hauled back. The veterans stopped paying and hauling them. They're depending upon that system to get there. Less meals a week or less rides a week mean they're going to eat less, they're going to eat less, they're going to eat less. They're not going to get to Fred Meyer's. If you pull up behind that white bus at the Goodwill or at the Walmart, you'll see people getting off there in wheelchairs, in walkers, with canes that don't have family members to haul them. We have a sign up there that says, "In God we trust." Our seniors are trusting you to be that God and help. Please, help our seniors. Help people to get out there and get their food, get to their doctors, get to their medical appointments, please.
Thank you, Mark. Thanks for making that effort.
Our next speaker is Linda Steele. On deck is Connie Taylor. Is Donna Eason here? Michelle Glaze?
We're going to shift gears a
Well,
little
I
bit.
think-
We're going
I
to
think
talk about
Donna
the
is
Humane
here.
Society.
Okay, perfect.
So if a couple of you want to sit down, you certainly, okay, you're okay?
I can sit down?
Shape up, Mayor.
We're going to shift gears and talk about our animals and our Humane Society. Linda Steele, 1219 South Spring Valley Drive in Nampa, Mr. Mayor and Councilman. Kindness and caring for animals shows the true strength of human society. How a community treats the most vulnerable creatures is a direct reflection of its values. Our pets give us unconditional loyalty and love. In return, they rely on our human compassion for their survival. Animals share our world. They feel pain and fear just the way we do and depend on us for protection. We must be their voice, stop abuse, and treat all animals with kindness. Animals face neglect and abandonment. We must provide a safe future where animal welfare is protected and respected. Investing in our animal shelter is direct investment of our safety, health, and compassion for our entire community. By allocating funding for our animal shelter, we can transform our shelter into a true community resource that saves lives and reduces stray populations. This is not just a request for charity, it's an investment in our city. I am formally requesting dedication and sufficient budget allocation for our shelter. This funding will directly help and prevent unnecessary euthanasia, save lives, and reduce stray populations. I urge council to approve the funding allocated needed. Let us show our residents that this city values life, promotes kindness, and stands up for its animal companions. Silence helps the abuser, never the victim. Be the voice for those who have no words. And I have a few seconds left. I want to talk about something else in the budget. We talked about training and the money that you put in, sending people hotel rooms, whatever. I am a licensed real estate broker in 2 states, and I'm a federally licensed tax professional licensed by the Internal Revenue Service. I have to do a lot of continuing ed. Mr. Victor Rodriguez teases me all the time. He says, every time I talk to you, you're doing continuing ed for something, okay? Every continuing ed class that I do is Zoom. I do not leave my home office. I'm getting ready to renew my license for my tax. 72 hours of continuing ed I had to do for that, all in my home office. So there's no reason to spend money traveling for education, for taxes, or anything like that. I do it all over the country, and I do it all from my home office. So you still have time.
Not to get you in trouble, how many animals do you have, Linda?
I'm not telling you.
Okay, I didn't think so.
Well,
Animal control would be out there, huh?
I talked to Sebastian about just bringing all the animals from the Humane Society to my house, which I'd be fine. I'm getting ready to celebrate my 49th wedding anniversary this week. I don't think my husband would approve of that, though. So.
49 animals for the 49th, huh?
Connie?
I'm Connie Taylor. I, 924 14th Avenue South.
Okay, we need to get closer. Maybe lift the mic a little bit and just get a little closer, please. There
I'm
you-
Connie Taylor, 924 14th Avenue South in Nampa, 83651. I am on the board of the Nampa Senior Center. There are multiple people who the only way they have contact with others, with other humans and human conversation is by on-demand ride, not only for the meals, but for conversation. Otherwise, they're stuck at home. They have no way to get anywhere. It's handicapped, it's veterans, it's seniors, multiple people. And I would ask, please, please keep the on-demand available for all the people who need it. Thank you.
Thanks, Connie, for your service on that board. By the way, Wednesday's pork chops are wonderful over there, so I just want to let you know that.
Amen to that. Oh, I got it. I'm determined.
Hello, my name is Donna Eason. I've lived in Nampa almost all my life. And I also am a member of the Nampa Senior Center Board. I have to.
Could you state your address?
We just need your, Donna, we need your address.
Oh,
You
yes.
can stick that back in the holder if, or somebody can help you do that. Okay.
I don't think it'll.
Doug, okay,
There.
we have
I
it.
was trying to raise it.
Okay.
Okay, my address is, there,
Okay.
thank you. 2506 Hillcrest Way. And I have to back up everything that Connie said just now. We both serve on the board, and we really love all of our senior center people that come every day for their meal. This is their social life. A lot of them, that's all they have. And so we're just happy to be here and encourage all of you to come and visit us. and see how much these people need this transit system to continue. And that's all I have to say. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mayor,
Yes.
Donna, over here, Donna, right here. No, just stay right there. I want to ask you a question. Yes. Okay, and you need to get behind the mic. You need to get back
I
on
want
the
you to
mic.
move to the mic so that everyone can hear you.
Right,
Okay.
okay. So, Donna, if y'all don't know, I'm a liaison for from the city council side for the senior center, for the senior commission. But would you say, Donna, that, number one, that the VRT has been a topic of discussion in about the last 6 meetings that I've been to, and the topic of the discussion was their failure to help and to be on time and to regulate their business with the seniors?
Yes, we have found that the complaint from some of them, you know, we're all old now, and time does mean a lot, and it seems like the organization of the routes kind of are not as good as they could be. They'll have to travel almost all over town just to get to the senior center when they live quite close to the senior center. So is that what you're
Yes,
talking about?
the other issue is, Donna, we've talked about when the transit drops off the seniors at 11 o'clock or whenever time before the lunch,
Yes.
that they have to wait for 4 hours before VRT comes back and picks them up.
Yes, that is right also, yes.
Yes.
There
So-
is quite a wait, and in the summertime, you know, it's pretty hot. They can stay inside, but they have to watch for that bus. And so that is another problem with it. I think there could be a better plan for the drivers to arrange their routes so that it is a better way for the seniors to come and go.
Okay, thank you, Donna. Thank you.
Yes, thank you.
Oh, Mayor, our next speaker is Michelle Glaze.
Okay.
On deck, is there Jim Hoff here? Marjorie Colo? No.
Marjorie's here, I
Yes?
think. You can, I think she's here. I think she might need to stay seated.
Okay, no worries.
Marjorie, you're okay to stay seated? Yes.
That's okay. Tyler Kane? And Marty Hopper? Mary Cooper?
Okay, you can stay seated. She's just calling out names.
Yeah.
Marjorie will be coming up first.
Is that Mary?
That's Mary.
Okay, all right, perfect. Then Michelle Glaze.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thanks, Michelle.
Tonight, I'm here on behalf of our community animals. I'm never this nervous.
Just, I need to give you your full name.
Oh,
even
sorry,
though we have
Michelle
it in your
Glaze,
address.
723 Lake Lowell Avenue in Nampa.
Okay, thanks, but
Like I said, I'm never this nervous around the animals, which I'm around all the time.
just a bunch of animals up here.
Okay,
you know, yeah.
good. I'm here tonight, not just as a citizen of Nampa, but a very active animal advocate, rescuer, and humane animal trapper in our community. I reunite, rescue, rehabilitate, whatever it takes to get an animal better. Right now, we are really at a crisis, and I see it every single day. We need animal services and shelter services. We need a solution that is sustainable, not just for our city, but for the entire community. Right now, the number of animals being dumped, abandoned, surrendered, rehomed is astronomical. Like I said, we are at a crisis, and I don't know what we're going to do if we don't have a shelter. I know it because I live it. In the last few years, I've personally trapped over 200 community cats, already at 90 this year. The population of community cats is another story. That's another night. We need services. We need cat services, dog services. In the past 3 years, I've spent more than $18,000 at one vet alone, and I have multiple vets that I go to, and these are on community animals alone. The population of community cats isn't even included in that $18,000. This is the money I've raised, begged for, constantly. If you've seen my Facebook, you know that I'm begging all the time, and paid for out of my own pocket. Every day, I do what I can to help our community animals that need medical care and find myself wondering how I'm going to pay for the next one. I can only imagine that how the shelter feels not knowing whether or not they can help our community animals in need. Rescuers, rescues, everyone that I know is exhausted and overwhelmed. There are not enough fosters, vets, volunteers are stretched as it is. Without a shelter, I don't know what we will do. If NAMPA approves the portion of the shelter, if NAMPA approves the portion the shelter is asking for, and the other entities do not, where are the animals going to go? And how many will be euthanized? Because they will be euthanized. What is the alternative? Because the problem isn't going away, it's getting worse. This issue has been going on for so long, and every year the burden gets heavier. We need a solution that works long-term on behalf of every community animal in need who have no idea their lives are in the hands of those denying this request. One last thing to consider, this is more my personal opinion, we need to move away from the puppy store sales, the puppy mills, and the backyard breeding, because every year the number of adoptable animals, when breeders are continuously producing more puppies and kittens, those animals compete directly with shelter animals looking for homes.
Thank you, Michelle.
Thank you.
Okay, Marjorie, then Marjorie, then Mary, okay?
I am Marge Colo. I live at 6921 Parkway Lane and 836587. I'm not a professional speaker. I made a little article.
You need to
but
get
I'm
a little
not gonna
closer,
read it.
to the mic.
Oh, okay.
Thanks.
I want to tell you, I was here in 1976 and 1999, ran a business here, helped with the Civic Center contributions, Rec Center contributions. I'm back. I'm with the senior group. I would like to introduce or invite any of you guys to come to the senior center and see how many people use that bus every day that cannot get there otherwise. And for the gentleman say you can't wait for retirement over here, you're retired, your kids are in 10 different states, your wife is gone, you're 10 miles out in the country and you can't do anything. And that's what those people are at the senior center. We need them buses to get us from there. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Marjorie. Mary? You want, and Tyler's up next after.
My name's Mary Cooper. I live at 1168 West Rwanda Drive, Nampa, 83683. I'll say. Yeah, anyway, I just wanted to say that I do not drive for safety reasons. My feet go numb. I have neuropathy really bad. This has just happened just recently. I've had to sell my car. And each and every one of you someday will probably not be able to drive. Some of you can't even imagine what that is like. You have friends, you have family that say they'll take you. When it comes time, they're always too busy. So I just wanted to let you know before you decide on this bus to consider what it's like not to have any transportation whatsoever at all. You stay home. You don't go anywhere, you don't see anybody. It's very hard on seniors. Most of the people that take the bus are senior citizens. They have contributed to this community most of their lives. If they can't afford it, then charge $2 to $5 a ride. I would be willing to do that. Many people would. Some can't afford it. I understand that. But if they would just come up with some kind of a system, and yes, the transportation pickup and drop-off is poorly organized. They need to get a better system to not take so many go out of their way so many times to pick up a few people. They need to get a system where they get a bus full of people in that same area. As, like I said, we would be taking jobs away from the people that drive the buses, because most of them are seniors. So that's their jobs gone. That's leaving us totally out. And I know it's very hard to imagine, because most people have cars, drives, go everywhere. Some people don't. So I'm begging you, I'm asking you, please don't take this away from us. You know, I think I called you.
Yes,
talked to
we
you
we
about
have
it.
talked, Mary. Thank you.
thank you.
Appreciate it. Yeah, go ahead. Tyler, before you go, come on up, Tyler, but then we'll go ahead and call out a couple more names.
Sonia Spangler.
Sonia's not here? Oh, you are here, Sonia. You can just stay seated, Sonia, for now.
Julie Petz. How, is it Julie Pels?
PETZ. Okay, you don't need to get up yet. Well,
And Stu White.
okay, you can sit there too. You'll be fourth. I just wanted to get who is coming up next. Okay, Tyler, you're up.
My name's Tyler Kane. I live at 210 6th Street, Wilder. So Nampa seems to have many issues. You guys are talking about VRT, funding the library, development for roads, for further developments, for cheap housing, roads requiring, you guys are getting grants, needing grants to fund roads. I'd like to bring up that since 2022, the Nampa spent $6 million on a real-time crime center. This functions as ALPR cameras from Motorola. It's the exact same technology as flock cameras, which is a huge hot topic in this state and across the country right now. Even President Trump today said they're looking into the situation. This budget that you guys have right now, you guys are looking to spend $627,335 on the real-time crime center from your guys' budget. I don't know if there's any grants or anything on top of that. But that's a $237,701 increase to that. So this system, what we see across the state is typically they come in and they say, oh, we're just putting in license plate readers, and then it turns into a real-time crime center, and you're watching people drive across the city, across roads. So let's see. So I would just like to point out, because there seems to be some confusion that somehow Motorola Solutions is different than Flock. The companies operate the same. A person drives past a license plate reader, it logs it, it becomes a searchable database. The concern with Motorola is they sell the data to data brokers like Thomson Reuters Clear System. And they explicitly sell it to them, which gives further access. When I went with you, Darrell, to the system, to view the system, they're sharing the data with ICE, with fusion centers, with the DEA, with tons of federal agents. And I think there's a real lack of oversight of how the system's being used within Nampa, and then also the way that funds are just being given to it. I would love to see officers paid appropriately. I'm not against police. I don't think anyone that is against mass surveillance is against the police in general. But the funding should be spent in ways that benefit the community. So the library, VRT, police salaries. One thing with Wilder is I would have loved to seen, that they were spending $10,000. That's enough for a $1,500 bonus for each police officer that we have. Why aren't we funding things that benefit them? Police department, police officers making more money they'd put more into the community. When I went up there, I saw six people sitting in that room. That's 6 officers that could have been on the streets, but instead they're just staring at computer screens. Thank you for your time.
Okay, thank you, Tyler. Okay, Sonia, correct? Thank you. You need an assistance at all, or are we okay? Okay, yeah.
Cindy's right here at the front, right here.
Oh, right
here. Right here's the front, and here's the microphone.
I'll just
Right
like.
Why don't you just go ahead
okay.
and stay up there with her if you don't mind? Okay.
My name's Sonia Spangler. I live at 1930 First Street,
North in Nampa, 83687. I'm just here to talk about Access Bus and Beyond Access. I mean, I use Access Bus all the time, but I loved it more when they were able to go to Caldwell and as far over as to Costco. You know, it was great. I used it all the time. And I don't mind paying if I know I can get a ride for sure. Because sometimes Beyond Access is great, but when they're drivers, you know, they don't have enough drivers and it's impossible to get rides on there. And if you take Access Bus away, then they're just not getting rides. You know, it's just not going to be able to get rides. And I just wanted to say real quick, you know, since I've been taking rides and going to exercise, because I live with a lot of nerve pain, I used to see my pain doctor every month, and it's $150 each time. And I went from that to going every 3 months. And I got off, 90% of my medication because of it. So it just, if all we're going to have left is Beyond Access, I'm afraid I'm not going to be able to get the exercise I need because I'm usually in the pool, and that'll affect everything. And also, I want to say about the seniors, it used to be a hoot. When I was on Access, and there'd be like 6 or 7 of them, they were so full of energy and excited to go to the senior citizen, you know, to the place. And I do still run into them on Beyond Access, but, you know, it'd be a shame if they lost it, you know, lost that ability to get to where they need to be. And especially for me, and I also have my husband's blind and my son's in a wheelchair. So it's like a family thing, and this is very important to us. And I hope you can think about that as you make this difficult choice.
Thank you, Sonia. Julie, are you going to, Julie's, thank you for helping her. Yeah, Julie Pellet.
Good evening. My name is Julie Pelz, P-E-L-Z, and I live at 11668 West Rana Drive, but you can find me at 11085 Lake Lowell Avenue more than anywhere else these days. There's 2 forms of our community that are at risk, I think, and that we need to be caregivers of, no matter where we are in life. And those are our kids and our seniors. And I realize in the library program, you guys are making the kids and the youth a priority. But what program were they talking about cutting at the library? The senior programs. So if we're cutting the programs at the library and we're putting their transportation in jeopardy, what does that say about us as a society and us as a city? I know VRT isn't perfect, or VTR isn't perfect. I've been working with it. But let's try and encourage it to be better. Let's see what we can do to make it better. Maybe we can get some more full buses. But cutting the program is just sad. People, and I think the thing we don't think about all the time is that there's a lot of those seniors out there, and Mary was one of them, who want to still drive and want to still be independent, but it's not safe for the rest of us if they are. Okay? And that's a piece that people aren't talking about tonight. And we don't, you know, we got to think about public safety. You guys are, you know, hitting the piece. The police officers don't want to have more accidents because we have people out there driving who shouldn't be. I'm done. Thank you very much. Thanks for listening to us.
Mayor?
And
I think Julie, there may be a question.
Julie, I just wanted to ask you a
Yes.
question. And you don't have to answer this if you don't want to, but.
Right.
In your experience over the years that you've have, do you feel that the government, that things that the government does are well done?
Ooh.
Or done well?
That's a tough question. I think, okay.
Councilwoman Scott, you want to ask me?
Yeah, Councilwoman Skagg, I think that there are certain things that the government does that are probably well done. I think that we have become as a country, and it's trickled down, that we don't take care of those that are needed.
Right. And so do you feel like a private business does a better job of taking care of things than the government does?
I think that if you have the right person, yes.
Okay.
But it takes that right person. And I think where it's the most successful is when you have a cooperation Maybe you have government funding.
Yeah.
You know, the city's going to get some great government grants for roads, right? We just got like $11 million to help with our roads.
Yeah, she actually got a $23 million.
He's amazing.
Yeah, $23 million to help with our roads, right? Well, that's really exciting, but what's the point of having those great roads if people aren't safe on them?
Yeah, and I'm not trying to just put you on the spot.
No, that's okay.
I really appreciate you being candid with me and answering these, because what I'm hearing a lot of you say is that you need the buses, but they're not doing a very good job.
I think that that's probably a true statement. And
Okay.
I don't know, I'm not saying anything bad against VRT because I think you guys provide a great service. I just think that there are some ways that we could make it better.
Needs to be worked on. Thank you.
Yeah,
Thank
thank
you very
you.
much.
Thanks, Julie. Christopher, I think you're finally up. Is it Christopher?
No, it's
No, I'm
Stu
sorry.
White.
Oh, Sue.
Stu White.
Oh, Stu White. I'm sorry,
And,
Stu.
and on deck, is there a Christopher Perez?
You're up, Stu.
Am I up? Okay.
Yeah, I'm just trying to find out who's here.
I just renamed you, but well, go ahead, give us your
If-
name and address.
If I could
Okay.
just ask, I'm sorry.
I
is
will
there a-
keep this really brief, too.
Go
Yeah,
ahead,
my name is
Stu,
Stowe.
Stu, just a second. She wants to call out a couple more
Of course.
names.
Oh, I'm sorry.
No,
Okay.
you stay there.
Okay, is Christopher Perez here? I have still a long list. So, okay, I don't think Christopher Perez is here. Claudia Weatherman,
Yeah, Claudia's back here.
okay. Kelly Chapman. Okay, she had to leave. Whitney,
Has one of you signed up? Okay,
Whitney Kent. Okay, perfect. Thank you.
okay. Stu, you're finally, we got you.
Yeah, I actually go by Stowe White, S-T-O, and last name White. My address is 11103 West Blaine Avenue in Nampa. What Cindy brought up, the lady back here, I was a licensed case social worker working with homeless kids and struggling families and former gang member kids mostly. There's some really great stories because of buses for kids, believe it or not. I was working with the family that didn't even have a wall on their back right part of their house. The mom was a single mom. The dad was addicted to drugs, and she was working as hard as she can to get this kid nurtured. The good news is we got him to whatever he needed to go to, and I was his coach. We got him to the United States Olympic track team because of a bus. Also, there's another kid that I know that was supporting his family, believe it or not, at 16 years old, because once again, his parents were drug addicts and they were trying their best, and his mom was working part-time. But he put himself through school, through high school, and became, he got a full ride scholarship to BSU. Incredible kid. He is now gainfully employed and supporting his family because of the bus. The only way he got to school was because of the bus line. So thank you, VRT. Anyway, there's so many stories like this where you don't realize what transportation means. This is an actual lifeline. What I was kind of wondering too, as far as budget cuts, in the real world, when you're self-employed, you don't have any benefits whatsoever, hardly at all. But I was kind of wondering just briefly, the Nampa online benefits, they have 64 pages of benefits. And you can retire at 50 years old if you're in fire or police work. 50 years old, and also 55 years old if you do it right for the city of Nampa. I was just kind of wondering if possibly if you bump that up to 62 like everybody else, maybe you wouldn't have to keep giving these retirements over and over and over and all these benefits, and maybe that would save probably hundreds of thousands of dollars. And that's pretty much what I have to say, but I can tell you the bus is a lifeline of a city. So thank you.
Thank you, Stu.
Yes.
Claudia, you are next.
My name is Claudia Weatherman, and I live at 2531 South Whitetail Court here in Nampa. I also work for Terry Riley Health Services here in Nampa. VRT provides transportation for many, many patients who use the services 150 VRT on demand, Beyond Access, Rides to Wellness, to access our locations for medical, dental, behavioral health, and pharmacy services. As a major safety net health provider in the Treasure Valley, the primary mission of Terry Riley is to ensure health services are accessible to all. Lack of public transportation to reach an appointment is a significant barrier to health care. I've heard people anecdotally complain, nobody rides the bus. I saw it once, nobody was on it. I rode for a day, only 4 people were on it. But people that do ride the bus really, really need the service. Their health relies on it. Their ability to buy groceries, healthy food, to attend classes, and yes, to get to work. So instead of anecdotal, I'll give you a number. Granted, it is from 2024. There were 9,910 VRT patrons who boarded or deboarded at a Terry Riley Health facility in Canyon County. Now, our cohorts in Caldwell have decided to maintain their contribution to public transportation. People like Anna and Steve, who were kind enough to speak with me while waiting for the bus outside of my office at Terry Riley location. Anna has an intellectual disability that prevents her from driving. She uses the bus to get to appointments and go shopping. She's on a fixed income, and using Uber is not financially feasible. Steve told me that he can't afford to own and fuel and insure a vehicle, so he walks everywhere, which is very cumbersome when it's very hot or very cold. He especially needs transportation for his groceries. And he recounted a time that he had to walk 5 miles because there was a problem along the route. The few frozen goods he purchased melted in the heat. Now, some time ago, as Linda Clark told us, back in the 90s, we decided that public transportation would be a good thing to do for our community, to make it a healthy, thriving community. In general, we know it reduces pollution, fuel use, and traffic, but up close, it is a lifeline for people in our community. We know there's so many demands on public funds, and this is not an ask for new money. This is to maintain funding for crucial existing service. Redirecting these funds to the detriment of our most vulnerable is not a hallmark for a healthy, thriving community that cares about all of its citizens. Please don't prioritize pavement over people. It is imperative that we make decisions that right-size and not capsize the community and those people we serve.
Thanks, Claudia. So, question? Question, Claudia? I'm sorry. Do the backstroke. Yeah.
So Claudia, the water line break last week, should we have just shut off the water and kept it off and not fixed the road?
No. And that's what I'm saying. There are choices to make, but this is something that has been in the Nampa budget for 25 or 30 years, and I know some cuts need to be made. I'm seeing that there's compromise. You went in with a $800,000, $900,000 ask, and now BRT has come back with something that will provide some services, but not take that whole under $800,000. But it's a drop in the bucket for these deferrals, this deferred maintenance and everything that we keep hearing about. When I see these real people and these real services, I mean, I know there are choices to make, but please consider the people and not just the numbers that are on the budget.
I understand that. I'm just trying to balance between.
I know you guys have the hardest
What
job.
intersections, what streets we're going to close at some point.
Yeah, you guys have a hard job, and this is what I'm activating for.
Thanks, Claudia. Okay, Madam Clerk.
Our next speaker is Whitney Kent, and on deck is Carol Augustus here.
Mayor?
Yep.
Were we going to read the one comment into the record, or are we not doing
When
that?
they come up, they
Okay.
can do that.
Thank you.
Yvonne Doherty. Crystal Flippins. Okay. How about Cody Gorman? And Honey Kammerman? Okay. My last advance sign-up was Selena Campos. No. Okay.
Okay. Whitney, you're on.
All right. I'm Whitney Kent. Let's see if I remember my address. I live in a very nice townhome
In Nampa, it's called 1635 Smith Avenue, number 2. I think I got that right.
Do it one more time for us.
Oh,
We're gonna work on it.
Oh, Whitney Kent, 1635 Smith Avenue, number 2, Nampa, Idaho, 83651.
Thank you.
Very good location. I'm here to speak against the budget cuts affecting VRT routes in Nampa, specifically Route 40. That's the bus that goes all the way from Nampa, all the way from Caldwell, but stops in Nampa and then goes all the way to, stops in Meridian and goes all the way to downtown Boise. I have a job in downtown Boise, so I can't just do the bus 42 because it only goes to the mall. This doesn't just affect riders, it affects families and caregivers behind them. I ride Route 40, I want to say 3 to 5 times a week, but I have to be, I for sure take it at least 2 times a week with what I do. It depends on the project I'm doing that week, but sometimes it definitely gets up to 4 times a week for work. It's the reason for our 1-car, single-income household functions, because I take the bus. My husband keeps our 1 car to get our kids to school and take care of everything else while I'm away at work. But we lose this option that really affects our arrangements. But today, I want to push back on the idea that low ridership means we should cut. I think it's the opposite. VRT hasn't had the funding to offer Nampa the service it actually needs. And when the city keeps tightening that budget, services gets thinner and thinner, and service means fewer riders. That's not a sign people don't need it. That's the result of years of being underfunded. And let me just say, I'm a seasoned VRT rider. I've been riding since for various seasons of my adult life, starting from probably like 2006, 2007, when I used to go commute from Nampa to go to BSU as a student, which really taught me really young in my young adult life to really prepare. I'm not like other students that go to BSU wasn't like other students that went to BSU that just get to live in the dorm and just walk around campus and like sleep in and go to class. I had to plan ahead. If I'm going to be in Boise, I'm there all day, and there's only 3 routes that leave early in the morning and like 3 routes that come back. So now I'm like early seasoned. I put things in my backpack, like I got an umbrella, I put my heels in there. I left my lunch there.
I'm afraid that's time.
So, okay.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Is it Crystal? Who's next? Crystal?
Apologize for missing my name being called earlier, but I really wanted to speak to you guys, so thank you. My name is Crystal Flippins, and my home is 1201 South Bonneville Drive in Nampa. I'm also running for the Idaho Senate, District 12. I'm also a longtime resident of Nampa since 2009. I'm here today to speak to you on behalf of the people of Nampa about the ALPR cameras, sometimes known colloquially as flock cameras. In the United States Constitution, the Fourth Amendment guarantees people the right to privacy, to not be monitored, tracked, or targeted by the government or any of its proxies without a warrant. Flock cameras and those like them serve as a mass surveillance system, tracking the movements of everyday residents all day, every day. This is a massive violation of our rights to privacy and freedom of movement without government monitoring. It's also a violation of the trust between the people and their government, turning all of us into potential criminals because we are simply moving about our lives. Across the country, we have seen countless instances of police misconduct with these cameras, using them to stalk romantic partners, former romantic partners, or even random individuals. Jerome, Idaho, recently had a police chief step down after it was discovered. He used the ALPR cameras in Jerome to track his wife's comings and goings around the area. These kinds of abuses are not one-offs. They are not uncommon. More importantly, treating U.S. citizens like their very existence in public is worthy of tracking, and suspicion is a violation of our fundamental civil right to privacy. The data on these cameras, their use and effectiveness is minimal. In fact, in many cases, it hinders the investigations through false identifications. Mass surveillance is not the Idaho way, and there is no good enough reason to justify the erosion of civil liberties in a state as free as Idaho. I urge this city council to cancel their contracts with ALPR cameras, so instead of using taxpayer money on mass surveillance and treating us all as would-be criminals, we can fund our libraries and provide public transit for the seniors in our community. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Crystal. Okay, Cody, I believe you're next.
How close here. All right, hello, it's been a long wait. I'll avoid some of the stuff that's been brought up, you know,
Thank you.
First, main
Oh,
thing
we
was,
need name-
oh,
name-
sorry,
name and-
sorry.
name and
Cody
address.
Gorman, 1222 9th Street South here in Nampa. I believe that a healthy urban area, it needs to have public transportation. If anything, you know, Valley Regional Transit, like, it needs, if anything, more funding. That's why there's a supply issue. The demand is there. And that is, I think public transportation is very important to help deal with traffic. I think you can't just keep widening the lanes. That's going to be too costly, too expensive. You need to invest in public transportation. I don't want to see this area become like LA County. And then the other thing was, I heard someone ask if it would be better if it was a private service. I don't think the city of Nampa would be a better place if it was a company town instead, with a CEO instead of a mayor. There's public and private, and BRT serves the public good, and it should serve like shareholders or BlackRock executives in other states. So, thank you.
Thank you, Cody. We have, what, 2 more to go?
Honey,
No, we also had then have BR,
right, we'll ask for the public.
okay.
So Honey Cameraman. And, yes.
We'll, after we have those names that we have, then we'll ask anyone else that wants to,
Hi, my name is Honey Cameraman. Address is 6240 East Medalist Lane, number 102, Nampa. I live over by CWI. I utilize both the 42 route and the on-demand route to get me to work, to West Valley Hospital. There's nothing right now that goes out to West Valley Hospital. The only way to do it is take the 42 to Happy Day Transit Center and then book an on-demand bus to go out to Caldwell. There used to be buses out to Caldwell, but now there's not. Without the system, I'm stranded. Literally have walked from where I live to where Target is and Costco. It took me 2.5 hours in the heat. Not a good idea. Absolutely not. We need to have those buses in place to get us to those places. Not only that, but I have noticed on the bus bench in front of the Walmart off of Garrity and Franklin, the bus bench sign reads, "Freedom to get to shopping, dining, and more." By taking away those buses, we, the people, lose that freedom to be able to get us to where we need to go when we want to get there. I urge you guys, please, to keep the buses available to us. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, honey. Okay, I know there's some folks that do want to come up here, so if you'll raise your hand, how many do we have? Okay, I see, okay. So let's just start with the front and we'll move back. So name, I get to ask you your name, how about that? Name and address, please.
Andrew Mills,
Yes, Andrew.
208 Sunset Landing Lane, Caldwell. Give me a second to pull up the notes. So, Mr. Mayor, Nampa City Council members, my name's Andrew Mills.
Yeah,
and
Andrew,
sorry.
okay, but you would get a little closer to the mic.
All right.
Sorry, thanks.
Not all of your citizens can come to these hearings because they end at 8 or even later. And that's a $15 to $20 Uber home. Of course. I'll just do it off the notes. So, a bus ride from my house to here cost me nothing because I'm on a pass program with the Y, and I have nothing but freedom because of on-demand and beyond access and fixed route. And if it weren't for that, I would be sitting at home collecting a Social Security check and using more and more of the Social Security budget, dwindling it down before it needs to be gone. If it weren't for on demand, I would not be able to go visit people in Nampa, even though I live in Caldwell, and go eat at the new restaurant. What is it? The pickle, something about a pickle. What's the name
They're
of it?
running out of food
Yeah.
though, so get there soon. Okay.
Yeah, I know. But mainly, it's the Social Security budget will last longer if I'm able to be gainfully employed. I'll stand for questions.
We won't have questions, but Andrew, thank you very much. Appreciate you, known you for a long time. Sir, you're finally next. And name and address, please.
My name is Jim Hoff. I live at 605 Winter Place in Nampa. And I've been here about 28 years, but I've also been in other places where I've seen good transportation systems and things like that. My main concern is that I go to the senior center, so I see the people that need the bus to be able to go there. And I know that sometimes it's not always working as perfectly as we'd like it to, but it's a lifeline for them. And I just ask you to consider that part of it, and also to consider that when I came here, I thought, well, I tried to find out what kind of transportation system we did have 28 years ago. And, you know, back at that time, I knew that they had this on-demand possibility. And, you know, if something were to happen to where I cannot drive anymore, which I'm still able to do, thank goodness, I'd have to be thinking about whether I want to stay in this community or not. Or should I go somewhere where I could get that kind of a service for myself? So I just want you to be considering it from that standpoint too, is that it is a attraction for a lot of people that they have the good service. And so think about it from that standpoint. And if we don't have the good service, don't throw it out just because we don't have a good service. Make it better. So that's my,
Thank you, sir.
and I just ask you to do that. And at the senior center too, just one last thing is that we try to step in when the bus service isn't always that great, and we try to help the people out that we can.
Give them a ride.
Okay, all right.
Ma'am,
you.
I think you're next. Okay, I wish
I've been sitting out there for 23
I
years
wish I
too.
was always excited at 10:15 at night, but go ahead.
Hey, I've been editing. My name is Michelle Tanberg. I live in Nampa City, Valley View School District at 7463 Bay Meadows Drive near Birch Elementary. I'm kind of waiting for my timer to start.
Our timer, our timer.
It's busted?
we're-
Okay,
we're-
here we go.
Our timer goes to sleep at 9, so I'm sorry. Go
As a
ahead.
member of the Friends of the Library for Nampa, I'm here to say I have actively sought signatures in support of the library because my group supports the library with its bookstore, open 4 days a week, and 4 book sales a year. The Friends keep a log of how many of us there are and how many hours we work. It's a lot. Skip. The amount of money for the program from Friends of the Library pays anywhere from $20,000 to $25,000 a year for all of these programs. And that was from July. I understand you had a really big, thick packet today with 600 pages, and represented in there were 2,000 signatures. I have originally 3, now 4 more pages of signatures for you. My daughter and I collected those, including having one of these at Flying M. Anybody who comes to the library knows how heavily it is used by the community. If folks attend one event at the library, they soon attend several each month. My gateway program was Fit and Fall Proof class with a friend of mine, first in Boise and then here in Nampa, and I have moved on to Mahjong and other things great. The library is open 6 days a week. We want to keep our library as vibrant and busy as our community needs. Please fully fund the Napa Public Library and ignore the out-of-towners and non-book readers who are our detractors. Please care for this wonderful institution. Thank you.
Sir?
Got it going now.
You'll have to pardon me the way I look. I didn't prepare.
Name and address.
I'd like to give a plug for the library.
Name and address first, please.
Frank Baldwin. I live at 724 South Canyon Street in Nampa. I grew up in Nampa. The library was my second home. I'm the first one from Nampa Public Schools to go to Columbia University and graduate. I got a free ride, and it's all because I spent my time, my spare time, growing up in the library. I learned how to behave, I learned how to talk right, and I learned how to behave, give credit where credit was due. I remember coming home one summer, and I heard from my friend, well, your librarian is working over here in a cobbler shop. I said, really? We recognize each other. A library is very vital to a free country. It was Benjamin Franklin who said this: you either know or you know where to find it. And you find it in libraries, free libraries. I've been through a lot, and I won't go into it, but I never forgot my librarian.
Thank you. Thank you for taking the time. All right. No, we're not, I know it deserves it, but we're not going to start clapping.
There we are.
Where are we, Madam Clerk? Okay, we have Hugh, okay. You want Mr. Osborne to come up first? Okay.
Good evening, Mayor, City Council, Darrell.
That's what I've asked people to call me, but go ahead.
I must compliment this well-organized.
Yeah, you still, I know we've heard it many, many times, but we still need to give your name and address one more time.
What is it now? Hubert Osborne, 4199 East Switzer Way. I compliment the people that organized this. It's been very effective on city councils in the past when the rodeo board showed up other times, and they have good stories to tell. My answer to the thing of driving is self-driving cars. Buy a couple of those. And I do support the on-demand for people that need extra assistance. But I think the big buses are just dinosaurs, and they should sell them to the Park Service to tour Grand Canyon or wherever. So that's my little story. I do support on-demand, but I think you should look into self-driving cars, et cetera.
Right.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you. The main man, you're coming up.
Good evening, Council, Mayor Bruner, Justin Buchholz, 416 Meyer Avenue, Nampa, Idaho. Y'all have a big decision tonight. And, well, I'm kind of glad I'm not in the position, but I still want to be working with you guys. I do want to say that this past week I was on that Garrity job. I put in a lot of hours and I worked with the city side by side, and I tell you what, Crystal rocks. She put so many hours into making sure things were done right. Her whole entire team. Jake I worked with quite a bit from Clemente, and that went super smooth compared to what it could have been. They tried to put that giant boulder that Clay was standing next to in the back of my truck, and I absolutely refused because it would have tipped me over. It was that heavy. But tonight, guys, just, go with your hearts, go with your best judgment, and good luck.
Thanks. Still get to give the name and address.
Will do. For the record, Jason Rose with Valley Regional Transit. Mr. Mayor, City Council, I've been asked to read a testimony from a writer.
What's address did you give?
That is 116 Marvin Street, Caldwell, Idaho, 83605. This is from Kelly Chapman. Dear City Council, Nampa and Caldwell working together to take away the VRT on demand would be a very bad idea. Could we put VRT on demand on the giving machine to help raise money, please? Please keep the VRT on demand, the access bus, and beyond access. People need this. Please don't stop them. Keep them going, please. This is proof that the bus is used. I do write it. And that is from Kelly Chapman.
Do you have an address for her?
Yeah, 116 Marvin Street. It's Caldwell.
Okay, I'll be very honest. I hope there's no one else that really wants to bring. Really? Okay, come on up. Stephen, you're on. All right.
Mr. Mayor, members of the council, Stephen Hunt. I live at 4160 Stratford Drive, Boise, Idaho. I've been here long enough to see all of you come and some of you come back. And I just want to set the record straight on a couple of things. And that is, first, Valley Regional Transit has worked very hard with the Nampa City Council to do the things that the council has asked us to do. We began with fixed route services back in the 90s. We transitioned to on-demand services per the council's request, and we work hard to deliver services to the public. You know this, but I'll just repeat it. We have on-demand service, we have fixed route service. We actually run a volunteer driver program with Valley Regional Transit. There's Rides to Wellness, there's non-emergency medical transport, there's access service, there's Lyft, and there's Uber. All of those services try to meet the demand, the travel demand of residents in the city of Nampa, and there's still need. There's been some comments about how Valley Regional Transit is missing the mark on meeting the needs of the riders, and I just want to point out a couple other things, which is virtually every reason that somebody doesn't take transit can be addressed by service. Riders waiting too long at the senior center are waiting that long because there's not enough people, there's not enough service to get them where they need to go. If you want to have more direct service, the other comment that was made from the seniors about having to take a really circuitous route from one place to the next, the reason that they do that is because we're trying to connect as many different people to as many places as possible with limited service. The way you solve that, if you want point-to-point service, would be something like Lyft or Uber, where you're taking one person from one place to another place. And the result of that is higher costs. There is nothing that keeps the private sector from stepping in and trying to serve the needs that exist in Nampa, and in fact, they do. There are, I think there were a couple people that mentioned it tonight, that work on trying to meet specific transportation needs. The fact that we continue to be here to serve people is a testament to the reality that people need transportation in spite of all of the services that are out there now. And taking those services away doesn't fix it. Working with Valley Regional Transit to find solutions. I'm not saying that there's nothing that Valley Regional Transit could do to improve, but I am saying that the things that you would do to improve Valley Regional Transit are things that Valley Regional Transit can do if you work with us rather than against us. And that is what I would like to say. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Okay, oh, you really? Really? Okay. Another councilwoman emeritus here coming up, so.
Hello, it's late. Jean Machi, 12294 South Brunswick Way, Nampa, Idaho. I've lived here a long time. Mayor Darrell, Councilwoman Scott, I want to talk about a couple things that you've brought up tonight. You've talked about government. You are government. I helped fund the sign that's sitting above your head with you, Darrell. Every time I get a paycheck, I can look and see how much I pay to the feds, to state, my property taxes that pay all of you, that paid me when I was up there. This is government tonight. This is our republic. This is people telling you what they need done with their taxes. This is precisely why we are a republic, why we are representative government, for each of you to listen. I empathize, and I had to sit in the seat and make the same decisions. They're very, very hard. But you're hearing from people tonight like Fern and Cindy, I think Cindy, others who aren't doing an experiment drive to Boise to see how a gotcha bus ride might work, but rather the people who are using it as a lifeline. People who desperately need services. I don't. Hubert, I have a self-driving car. I would not trust it, buddy. Just would tell you that it's off. No way. This is what community is. We are better together because we all stand together and we support each other. I don't golf, but Victor, I'm so glad you get to golf. I pay taxes so you can do that. Dog park, never step foot on one. I'm so glad they're there for people who need them and want them. One of the biggest issues for mortality early in seniors is social isolation. You've heard repeatedly tonight from people here that the senior center is a lifeline. I pay for the senior center, not technically a senior yet, happy to pay that. It's what we do. Councilman Griffin, when you do retire, I hope the people your age will gladly pay into the things that you need to take advantage of when you're older, that we are all doing right now. That's who we are. That is what a republic is. That is what it means when we say, united we stand. We said the Pledge of Allegiance tonight. It's who we are. And you're hearing from your constituents tonight that they need something. And I really hope you desperately listen and that you make a really good decision. I know nothing is perfect. It won't be perfect today. It won't be perfect tomorrow. It won't even be perfect with Doug's forecasting, even though Doug's the bomb. It's life. I appreciate you. I appreciate all of what you do sitting in those seats. Darrell, I'm really glad you came back. You may not be, but you're going to be out of here before midnight. Thank you for what you do, but please listen. Thank you.
By the way, I like almonds with my chocolate. Okay, just kidding.
Still milk chocolate, though, right? He doesn't like
Okay. Okay, I think, really? We think? Boy, oh, it's about an hour past my bedtime. Okay, let's go. Okay, Doug, I think you're up, and give us guidance here, where we go next, and then we can maybe close public hearing.
I think that's probably your next step, is to close the public hearing if you're ready, and then we can
We're
take some
ready?
action items, yeah.
Mayor, I move that we close the public hearing.
Second.
Okay, let's go ahead, and all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Okay, now we have council discussion, and are you going to give us a little guidance on our,
Mayor,
yes?
just a quick question. Are we needing to hear from Captain Shepard at all?
We will, we will hear from him, is my understanding. But
I would hate to have you sit back there all night.
Well, no, I'm for sure going to hear from you. I was just waiting for Doug as far as what
I
the
think the next
agenda
thing
was going to be.
On my agenda would be to pose the sub-approvals, I think as our city attorney said, for the three items we're talking about, actually technically three, the VRT, the library, and the additional 30,000 for the pet control.
Okay, do you want to do those before regarding the cameras?
Oh, yes, we should, before the
Okay,
cameras, yes.
okay.
Those are not a budgetary issue, they're more of a discussion. So, do we need anything else? Why don't we go in the sequence we started this? We'll start with the library. Paul, could we bring up that sheet again with the library information, just so the council knows what
And
the-
Doug, I still need you to talk a
Okay.
little louder.
Paul's, okay.
And Mayor, if I may, while Paul's pulling that up, could we just make sure that whatever number is being tossed out tonight, we cannot go over what was approved in the
Well,
notice?
I
And
don't
know if we
think we
have-
will. No, that's a very, very good point. Before we do that, let me bring up to the city council that my belief is that the changes any changes proposed tonight will probably not have a net impact on the budget. Let me explain what I mean. My understanding, and I'm open to your direction here, is that the money that we have currently set aside within the budget is to be applied based on council at a later time on how we deal with our deferred infrastructure and deferred maintenance costs. Not that we're trying to cut the budget to cut it, we're trying to reorganize the budget in order to meet the needs of the city. If that is the case, we are not going to have a budget decrease, we're going to have a budget shift where we move the money from one bucket to another. And that is my understanding of what the changes are about. If there's a difference, council and mayor, please let me know, and then we might have a different budget total at the end of the day. If not, we will have the same budget total, just in different buckets.
Okay.
So with that being said, the request, the discussion item that I put for a sub-approval is the reduction of the library budget of $185,038.74. Well, maybe not 74, we'll say with $185,038. Should that be diverted to the budget for capital and deferred maintenance?
Discussion, council?
Mr. Mayor,
Yes.
so we're going to vote on the library budget as a whole, or we're going to vote on what to do with the money if it gets passed?
The easiest thing right now is to, from this perspective, to say, are you going to divert the money, the 185,000, to another bucket for us to use for capital or infrastructure needs? What's going to have to happen on these is, because I cannot increase the budget, if I take this money out and transfer it back to general gov, that technically increases the budget, because it has, the transfers are a new add. So it would have to stay in their budget right now, and in the First Amendment of 27, we'll move that to one location where we can gather all these capital values that can be used at your discretion for the infrastructure needs. So the library budget technically won't change. We're just going to designate that And in the First Amendment, I'll move the money into a budget. We'll have to have a separate meeting to give the council an update on all of the net results of these meetings, what we have in our bucket. But it won't change the budget tonight, but it will set us up for the amendment. We'll just say they're not going to have this money used for operations. We will designate it as a part of the amendment process in 27.
Mayor Bruno, I think I was just going to make a motion on this one.
It's fine,
And
Councilman.
see where it goes. I make a motion to approve the library budget, the 2027 library budget, $3,571,598.46.
Second.
Leslie, is that the correct library budget?
$99? You have 98 here.
9846.
Oh,
9846. So your proposal is to hold the budget as it is?
yes, yeah, that's correct, sir.
Okay.
And I'll second that.
Is the proposed budget that was at the workshop with the 12,000 less for the parking from NDC?
Yes, that
So-
12,000 has been pulled out.
It's been,
It's been pulled.
Right. That's one of the contingency items that I mentioned the first. So we'll take that and consolidate it in the amendment. I can't move it out because it would increase the budget, but it's been moved out of the spending budget and is isolated and will be part of an amendment.
okay, so that number is accurate, less the 12,000.
Exactly.
Thank you.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Discussion? No discussion, roll call, please.
Skog.
Yes.
Chingula.
Yes.
Bills.
No.
Griffin.
No.
Reynolds.
Yes.
Rodriguez.
Yes.
4 in favor, 2 opposed, motion carries.
Okay. The second item, Mark, can we bring up that slide again? And then, Paul, can you bring Mark up? Paul? Bring Mark up. Mark is sharing an item.
We need the next slide, yeah, with the options.
On this item for the VRT, we have moved
Options
to,
for, hang on a minute, options for the VRT?
that's, Mark is trying to share. Oh, are you not in the Teams meeting anymore, Mark? Mark says he's in Teams. Do you not see him?
I went to sleep.
Right, so Mark's on. He's trying to share an item.
Andrew, are you going to save us, are you?
So
Okay.
while they're doing that, just clarity, oh, that's, that's going to be
There, you
dangerous.
just flip it. Way to go, Andrew.
All right, so as it stands right now,
Paul, do you see it now?
I see 2 headlights coming at me.
Oh, he's sharing now.
We got back.
Andrew, you still got my vote for the night, so, very good.
Good problem solving, thank you.
All right, hey, okay. I'm not going to complain that it's not on.
this
oh,
one, but that's okay.
Okay,
Okay.
all right. So, let me
Thank
try
you,
again
Paul.
here very briefly, because depending on what you do, we'll have a decision to make here. We moved from general government VRT to general government contingency, $471,856. And from streets, we moved $402,394. Those are still resident in the budget as a contingency. If you should choose one of these options, we will simply move it from the contingency back to the budget, zero net change. It just changes buckets where it goes to. Now, if you choose more than, if you were to choose option 2, 498,000, or the one with $498,000, the question would then be, how would you prefer to put that back into the budget? Part in general gov, part in streets? We'll need to have that discussion. If you choose a smaller amount, like the $280,000, I would suggest that come out of the general gov budget. Streets, we know we have funding needs there for infrastructure, so I probably would not suggest pulling it from there, but primarily from general government first, and then secondarily, if, depending on what the council decides, if they choose to restore any of the funding. So with 4 options here technically to choose from, do we have a specific language I need to use for the council? I would put it for the council. How about this? I would propose that the council select either from one of the options listed on the screen or to decline to fund this. I don't know how we do that.
So
How do
Mayor,
we do that?
I think during our workshop, we discussed different options. We brought up the 498. I think there was a motion for the 498 or the 400. It didn't pass, and we went the direction we went. At this point, make a motion that we approve the 498, 521 option.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Discussion? Roll call.
Okay, Mayor Brunner,
Oh, discussion.
discussion. I would like to have a 5th alternative. A 5th alternative is this.
We have a motion on the table.
Part of the discussion is, unfortunately, you made the motion too fast, David, so bear with me.
Well, I'm getting hammered here.
I'm sorry, sir, but so am I. But since we do need senior and we do need on-demand, I know that. So I'm going to come up with a different solution here that I think works better than any of these. Not give VRT any money right now, hold off, and put a city group together that can come up with a better solution, that's better cost-effective, that's more efficient for the city and our residences, because VRT is not. That's what my 5th would have been. I can't support this motion under these terms. It's like giving into a rotten apple. Every time you bite it, it gets rotten. If VRT could come through and say, we're going to do this for the city of Nampa, okay, by all means. That's where I'm at.
Is there a specific dollar amount?
Now, I don't know that. I just want to throw that out.
Mayor?
We have, yes.
I'd like to say something also. You know, it's really easy to impugn motives to people like us because we're trying really hard to make good decisions for you. And it's not that we're not empathetic, it's not that we don't care. We have a very finite budget, and we can only spread it so thin. And we have pipes blowing up. Do you need water and sewer, or do you need free transportation? Transportation welfare. That's not what we need to do as a city. We have tried for 36 years to make this bus system work. We have put millions and millions of dollars into this system to try and make this work. I 100% agree that we need some transportation for our seniors and our disabled. But I do not believe that it should be funded by the taxpayer dollars because we've tried this for 36 years and it has failed. I listen to all of these lovely seniors, and I've been to the senior center. I might be old enough now to be called a senior. I don't think so. But I went there every week with my mother. I took care of my mother, and I still do. And I agree, it's awesome, it's wonderful, and they need to have that transportation. But what they don't need is transportation that makes them sit there for 4 hours to be picked up. That makes me angry. And I wish that VRT had spent the time that they spent in trying to get all these letters to us and impugn motives to us, if they'd have spent that time raising more money to do the on-demand without coming and begging for money from the city. It may be a drop in the bucket. But let me tell you, there's lots of drops in this bucket. And we have to be wise in how we spend this money. And so I wish I could say it's a great program, it's working well, but it's not. And so we have to stop feeding this dead horse millions of dollars.
Mayor, I just want to say that we asked VRT at the very beginning of this process to cut the budget, that the 862 was not something, just as council as a whole, just that wasn't something that was going to fit into our budget. They came back, they listened to us, they came back with multiple options, and I just want to say thank you for doing that, because you've been able to help us cut this budget, which is something that we were looking for, but also be able to provide essential services to community members that are in need of it. So thank you for doing what we've asked you to do.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Roll call.
Skog.
No.
Pingula.
Yes.
Rodriguez.
No.
Griffin.
No.
Reynolds.
Yes.
Bills.
Yes.
It's a tie.
Here we go again. You folks don't know, I sent out something to council last Friday. And mainly I was focusing on, we need to take care of our seniors, need to take care of our disabled. I am not willing to vote for the 498, 521 as far as the fixed route 42. And then making sure we keep access and access beyond. And then looking for alternatives is what my desire is. So, well, I will be asking for a further motion. Currently, it is no.
Mayor.
Motion fails.
Clarification, Mayor. I know your desire, and from what you just said, you do not want to fund the 42. There is no option.
I said I would do that.
You would fund the 42.
Yeah, I'm not, the fixed route, you know, I've been against that for years. I did not feel like, I want to take care of the internal folks here in Napa that have the need.
My point being, you cannot have the access without the fixed route.
Right, I understand that. So I will be very, I would vote for the fixed route 42, the 283,193 if there's another tie.
So you're not in favor of the on-demand?
I wish, yeah, but we don't get, the thing is that I learned tonight that I wasn't totally aware of, and even though there is a challenge with the grant, that the grant does not come with the on-demand, the money. So we're talking about another $500,000, and I was also told that our department would not have to be dealing with the feds.
Can I,
So-
Mr. Mayor,
can I clarify one
I'd
other?
like to make a
Yeah,
motion.
Let Councilman finish, and then, yes.
You had mentioned, Director Clegg, that if the fixed route 42, 283,000 was selected, that your internal team would take over the construction of the funds. Is that a
Legal, is he able to speak at this point in time with the director?
We usually do not allow that. This is public testimony they're providing as opposed to staff clarification.
Okay.
That may be something
I
that
can
Mark
direct it to-
Story could be able to clarify
I can
perhaps.
clarify to Mark or to Crystal. If the fixed Route 42, 283,000 is funded, is it a solid commitment that VRT will be taking over that project and will be doing it from their internal team as a condition of approval?
Mayor, Councilmember Griffin, yes, that is a confirmation from BRT that they would have the option of taking it over for project management.
Not the option, can we require that they take it over and that the streets department wash their hands from it?
I will defer to Crystal if and she's shaking her head, yes. So there is confirmation that they would take over the project management of that project.
Thank you.
Mr. Mayor,
Yes, sir.
I don't particularly like this, but I don't want to lose that $500,000, especially where we've thrown $30,000 out. I don't want to lose that either. So I'm going to make a motion to approve the fixed route 42 for $283,193.
Second.
I hear a motion and a second. Roll call, please.
Skog.
No.
Bills.
Yes.
Rodriguez.
say no.
Griffin.
No.
Pingula.
Yes.
Reynolds.
Yes.
It's a tie.
Yes.
Motion carries.
Finally, the last item, much more simple, the increase in the pet services, as I call it, 350,000 to 380,000. I need a motion for the council to authorize me to move 30,000 from contingency
Mayor.
to the pet budget.
Yes.
I'd make a motion to approve the additional amount for the animal shelter.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Roll call.
Fogg.
Yes.
Pingula.
Yes.
Bills.
Yes.
Rodriguez.
Yes.
Griffin.
Yes.
Reynolds.
Yes.
All in favor,
And
motion
then I
carries.
need one final motion for the entirety of the budget, because the budget didn't change.
Are we
in
going to
dollars.
hear from the?
Oh, no, I think we should do this one final motion for the budget, unless you're going to,
I'm sorry. We also need to adopt the ordinance.
When you adopt the ordinance, I wanted to hear from Lieutenant.
before we adopt the ordinance.
Well,
Okay.
I think that would be appropriate.
That's fine.
Lieutenant Shepard? Do I need to put you on a time limit? You point the gun at me, you can have as much time as you want, so I don't do
Well, I
that.
do appreciate that,
Okay.
much like you, my bedtime is 8 o'clock. Mayor, Council, Lieutenant Shepard, representing Nampa PD. I want to speak directly to the comments.
We can't hear you.
You heard me just fine down here. How am I doing? Is that better?
No.
Okay.
No.
Louder?
Yeah.
All right. I tend to speak fast and quietly, which causes problems, so please let me know if I'm speaking too quickly. I want to speak directly to the individuals to the comments that they made about what we were doing with the cameras. First of all, the Fourth Amendment violation. That's from Crystal, I believe. There is.
Paul, is our mic all right, or?
Wow.
Okay, just get real close.
Right, but the red line, Paul, means I'm speaking as loud as I can, right?
Now that's.
Okay, we'll give this another try. My first point here is the possible Fourth Amendment violation. I would like to remind the council that there is an Idaho code that dictates how law enforcement use the cameras. I would imagine the Attorney General's office reviewed that code and had some stance on whether or not it violated the Fourth Amendment. I would also like to make a comment that the Fourth Amendment does not protect certain privacies in the public view, which is where these cameras are at. There's no intrusion of privacy in homes. There's no intrusion of privacy on their cell phones. There's no intrusion of privacy inside their vehicles. The cameras are designed to look at the roadways and what traffic is happening on the roadways. For Mr. Kane, he spoke to 6 people being in the RTC when he came to visit with us. I will tell you that we offered the invitation through Mayor Bruner to educate him on how we use the cameras. He's incorrect on 6 people. There were actually 7 of us. 1 was Mayor Bruner, 1 was Chief Huff. 3 were there to try and educate Mr. Kane. 1 was a full-time officer, and the other one was there on a light-duty status. So, yes, we had more people than you would probably expect to see, but we didn't get a chance to educate him on why they were there or what their purpose was. As for mass surveillance, I dispute that. There is not a mass surveillance happening. There is a retention of the cameras for 60 days on the ALPRs. There is a retention of 14 days on our regular traffic cameras. That does not mean that we know everything that's happening over the last 60 days for every car that passes through any intersection. It's not possible. If you were to walk into our RTC, which you're all invited to do, you would see a number of cameras up on the screen with constant moving traffic. The 2 officers I mentioned earlier, 1 who was there full-time, 1 who was there on a light-duty status, were not monitoring the cameras. They weren't looking at them. There's way too much information for us to actually stare at those video screens and retain that information. They are there to continue to record the data, and if we find a violation or if there is a crime that occurs, we are allowed to investigate it per the Idaho Code. We will go back and watch the video of that specific incident. So, on my stance of the mass surveillance, it is not happening. I believe I've covered all the topics. Mr. Kane's right. We've spent over $6 million standing up the RTC. There is a $200,000 increase in our budget this year. Largely that is due to personnel costs, which come at just over $200,000 itself. Beyond that, it is the routine maintenance of our real-time crime center. I believe I've covered all the topics that they brought forth, but I do stand for questions.
Mayor?
Yes.
Just for clarification, I think there was one other issue that was raised in the terms of the selling of data or retention for other groups or organizations. Can you tell us a little bit about that in the contract, how that might possibly be being amended or changed or meeting the requirements that's set by Idaho code?
Yes, I can. So we actually have two different camera systems. Mr. Kane mentioned the Motorola cameras, which we do operate with. I believe what he's referring to on Motorola selling data is their commercial data, Vehicle Manager Enterprise, which we do not operate with. That is a commercial product. Vehicle Manager is the law enforcement perspective or law enforcement tool, and there is no data sold out of that from Motorola's answers. We have gone back and forth with them on this to make sure our data rights are protected, and they do not sell the data. I can't speak to what Mr. Kane believes or what he found, but they do not sell our data. As for the RECOR ALPR cameras, Mr. Waterman with City Attorney's Office, he had a conversation on a Teams meeting with several of the people from the PD. We covered the basis of what their data rights is interpreted and what it means. We have sent red lines back to RECOR to change the data rights languages in there. They also told us, though, that as the data rights language stands, nothing's been sold from what Nampa PD has retained. Their language, their contract language is a stock language. That's just how they worded it. And then with everything that's happened with the flock, they're getting a nationwide push from law enforcement as to, hey, let's take a look at what this truly means. Am I still speaking loud enough? I'm sorry if I'm not. Okay.
Okay, any other questions? And I guess I'm not going to have a motion at this point unless somebody wants to change the budget on this subject matter. I'm not seeing any.
Mayor,
Yes.
just a comment, Lieutenant, from what I've seen on the cameras that we operate in Nampa, we've done more good by far than any harm by catching numerous individuals either traveling through or that live here that have done things that they shouldn't have done. And I certainly would want that if I was looking for somebody that had injured my family or something like that. And if I don't have anything to be worried about or guilty about, I don't care. I like take a picture of my plate all day long. It doesn't matter to me. So I appreciate what you guys are doing. I appreciate the transparency that Chief Huff and your team has put forward on showing the RTC off and the benefit it's done to the community. So thank you for that.
Thank you, Councilman.
I think that's it. Thank you, Lieutenant.
Good night.
Appreciate it. And then Doug, you're back up, and we get to make a motion here for the full budget, looks like, and then we'll have an ordinance that'll need to be adopted and
So-
read after that.
The first action item then would be for the budgetary, and then the second for the ordinance? You said there were two? Okay. So,
Mr. Mayor,
Yes.
I would move that we approve the budget as presented.
Second.
Just to clarify, Doug, you have all the numbers properly allocated, or at least our intents properly allocated. Library's fully funded, VRT has been reduced, AIC's still gone, council's budget's still gone. So those remaining amounts will be later proposed to be an amendment to go towards deferred maintenance, is that
we will
correct?
bring forward to you, probably sometime in November, a recap of all of these impacts from the capital hearing that took place in June, and the effects of the July 15th meeting and tonight, into a comprehensive bucket of what we have accumulated and aggregated for the use in the cities for dealing with our deferred issues.
Thank you.
Okay, so we do have a motion and we have a second. Roll call, please.
Skog,
Yes.
Bills,
Absolutely, yes.
Rodriguez,
Yes.
Griffin,
Yes.
Jingula,
Yes.
Reynolds.
Yes.
All in favor, motion carries.
Okay, folks. There, we want to stand for this last one? No? All right. Here's the final action item. First reading of ordinance adopting the fiscal year 2027 budget. Request to pass under suspension of rules.
An ordinance appropriating funds for a 12-month period from the first day of October 2026 to and inclusive of the 30th day of September 2027 to defray the expenses and liabilities of the city of Nampa for said fiscal year, specifying the objects and purposes for which said appropriations is made, authorizing a levy of a sufficient tax upon the taxable property, providing for repeal of conflicting ordinances, directing the city clerk to file certified copies of this ordinance with the county commissioners and the Idaho Secretary of State, and providing an effective date, referencing sources and uses of funds and appropriating monies, specifying a process for expenditure of funds, and establishing an effective date.
Mr. Mayor, I move this pass under suspension of rules.
Second.
Okay, roll call, please.
Fogg.
Yes.
Bills.
Yes.
Rodriguez.
Yes.
Griffin.
Yes.
Jingula.
Yes.
Reynolds.
Yes.
All in favor, motion carries.
Hate to ask us, anybody want to make a motion to adjourn?
Yes.
Oh, no, I don't.
So moved.
No, we don't. I thought we had it in our packet. No,
Do
it's
a second?
There's no executive vote.
Yeah,
Second.
she's second.
Yeah,
Okay.
okay. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Okay. No executive session.
So the ordinance, that needs to be changed.
Good work, Doug.